30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, 7 minutes into the live stream, we are going to begin the official coverage of UFC Vancouver, D. Ritter versus Allen. We are now in the first fight of the evening right now with 7 minutes into this matchup. Okay, so I figured we would try something a little bit different today, a little bit on the vertical stream rather than actually using the actual, what do you call that thing? Facilitator of the live stream, the app, or StreamYard rather, right? But we are using the vertical stream today to cover this fight because we are fight fanatics and we love every single card there is. And you know what? This particular card is not too bad in and of itself, right? There's some good fights, a lot of meaningful fights. Obviously, the D. Ritter fight would have been even more meaningful considering the fact that Anthony Hernandez was supposed to be on that card, which, by the way, sort of factors into how you're going to look at this main event because David Allen is coming, not David Allen, I'm sorry, Brandon Allen, not to be mistaken with the boxer, David Allen. He is coming in here on just a few days' notice, right? So, Lucky 8 says, hi, how you doing, my man? Let me know what part of the world you guys are at, and let me know how you guys are consuming this this coverage of these fights right now. Like, are you watching it through your ESPN, or just to be frank about it, are you guys watching it on an illegal stream? Because that is still a common thing nowadays, right? But how much more common will it be when, let's say, the Paramount deal comes into play, right? Because now every single fight is going to be free. Can you imagine the White House card, okay, is going to be for free? Did you know that? It's going to be for free. You don't have to pay for it. You don't have to pay $80 to $100 or something like that. You don't have to worry about any of that, right? When you are when you're going to watch UFC from now on. But it's crazy to think Merab versus Peter Yan is going to be the last pay-per-view. Wait a minute. I think 323 was supposed to have, yes, Pantoja and Van. Okay, so that calculation is right. It is Merab versus what's his name? That is the main event. Merab and Peter Yan, the rematch of this fight. So, yeah, man, very interesting things that are going on right now. Islam Makhachev obviously is going to fight JDM. That's coming up pretty soon, actually. You know, rather quickly, a whole lot quicker than what we would have expected. But nonetheless, let's see here. All right, so we got the first fight of the evening right now. It is Croden versus Lisboa. Okay, so very interesting last name. Obviously, the same last name as the Portuguese capital and what have you. So, Victor, what's up, man? How you doing, Marty? What's up, my brother? How are you, my man? How are you? Are you watching the fights right now, or are you out and about? What is your current status in this fight day right now? And by the way, let me know how your homie Nate Davies has been holding up. You know, a very tough, not a loss, but the loss of the actual fight. So it's a Victory, LOL, the name of my gym. Right. I'm just reading it Victor as for short, right? But okay, so Victory, that's a good gym name. Okay. Speaking of which, yeah, how's your homie Nate? Is he going to plan on having a fight again? I'm always just curious how fighters sort of deal with their fights being canceled, because I got to tell you, there's a huge mental hurdle that comes with that, right? 1 minute, you're up and about, feeling how do I say this? What's the word I'm looking for here? The optimal state of arousal in your performance, right? In terms of your sports performance, the day of the event that you are going into the fight. And all of a sudden, all of that adrenaline subsides from you, right? And now you have to rebuild that same adrenaline again. And then there's the aspect of peaking as well that I think a lot of people, tend to underestimate, right? So he's doing good. Kind of took it easy the last 2 weeks, about to start ramping up again. Okay, that's pretty good. This is his fourth fight in a row that's fell through for one reason or another. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Now, understand, the main event of this fight right now, as the first fight is kicking off right now with Croden and Lisboa, right? Now, the interesting thing about the main event is that it was supposed to be Anthony Hernandez, right? A guy who I had shared a card with back in 2012. Right, and then I actually got into it with his opponent backstage, but that's another story for another time. So Anthony was supposed to be on his card. He gets halted off of the card due to an injury. In comes Callen, right? This is a constant theme in all levels of MMA, including the UFC, which is what we're covering right now in UFC Vancouver, to be exact. So everybody around the world, don't forget to like and subscribe, because we are here giving you guys the full coverage right now. There's Lisboa and Croden in the middle of the octagon right now, just throwing down boxing, kickboxing stands. There's a kick right there by Lisboa. 330, 340, 339 of the first round right now. Okay, so let's see here. What do we have? You ever... in your what kind of a weird homo question is that? Fighting Beetle, I don't understand. What is the context behind that? I think you mistaken me, my friend, for an immature channel, right? There's often this high sense of immaturity in the world of, well, let's just call it what it is, right? Call of Duty lobby cultures, right? And Fighting Beetle over here is asking, a weird question for whatever reason he wants to. He said, did you see that recent video of Jon Jones and Hebulla? I seen MMA Guru make a video about it, but to what context was he speaking on in this particular subject? I do not know. I would have to, I would have to see. Well, explain to me what is suspicious about this video, but also how does it affect Jon Jones in a negative or a positive light? Let me know on the comment section below. So, all right, here we go. We are at the clinch position right now with Croden and Lisboa. The first fight of the evening right now. 2:18, 2:17, 2:16 of the first round. And there's Lisboa right now clinching up on the fence with 2 minutes left of the first round. Say some good knees right there. All right, so in this first fight of the evening, the bantamweight fights, I think... here's a controversial take. There's a reason why they put certain fights first in the card. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say what particular type of fight. You guys know what I'm talking about if you're watching this right now between Croden and Lisboa. Very underdeveloped divisions, right? Not very exciting. And then there's this debate going on about the WNBA, how they wish to be paid for the same amount of compensation as the men. Whereas the reality is that the men are not necessarily getting these because of unequal treatment or anything like that. Is because most people would rather watch men's NBA basketball. And that's really all there is to it. It's as simple as that. And if anybody misunderstands that in any way, then I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. But you just misunderstand it, and that's really the way that it is. But yeah, okay, there's a good shot right there. 1-2 shot by Lisboa. We are in the first round right now between Croden versus Lisboa. All right, 10 seconds left into the first round. All right, and that is the end of the first round right now. All right, had to close the window a little bit. There was a lot of sunlight that was coming in here, which might have, you know, sort of interfered with the broadcast in any kind of way. So, or at least the lighting of it in here. So, all right, I think we have much better lighting now, keeping some parts dark, but then, yeah, to be able, yeah, you need darkness. That's kind of the theme, isn't it, right? You need darkness in order to expose the light. There you have it. Getting a little philosophical on you guys, but yeah, you know what I mean. All right, so here we are. All right, so we are heading into round number 2 right now. Yeah, explain to me about the Hebulla Jon Jones thing, my man. You know, real curious to know about it. What is the context behind that video? Because you know how it is. I only take into consideration the serious side of MMA, right? Yeah, I know that there's some sort of comedy angle to it, or even some sort of homoerotic type of innuendos that we're gonna try and expose Jon Jones to, with a theory of him being quote-unquote GAY because one day MMA Guru couldn't come up with content because it was a slow news week for the MMA cycle, so he decided to make a video about saying how Jon Jones is gay. He says, well, let's just say Jon got a little too excited wrestling around with Hebulla. You know what, man? Listen, okay, so I kind of see where this is going, right? And this is what I got to say to that. Look, I think that when you don't like somebody, you're going to make up all types of excuses to make that person look bad. Well, this might kind of confirm Guru's claims. Okay, so, I don't necessarily agree with that. Look, you know why Jon Jones talks like the way that he does? Let's get to Mark Kerr to kind of explain this, right? You guys often notice Mark Kerr, the way that he talks, very soft-spoken, doesn't want to come off as very threatening. The way that he even carries himself, right? The way that he carries himself is very non-threatening, very gentle. The way that he sort of approaches his mannerisms. This is something that The Rock had to learn about Mark Kerr when he was playing this role. He says, Mark Kerr is a very considerate guy. He takes empathetic positions. For example, if you were to talk to a younger kid, and for those of you that have coached wrestling or Little League or any of these things that deal with children in sports, you know that the best way to communicate with them is sitting at knee level, because oftentimes as an adult, you're going to be the taller person in the room in comparison to the other kids. So you kneel down onto their level, they feel relatable to you, sort of cutting you down to size, right? Makes you a little bit relatable to them because they see you as some sort of authoritative figure, right? And that is a sign of trying to handle things in a gentle manner. Now, why did Mark Kerr carry himself in that way? Because Mark Kerr at the time was the baddest man in the world. Jon Jones, as he knows, or at least with the exception of Tom Aspinall having to say anything about it, believes that he is the baddest man in the world. So therefore, the way that Jon Jones is going to carry himself is going to be soft-spoken. Jon Jones is not going to come across as a hyper-masculine black male like somebody that I would probably see in South Sacramento or in Compton or any of these hoods or nothing like that. He's not going to come across in that kind of way because he's non-threatening. So therefore, he comes across as a little bit G-A-Y, a little bit zesty, maybe less manly with the standards that you uphold to what manly is supposed to be. And don't get me twisted, because I'm guilty of this as well, right? I often have a certain image of what I believe a masculine man is supposed to be, but in reality, as long as it's not so far-fetched where the person is full-blown rainbow or anything like that, I think that everybody has a different way of expressing their masculinity. And speaking of masculinity in the women's division right now, here is Croden emasculating Lisboa in the second round. Okay, so Victor says, there is no defending this video, brother. There's no way of hiding it. Okay, I will have to check it out. Ryan Hamid says, Assalamu alaikum. Aki. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah barakatuh to you, Ryan. Let me know what part of the world you are from, Ryan, and or Ryan, as you would probably pronounce it. But let me know if I pronounced that correctly as well. Okay, so here's some knees to the body right now by Croden as we are set off with the second round going into the third round. All right. Says, read my second to the last comment. Okay, well, this might have confirmed Guru. Okay, I meant it was blatantly obvious because he was excited. He was pitching a tent. Oh, wow, okay. He says France, but originally from Morocco. All right, man, shout out to my Moroccan supporters out there, my man. Be sure to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button so you can help me become the biggest Muslim mixed martial arts streamer in the world of YouTube, inshallah. But man, shout outs to France and everybody out there. But yeah, you know, be sure to help spread my channel as well. And by the way, YouTube has informed us that they are now dubbing a lot of, you know, the content creators, you know, content. So you guys can absolutely check me out in French, right? But if you learn English, I think you'll get a treat because I don't think there's an MMA streamer that can speak English better than me. And that's just being honest, right? All right, so here we go. Round number 3 with Croden versus Lisboa. All right. So here we go. Here's Lisboa right now, right on top. Or, I'm sorry, grinding Croden right up against the fence. Okay, so now Croden reverses. Ryan says, do you think Imavov deserves a title shot? Because I think so, actually. Well, it's quite obvious, as a French Muslim guy yourself, you would like to see Imavov in that position. And quite frankly, I don't blame you, right? France is a growing market for the UFC right now. I know that you guys have a big regional powerhouse over there with Aries fighting championships. Also, the fact that France has a deep culture in Muay Thai, in Judo, and now recently Jiu-Jitsu and MMA. So I think, yes, he would be a great addition to French martial arts in that matter. But yeah, does he deserve it? It's hard to say. There's a lot of guys that deserve it right now. Do you think RDR gets a title shot if he wins today? You know what? So to sort of answer our friend Ryan here from France, Marty, I think that if RDR wins in a very boring fashion tonight, I think that the Frenchman gets the title shot next, and we're going to have a Muslim on Muslim crime situation with him and Khamzat. And I don't think that he can beat Khamzat. I think Khamzat will probably finish him off in the first round, because I need you guys to understand what Khamzat did in that fight. He was playing possum. He wanted to go all 5 rounds just to prove that he was championship worthy. If him and DDP fight for the second time, sure, it'll be harder. Sure, he'll go through rounds with him. Sure, he'll have to work for it, but eventually he will submit him or finish him at some point, and I don't see any different with the Imavov fight. And right now, Croden is right on top of Lisboa in the 3rd round right now in this bantamweight fight. Victory says, do you think they should make Strickland versus Fluffy? I think that would be a great fight, actually. I would love that fight for Fluffy, right? That would be a big name. I think that Sean Strickland will bring out a trash talk inside of Fluffy that Fluffy may not have really known about himself. Because, look, imagine this, right? In 2012, I talked more smack to Fluffy's opponent than he did himself, right? And he's the one fighting that guy, right? He's just not that kind of guy. He's not a trash talker in any kind of way. I had a training partner in Muay Thai, right? Mexican kid, right? I remember that his dad came up to me during one of the fight events that we were at. And so he asked me, he's like, hey, mijo, you know, I don't understand. You know, why my son, he not like you, man? You know, you out there, you in the mic, you say, and you talk all this bullshit, yada, yada. Oh, speaking of BS, there's Croden right now with the finish against Lisboa. So Croden has now finished Lisboa right now. So there it is. Good finish on the part of Lisboa. I'm sorry, Croden finishing Lisboa right there. So there we go, man. So let's see how this finish came about. So there it is. She stuffs the takedowns. As she's stuffing the takedowns, now they're back up on the feet. Okay, so what is it? What is this? She just basically brings her to the ground and then just starts grounding, pounding her. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Basically a TKO ground and pound finish on that one. All right, man. So moving on to the fights right now. Let's see here. We're gonna do a little more than just, you know, a regular UFC fight night, right? So obviously you notice that a lot of the UFC fights are now held in different cities, right? Unlike during the pandemic days, where at that time, everything was in the Apex centers, right? For the safety of other people and for the safety of what was going on at the time of a disease that shall not be mentioned because, yeah, the algorithm is very unfair to you otherwise. But on any regard, now everybody is out in different cities, right? They're now fighting in different cities. Tonight you also got Octagon, you got KSW with Phil DeFreeze. That's going to be an interesting one. PFL Africa. Wow, okay. MMA Mexico. Wow, so there's some different types of fights that are going on tonight other than the UFC. But anyways, the UFC tonight is in Vancouver, so what I want to do is actually talk about some of the things that are going on in the city that we are covering. So, you know, there's this drug epidemic going on in Vancouver right now, right? So we're going to talk about those things in between the fights to sort of give you a bit of some insight on what's going on in these cities, and also to kind of just flex a little bit of my journalism skills in that. So, all right. Well, anyways, so here we go. So there's Croden with the win right now. We are up for the next fight coming up. All right, so let's hear what Daniel Cormier has to say to her. Ryan says, I actually, to not be biased, I don't think Imavov or RDR could actually beat Khamzat. Okay, that's right. Ryan says, you got Aries 35. Who you got in Aries 35 France? And there is a big prospect. His name is Baki Bayangusher in the main event. Is that tonight? Is that tonight is Aries tonight? Is that tonight? Let me know. All right, so there's a win by the home country fighter right there. Croden, obviously from Canada with the red. So, all right, man, on to the next fight coming up.
Back to her corner, UFC veteran and fellow bantamweight Callen, showing respect to her teammate as well. Let's keep the action coming in downtown Vancouver as we focus on the middleweight. A Russian hammer was smashed his way into a stacked middleweight division. Azamat ready to trade hands with a decorated kickboxer from the Netherlands, Yousri Tko Finish.
All right, Yousri Tko Finish, next fight coming up right now.
It didn't take long for Russia's Azamat to make loud statements in the middleweight ranks with successive first-round finishes of Greece and Iron Motor. Now looking to secure his 9th straight victory overall, he'll go blow for blow with the Dutch kickboxer Yousri Tko Finish. Training with the likes of Dober TKOS and champion Alex Pereira.
Oh, wow, man. So this guy trains with Alex Pereira. Okay. Ryan says, yes, actually now in a couple of minutes, Aries is kind of the new... Oh, I'm very familiar with Aries. Yes, yes. Very familiar with Aries, my man. All right. Sean Boy says, hey, how you doing, my man? How's your day going? Very good, Sean Boy. I hope everything is going well with you as well. We are here tapped in, ready for these fights for UFC Vancouver. How is your time going in Dublin, Ireland right now? Dublin, Ireland. Yes, show some love on the comment section right there. All right. Says, hi, Victor. It's okay. Weather is pretty windy right now. Okay, pretty windy. Yeah, I mean, it is rather windy in those parts of the world, I would imagine, right? He says, besides that, I'm good. Still not drinking. Good for you, man. Good, man, because, man, I'm telling you, drinking is so bad for you, bro. He says, excuse me for my ignorance, where... an MMA fighter where, yes, I fought MMA, I fought Muay Thai kickboxing, I've wrestled all throughout high school and middle school, so yeah, you know, just been around combat sports my whole life, and so, you know, I decided to make it into, yeah, man, you know, into this, you know, having a YouTube channel and then covering the fights. I mean, what better way, right? Are you a strong fighter? I'm all right. I still train. I have my training videos up on the YouTube right here. So, you know, I still train. So thank you, Victor and Khaled. Khaled, so you're someone here named Khaled, or are you referring to me? Kyrie, is your name Khaled? No, it's Kyrie. But Khaled is, yeah, a completely different name. But yeah, KHA, right? You know, like a lot of Muslim names start out with KHA, like Kamzat, Khaled, Kyrie, you know, so I'm good. My man trained this morning, got yard work done. Okay. Should I gamble today, Antoine? Well, I tell you what, man, gambling is not something that I recommend, but I will say Allen has a good chance, and I would imagine there's some good odds in that, but obviously a very risky odd, I would imagine. Says Kyre, I didn't know. Okay. Ryan says, very good for you, my friend. Keep grinding in a good way. Yes, of course, my man. Thank you, man. Man, we got people from France, we got people from Ireland tapped in right now. Oh man, you know, it's going to be an awesome time for sure. You know, and we got this matchup coming out right now. Sean Boy says, but you're a free man to do what you want. Yes, of course. No, don't get. Yes. Gamble. You know what, man? You should talk to our friend Zane Antoine. Man, yo, listen, that Crawford fight was not good for him, right? The Crawford Canelo fight. Obviously, for those of you that don't know, Zane built his channel on being a big Canelo supporter, and he's from the UK, right? Which is, you know, sometimes highly unusual considering that he's beat up a lot of, you know, UK guys. But yeah. Okay, so Yousri versus... All right, so next fight is coming up right now. All right, Yousri versus Azamat right now. Fighting in Amsterdam, Netherlands, huh? So, did you ever like WWE? Sure, at some point, yes. I think you are probably referring to the WWE belt. Antoine says, last time I lost the house, I'm definitely going to win big this time. I can feel it. What do you think about MMA Joey? Very interesting guy. Very interesting content. I don't mind spending €1 or $2 on a lotto ticket in the odd time. That's just about no more. He says, WWE staged, I feel. For sure, obviously staged. Oh, for sure. That's a known thing, brother. Yes. But maybe there are some people in Ireland that may not think that. Daily Drift says, I really want to see Paddy versus Ilia Topuria. I think that's going to happen in January instead of Gaethje. You know what? Michael Bisping got a video out right now talking about how Paddy does not want to sign the papers yet, right? Which is highly unusual, right? The champion is calling you out at a very rare occasion, right? Very rare occasion where a champion is adamant in wanting to fight somebody unless they really hate that guy and it's a combination of them sort of deserving it. Paddy is sort of up there. Deserving it, not more than Armin, not more than any other 155er out there that really deserves it. But you know what? It's one of them things, right? He's a popular guy, well-known, and that's really all there is to it. He says, even back when I was a kid, I could tell it was staged. How they become rich doing stage crap, it's wild. Well, Sean, put it like this, right? Everybody loves theater, right? There's a lot of real fighters out there that love the WWE. Daniel Cormier happens to be one of them. The Daily Drift says, Paddy doesn't deserve it, but it will be a crazy fight. So there you go, right? Yes, they're just waiting on Paddy right now to sign, and, well, Ilia Topuria is obviously chomping at the bits to get at Paddy, right? This has been a long time coming. The storyline, right, itself. Look, Justin Gaethje already had his chance, right? Is Justin Gaethje deserving? Maybe, maybe not. Meanwhile, here's Bekov right now in the middleweight division taking down the French kickboxer Belarugi. Victor says, yeah, that's pretty much open about it now. It's pretty difficult and takes a lot of skill. Yes, Ryan says, I would say Armin deserves a lot more, actually. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Sean Boy says, do you think Conor McGregor is a good fighter? I don't care if you don't think so or don't like him. He has a bad reputation anyway. Well, I tell you what, Sean, I'm very tapped into Irish street culture, right? When it comes to like all the gangster stuff with Daniel Kinahan and all of that. And also the politics that you guys have going on in Ireland. I'm very tapped into that as well. So I'm very aware that people in Ireland don't like Conor McGregor whatsoever. He says, I like his political view, but he talks ish. You know what? Part of his political view, Sean, is that he started noticing that Ireland was steering to the right. If you remember, Conor McGregor supported gay marriages in Ireland, which is a very liberal thing to ask for, right? How are you going to be the face of right-wing Irish politics when your political views in Ireland was that you helped legalize gay marriage, right? And actually went to the government sectors of Ireland to try and make that happen or lobby for it to happen. Victor says, of course, you're tapped in. We don't call you the race whisperer for nothing. Yes, there it is. There it is, man. Yes, tapped into literally every culture there is. Sean Boy says he talks shit to other fighters. Yes. Adriel says hi. Sean Boy says, I didn't know he supported gay marriages. Damn, yeah, he did, bro. Look it up. 2014, Conor McGregor supported gay marriages in Ireland. This is a known fact. And a lot of people don't want to claim this right now because he's the face of right-wing. Well, man, dude, he's not even the face of right-wing politics in Ireland because a lot of people don't like Conor McGregor in Ireland. It's really just that simple. They don't like him because he makes the Irish look like a bunch of thugs and gangsters. And realistically, I mean, you know, he's not wrong. You know what I mean? A lot of Irish dudes are pretty gangster. You know what I mean? I mean, like, you know, the Daniel Kinahan types, right? What was that other family? Not the Higgins, the Higgins. The other one that that the Daniel Kinahan family was fighting with, Savachi Financial. This Conor is not the same Conor anymore. Victory says, how's the economy in Ireland? TKO, what's up, Kyrie? All right, man, we got the gang in here. We got UK, we got Ireland, we got Chicago, we got Ohio, we got the West Coast, right? Although I think my man is in the West Coast right now. You know who I'm talking about, but shout out to Chicago nonetheless. Sean Boy says, hard to get a job here. Things are getting expensive and rent is expensive. Yes. Savachi Financial says, Conor Kelly, LOL. Wild Genius says, aches and bones and pain aches of the grave. Okay. Victor says, same here. Did you ever smoke shisha? Of course, man. Of course. I mean, what kind of question is that to ask an Arab, right? At one point of an Arab's life, they have smoked a shisha at some point, even if they are hyper-religious and whatnot, right? You know, so, yes, shout-outs to that, man. Okay, here we go. All right, Yousri Tko did beat Alex Pereira in Glory Kickboxing. Okay, Dana is Irish, laughing my ass off. Yes, he is. That's why there was a little bit of a biasness he had towards Conor when he brought him in. Sean Boy says, I used to smoke shisha a lot when I was 18 or 19. He says, I thought shisha was a sin. That's why I asked. I don't know how serious you take. Yeah, you know what? I'm not a shisha smoker at all. So, yeah, I mean, and you're right. It is not something that, you know, the, Orthodox, Islamic type of person would, like, for example, you're not going to see Khabib or Khamzat at a place like that unless they are invited to do some kind of promo by some, Arab shisha owner or something like that, right? And even then, they find these kinds of places, you know, rather haram and dirty. So, you know, Ryan says shisha is not good at all. No, it's not. If you're an athlete, obviously, you know, it's not conducive to, you know, to your athletic performance. So I certainly would not recommend it. So, all right, man, this Bektov dude, man, he's putting it on Belarugi right now. Belgaru. Ryan says worse than cigarettes. I would imagine, yes. It's bad. I did it for boredom. Okay. Sean Boy says, why is it so popular with Arabs? When I smoked in Dublin, most of the people when smoking was Arab. Because, my boy Sean, most of the Arabs in Ireland are gangster, you know, street type of dudes, right? I mean, do you have like the fundamentalist type of dudes that are out there? Sure. But you know, they are, you know, they are the minority to the Arab world, right? Look, put it like this, Sean. Gavin says hello. Hello, Gavin. How are you? Put it like this, Sean. I'll put it like this, right, my man? Most Arabs are more like Conor McGregor than they are Khabib. Does that make sense? I said this back in 2018 when they fought each other, right? Let me repeat this again. Most Arabs are more like Conor McGregor than they are Khabib. I want you to ponder on that, right? And then you know, because you grew up in Ireland, Sean, right? You're around Libyans, you're around North Africans, you're around Moroccans. What else? Other type of Arab groups that they have in Ireland? Algerians, right? So okay. Sean Boy says, and them Arabs would always listen to UK rap with lyrics related to drugs and sex, and sometimes the Arabs would smoke weed after shisha. There you go, man. This is what I mean, bro. A lot of Arabs in Europe are gangbangers, right? Just like how we got Bloods and Crips out here in California, right? You know, and by the way, this is why I'm perfect for this type of content. Ooh, there's Azamat right now knocking Belarus right now, right? Showing him that he is a better striker, at least a better boxer in this instance, right? Ryan says, I am myself an Arab. I assure you it is not true. Bro, so what is not true? Like, aren't a lot of Arabs in Paris, you know, kind of gangster? I mean, that's kind of what happens when you grow up in the hood, right? Like, for example, out here, you know, it's not an uncommon stereotype that a lot of Mexicans are in gangs. And in fact, you know, Mexican gangs are even bigger than black gangs, Asians, and Polynesian gangs out here in the West Coast, right? It just so happens that the black gangsters are better rappers, so they have a better entertainment value in telling their story to the world. But make no mistake about it, California is a Mexican gang-run state when it comes to street politics. He says usually the ones in their 30s and up are proper Muslims. There you go. There you go. Just like anywhere else, right? I thought smoking shisha was a cultural thing for... Yes, it is. TKO, Nas Castro. It is. It is a cultural thing, but it's still a forbidden factor in the Islamic faith. So always understand this too, right? Muslim converts and other Muslims from other places like Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, even India, Indonesia, all these non-Arab Muslim states are even more Muslim than the Arabs themselves. For sure, the Chechens and Dagestanis are more fundamentalist Muslims than most Arab states will be. Sean Boy says, like the bus driver and taxi drivers who are Muslim here are usually proper Muslim. There you go. There you go, right? You know, they drive their taxi, they drive their bus, and they, you know, stay out the way. You know what I mean? And it's a non-haram job, because I can tell you, you know, as somebody who's worked in, you know, multiple different types of financial sectors, right? Like, for example, I worked for Paramount Financial at some point, right? Paramount Financial is a company that loans people housing loans, right? Or mortgage, right? Refinancing their mortgage, right? So I worked alongside loan officers and whatnot, right? So there's a haram element in that, and I've done that for work before. Selling cars, I've sold cars before. There's a haram element in that, even though it was lucrative. There's a haram element in that. Shisha is haram. Yes, Sean Boy says, you are a smart guy. You must have been really through a lot like me. Yes, Sean. So it's a combination of streets, and I've never been to prison. I have a lot of homies that have been to prison, right? And I encourage all of them all the time to, do podcasts, because as you would imagine, they would probably do very good with the type of storytelling that they have. But I got an OG Crip homie who I featured on this show one time. I believe it was an Alex Pereira fight that I got him in here for. It was Khalil Roundtree versus Alex Pereira, right? So, yeah, he did a book, about his time in prison, running with, Stockton Crips and whatnot. So, yeah, man, I know dudes like that, and I know dudes in the education world, people in the corporate world. So, I've been through, different sectors. Sean says, I made a lot of bad decisions that caused problems for me, for sure. Sean Boy says, I wish I stuck with the church. The Christians were right. I should have stayed away from sin. Sin will destroy your life. Yes, the wages of sin is death. Nice one to hear, bro, for sure. Ryan Hamid says, Arabs today are in a bad position because a lot of them don't pray 5 prayers. Yes, I agree, sadly, but in Arab countries, there's a lot of Hafiz and proper Muslims. Very true, yes. Oh, man. Speaking of French Arabs right here, Belaguri. Oh, my goodness. Oh, he's putting it on the Chechen right now. Oh, in the 3rd round, too. Oh my goodness! He got the finish. Belaguru got the finish. Got the finish on that one. Wow. Wow. Wow, man. All right, so 4 win streaks now for him. Wow. He said he fought like the longer guy.
This in this division, from where he's from, the team that he's training with. Let's take a look at some of the work. There's the jab.
All right, there's a jab. What did he? Oh, and then there's one following up after that. So there's a jab to open him up. After he opened him up with the jab, he follows up with a cross, and the cross enters right in his face. Boom, directly right here. Boom, and then his face makes like boom, like that, like one of them things, right? And then the ref comes in there and breaks it up, and that was it right there. So, all right, man. Shout-outs to Yousri for that win right there. All right, so, okay, let's get to these comments. He says, it's all fun and games till you're looked at in a cage 24/7 or until you die without living a sin-free, happy life. Sean Boy says, what exactly are you watching, bro? Oh, I'm watching a fight. There's a fight going on right now. Ryan says, usually is from the Netherlands, but originally from Tunisia. Okay, he is an elite striker that did beat Alex Pereira back in the days, man. Yeah, he is somebody to look out for, though, man. Shout-outs to the French Arabs, man. Or, I'm sorry, the European Arabs. That includes the Netherlands, France, obviously the UK as well. Shout-out to my Arab brothers in Europe for that one. Sean Boy says, maybe Islam works for some people, but any religion is good as long as you stay away from sin and do good in this world. Man, you're right, Sean. Yeah, facts on that, man. Facts on that. Look, yeah, the street life does seem rather enticing, but yes, there is a lot of yeah, he says I see you got a WWE belt in your room. Yes, along with my Muay Thai state title trophy right there as well, right? And this is also a Taekwondo medal that I won back in the days. There's a date on it right there. Look, this is how long I've been in martial arts, right? That's 2 years of training. right? 1997, right? And then I did Taekwondo, wrestling, and then I came out here. I competed in Muay Thai, got into MMA, trained with some top guys from Team Alpha Male. So, you know, and here I am talking some fights with you guys. Let's hear what Yousri has to say.
All right, I guess I got to do a lot more. That's why I started to climb the ladder here, and I'm happy with the start.
Well, you fought a fantastic fight. Congratulations.
Yeah. All right, Canada. I want to see if you want to do something for a little boy named Sammy go through hard times in Netherlands. Everybody, he's a big fan of movie 300. You all seen it? Remember when they say, ahoo, ahoo, ahoo? Let me test that, if you guys want to do that with little Sammy. Canada, what is your profession?
Sean asked, no, I don't, but I'm extremely athletic. I'll tell you that, right? I'm extremely athletic. He says, you're too humble, man. You always forget to mention you trained TJ Dillashaw. Yes, that common thing that we always talk about, how I have trained with TJ Dillashaw. So the overall joke is that I'm the one that trained him or something like that. But in a way, it does make sense because I am older than him, right? Maybe by a couple of months, but still, yes. So this is me, Sean, this is me training at 104-degree weather at my house right now. Oh, if you have PS5, okay. I'm more of an Xbox guy, honestly. Yeah, Paris is bad, and London, Birmingham. Oh, yeah. You've been to Birmingham before. He says, Rob versus Jan, who is your favorite? I'm going to go with Marab on that one. He says, yeah, Paris is so bad. Yeah, I've been to Paris when I was 16 years old, I believe. Let me see if I can pull this one up right here. You know what? Hold on. Let me show you this. Where is this thing? All right, so he says, I never liked Xbox that much. Controller was too big and fat. He says, New York, Chicago, Compton, which is worse of these places? Paris, London, or Birmingham? So New York, okay, so I'm going to rate that one. Okay, Chicago is right up there. I'm going to put Chicago right up there. New York as number 2 and Compton is number 3. I'm going to tell you why. Because what we got going on in California right now is what you would classify as true organized crime, okay? Now, why do I say that? Because everything that happens here in California is done through the gangs, right? So if somebody's going to get hit, there is a good reason for it. If somebody's going to get unalived, there is a good reason for it. Whereas in Chicago, they will literally slide on the ops for somebody looking at you the wrong way, which is what makes them worse. New York is right up there. They kind of emulate a little bit of the crime organization that the Blood and Crip, Norteño, Sureño system of California. But at the same time, they also have a lot of reckless and rogue elements within their organized crime circles. But yes, so that is how I rate it for America. Chicago #1, New York #2, Compton #3, because of the calculated risk assessment that the organized crime organizations take here as a result of that. Is Chicago safe for tourists? No. I'm going to be honest with you. No, it's not. No, it is not. If I was to go to Chicago, right, I would probably have to call up, you know, two homies of mine that I know personally, right? There's only 2 people that I know that are in Chicago, and I know them personally, right? Both of them don't know each other, but yes, there's only 2 people that I would not go to Chicago unless I don't call these people. Because they're tapped into the Chicago world. It's a very dangerous world. So, okay, Paris, London, or Birmingham. London, I'm going to put up, no, Birmingham is, no, Paris is worse, right? Because there's a different crime element that they have going on. And then London, #2, so Birmingham, #3, yeah. He said, I made a friend there, he's Latino, but he said it's not as dangerous, only if you look for trouble, you get in trouble, he said. Yeah, but you know what, Sean, listen, just judging by the character that you are, your background, and just from the small information that I gather out of that, right? And then you're an Irishman on top of that. You don't drink, but that's good, so you don't got this liquid courage thing going on where you're going to get yourself into some serious heap of mess. But there are people out there that are going to want to test you. And if you are who you say you are, and you are from everything that I just gathered out of you, I don't think you're going to take shit from anybody. And as a result of that, you are going to get into something. So Krona says, keep voting Trump. Okay, what is that in reference to Kronos? But overall, your friend is correct, though, for the most part. But I like to err in the side of caution. You dig? So, all right. So right now we got Luciano versus Oliveria in the card right now. Says, I agree. I would avoid trouble. I made some bad decisions, mostly through alcohol. He says, if I don't drink, I think I can think clearly and make good decisions. Yeah, so okay, in that regard, I think you'll be fine. Griffin says, yo, what's up, brother? Hello, man. How are you? How are you, Griffin? Let me know what part of the world you are from. I think this is the first time that I've seen you here. And if not, let me know if you've been here before. But yeah, man, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are covering this UFC event right now. He says ice for everyone. Okay, well, what is that in reference to Toby Price? Are you for ice? By the way, check it out, right? In my Ronda Rousey video, right, the ice thing came up when the ice commercial came up while I was talking about Rousey's beef with Donald Trump back in 2015. Kings F the world. Okay, Griffin says it's republicanism. It was just, oh, got it. Okay. Shout out to you, man. Okay, yeah, gotcha, Republicanism, gotcha. Republicanism is just my handle. Got it. Okay, shout out to you, Griffin. Hope everything is good with you, my man. Sean Boy says it's easier in Chicago. They got no guns. They got guns, no messing around. Yeah. Yeah, Connor brandished Mac 11 before, and I believe that it got confiscated by the Garda, right? I don't know if you remember that case, Sean, but yeah, Connor was rolling around with, you know, with some heavy switches on him, bro, you know, and then, you know, the Garda came and raided his house real fast and took that. You know, they don't let you have no guns in, you know, in no European Union state. You know, you remember me? Of course, my man. Yes. Sean Boy says, I think ICE is good and bad. Okay, care to elaborate on that? I think I kind of agree with you on that, Sean Boy. But yeah, please care to elaborate with me on that. Since Donald Trump is in power, can people claim asylum? Oh, you mean in the United States? There are countries in the world that are offering asylum. I believe Canada is offering asylum to Americans because of the political turmoil that Donald Trump, you know, caused against Canada. Ghana, which, by the way, is a very Afrocentric state, right? They want to invite a lot of Black Americans to come in. You know, they sort of work with an asylum, you know, type of program. Afghanistan, who, by the way, is ran by the Taliban, a known enemy to the United States, is also offering asylum, from what I understand. He says, okay, do you remember me? Okay, he's asking other people. Yes, but I do remember you, you know, Griffin, as Republicanism. Yes, yes. Hate Love says, hey, man, how are you? Shout outs to Hate Love, one of my members, member on my members only stream. Shout outs to you, my man. Sean Boy says, a lot of people he got rid of are bad people, but what if you're good and you're trying to feel problems in your country and you're not trying to, okay, I think what you're trying to say, you're not trying to cause problems in a country, but then again, they can't help everyone. That's a very good point, Sean. You know, Griffin says, to answer your question, asylum seeking is legal. Asylum seekers must be in the U.S. or port of entry. I think the people that do get asylum are Ukrainians, obviously. That's a big portion of people that will get that. By the way, that's the end of the second round right there with Oliveria and Luciano right now going into the second round as we are talking politics. Because not only do we cover mixed martial arts fights here, we also talk politics, because why would I allow this channel to be boring with just nothing but kicks and punches when you can talk about a wide range of things, right? And covering the fights as well at the same time. And you'll never meet any MMA streamer that has a kind of ADHD that I have that will cover both and will do both at the same time. And yeah, he says, I heard Trump is considering letting asylum seekers from Europe come who oppose mass immigration. Ah, okay. Okay, so Trump is really trying to bring in some right-wingers here. Okay, I see the game play in that. Okay, very interesting to say the least. All right. So here we go, round number 2. Yeah, that's interesting stuff right there, Sean Boy. You know what I mean? I could see Trump actually doing that. Because look, you got to understand something about Trump, right? He's pro-white. I mean, I know a lot of people on the Republican side don't want to like to, you know, admit that, but he's pro-white. The man is 80 years old, or is about to be 80 years old in June. He comes from that era where white folks looked out for the interests of other white folks. Now look, am I mad at it? No, but we got to understand who he is as a person. And it's a little more than just being pro-white. There's the aspect of, Well, I mean, you could argue that too. I mean, considering the fact that he gave his life to the Blue Jays and the Little Hats, you would imagine that he's not all that pro-white as you would think. He says, I don't think he is racist. You don't think Trump is racist? Okay. I don't hold that view as well, right? I don't think that he's a racist as well, but he does have certain policies that he applies. He does have certain language and certain vernaculars that he uses that sort of tilts on those lines, but his actions otherwise may not necessarily reflect it. Hate Love says, Salam, bro. How are you? I'm good, thanks. A few more days till I'll be back home and better Wi-Fi. This Canadian Wi-Fi is weird. I don't understand it. Oh, wow. Okay, so you're in Canada right now. Wow, how about that? You're in Canada while the UFC is in Canada right now. Are you watching the fights, by the way? Not necessarily live, or I don't know if you are. But yeah, let me know what part of Canada you are at right now, my man. Sean Boy says, he said Islam hates us before. Yeah, see, so that's what I'm saying, right? He says that, but yet Trump opens a Qatari base in Idaho. How weird is that? Right? Never in the history of America, of American military, did they ever allow a foreign military to have a base here. I mean, look, the Qataris have a base in Idaho, right? How come the British don't have a base in the United States? How come the French or these other NATO allies of the United States, why don't they have one? Israel doesn't even have a base in, well, they do. Israel does have a military base in the United States. You know where it's at? Washington, D.C. Oh, did I say something offensive? All right, here we go. Round number 2 between Oliveria and Luciano. He says, does Washington have ghetto areas? Oh, it certainly does. Yes, it certainly does. However, with the overstep of Donald Trump to bring in military troops in there, I think that was a bit of an exaggeration, right? Like, it is ghetto. Like, a lot of America is ghetto, to be honest with you, right? Most cities in America are ghetto, even if they have affluent areas. But is it enough for you to send the Marines there? I don't think that's the case here. Victory says, what up, Hate Love? TKO says, you have to bend over to the colonial masters to get the White House backdoor keys. Ask Salman bin Mohammed bin Salman. He's bent over a few times. He's a taker than a giver. A true story. Huh? Okay, very interesting. E. Cowder says hi. Shout out to you, E. Cowder. Let me know what part of the world you are from. And yes, very good observation there, TKO. Very astute observation, as a matter of fact. All right, so there's a takedown right there by Luciano, right on top of Oliveira right now in a half guard position. Sean Boy says, have you been to Delaware, my friend? Went there. Is it any good? Yes. Driving from Washington, D.C., New York, New Jersey, you will pass by Delaware. Yes, I have been to Delaware. Yes, sorry, correction, Mohammed bin Salman. Yes, I know exactly who you meant. Yes, so Mohammed bin Salman appointed Turki al-Sheikh, right? And by the way, I did a video on it. You guys could go check it out. I sort of go into the history of Turki al-Sheikh. Also, Canelo, how he's going to destroy Canelo's career in the long run. He says Delaware was the first state. Yes, Turki al-Sheikh. Delaware was the first state. Was it the first state? Yes, I believe it was. Yes. Yes, Delaware was the first state doing so, which was 1787. This action earned its nickname as the first state. So Delaware was the first state. Pennsylvania was second. New Jersey was number 3. Georgia was number 4. Connecticut was number 5. Massachusetts, so on and so forth. All right, so here we go. Round number 3 right now. Sean Boy says he also went to Kentucky and went to the first KFC that opened there. Wow. Okay, so that's quite a historic landmark right there, I would say, right? Yeah, if you're in California, try In-N-Out Burger, right? That's a big thing that everybody here, you know, always talks about is In-N-Out Burger. So Sean Boy says some of the houses he's seen in Delaware look like houses in the UK, he said. Yeah, haram, brother, haram. Why it looks like some of the houses in the UK? Because the East Coast has remnants of the Victorian era, right? That is why a lot of East Coast American homes and buildings look like infrastructures from the United Kingdom. Whereas in the West Coast, a lot of the roof tiles that we have, Spanish textile, Mediterranean Spanish descent, right? Mexican influence, which obviously is Spain in a nutshell. And yeah, that is a difference between the coasts, right? The West Coast is influenced by the Spanish. The East Coast is influenced by the Old English guard of, which is why they called Boston, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, all that area is New England. Savachi Financial says, F. Andrew, where is his royal title at? Oh, yeah, that's right, man. He got his royal title stripped, and I think that may have something to do with the Epstein files, right? You see, even though this Epstein file is classified right now, there have been British intelligence that were probably privy to the fact, and then they informed King Charles, like, hey, Your Majesty, this is what we found about your brother. He's a creep. Next thing you know, he got his title taken away. So, Victor says, ICE always wanted to try In-N-Out. Okay, In-N-Out is in Oregon, too. Yes, okay, if you're in Dublin, try Leo Brodick. Okay, I will check that out. Republican Van says, can you mod me? You want to be mod? Okay. We'll do that. All right, we'll do that right there. There we go. All right, so you have been mod, Republicanism Vance, 2028. Okay, and then there it is, man. There is the tap out right there by Luciano. Luciano gets the tap out at the same time that Republicanism is now being modded. So there you go. Sean Boy says, you should come to Ireland. You would love it, bro. Oh, for real, man. You know, I got love for the Irish, bro. I heard Epstein files, they won't release them. I'll tell you why they won't release them. Are they a book with crimes written down? So, I think it has a lot of pedophilia involved, right? With a lot of innocent victims. And I think that is a big reason why they don't want to release the files. I think that's a big reason behind it, right? Because there's innocent people that are involved, and they don't want any of these innocent people to, you know, deal with the repercussions of being embarrassed or being outed. So, okay. Savachi Financial says, King Charles stripping titles like Dana. Yeah, for real, man. He really is. You know, his son got his title stripped as well. Harry, now Andrew, and a whole bunch of other people, too, that are not, like, really high-profiled people. Who is your favorite fighter? Right now, man, you know what? I don't have one in MMA, but I do have one in boxing, right? I would say Terrence Crawford is my favorite fighter in boxing right now. Him and Hamza Shiraz. I would say are my two favorite boxers. But in MMA, man, I wouldn't say I have a favorite MMA fighter because there's just so many that are so good right now that it's very difficult, right? It's very difficult to say. In boxing, there's a lot of good people as well, but I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan of Usyk. You know, yeah, I'm not a big fan of Usyk. He says bandwagon. He says, what countries have you been to? Oh, brother, too many to mention. Too many to mention, you know, the countries. Obviously, I was born in Libya, lived in different countries in Asia, lived in the United States, have been to Europe several times, different Middle Eastern countries, a few South American countries, well, Mexico being one of them. Yeah, man, a lot of places. Says, is that one that is in his late 30s? That one that's in his late 30s, Republicanism. Who do you mean? Are you talking about? Are you talking about Terrence Crawford? He says Pakistan runs boxing. It seems that way. Well, with Hamza Shiraz as the leader of that right now, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so right now. In that regard, yeah, with Hamza Shiraz, most definitely. All right, so we got Santos versus Barlow. All right, Sean Boy says, why does Europe have human rights and is usually not so corrupt while South America and Arab and Asian countries are the opposite? Well, okay, I'll tell you why, right? Because whenever you're dealing with a third world element, right, there's a reason why they are third world in and of itself, right? The reason why is because they've had their resources drained from colonial forces before, and as a result of that, it sort of created this this cause and effect situation where now people have to fight for survival, and as a result of that, people are prone with a higher propensity to commit crimes or corruption as a result of the circumstances in the environment. Savachi Financial asks a very important question here. Why did Europe genocide the Jews? Well, there you go. That's a very interesting question. So that's why everyone wants to come to Europe. Yes, that is the reason why a lot of people like to come to Europe, is because, look, their country has been shattered by Western forces, and as a result, these are the actions and the reactions that they have to take as a result by means of survival. So, all right, so Memphis, Tennessee's own Barlow is walking out right now. All right, so this is going to be a middleweight contest right here. Sean Boy says, if I commit a crime in Europe, I will be treated fairly, see a judge, get a fair trial, get clean food in prison. In other parts of the world, I can get little to no food in prison. There you go. I will say that the Europeans have a much more, man, look, I hate to say this, but it's like, if there's a place in the world where you're going to commit an unaliving, it better be in the UK or in Europe, or more importantly in Finland, right? But then again, yeah, and then get beaten by prison guards daily and probably not get a fair trial. Yeah, you know what, man, Europe, yeah, I'm not going to say that, yeah, you know what, their system is a little bit more fair, and sometimes a little too fair, right? Which kind of takes away the element of punishing. But there you have it. So, all right, man. We got a middleweight matchup right now with Jourdain Santos taking on Danny Barlow. Sean Boy says, and get left for years for such a little crime and probably die from lack of food or disease. He says, I agree with you. Yeah. They seem a lot more humane because I don't know what it is, right? I think that they view punishment a little bit differently. They view crime as something that they have to rehabilitate in some kind of way. Now, I know there's elements of America that sort of see it like that, but you also kind of see why there's lighter prison sentences in blue states such as California. All right, here we go. Brasilia, Brazil. Says, maybe one day I can come to Cali and train with you. Inshallah, brother. That would be awesome, man. All right, so here we go. Round number 1 between Santos and Barlow right now. Middleweight matchup. Sean Boy says, I'm currently saving for America and stop drinking to do that. Okay. Okay, hopefully you don't relapse when you come to the United States, because you know what, man, not that I would know anything about it. Well, I sort of do in a certain way, but there's a huge drinking culture in America, and yeah, man, any recovering alcoholic on a holiday from Europe would probably have to face those temptations in some kind of way. It's going to take a while, but a little discipline now will be worth it in the long run. Okay, he says, I agree with you, brother. Thanks. All right, so here's Santos right now throwing up a Muay Thai stance, feeling each other out in the middle of the cage right now. 420, 419, 418, 417. That's the risk, bro. It's hard. Yeah, facts. Very true. Very true. Sean Boy says, sometimes I wish I was born in a Muslim country while alcohol is illegal. Man, I tell you what, man. It's, look, I think a lot of people now are waking up to how bad alcohol is for you, right? You ever notice a lot of people nowadays are talking about how there's less alcohol consumption now than there was before. And you know what? I think that element also has something to do with how broke a lot of people are nowadays. That could be an element that maybe a lot of people don't take into consideration, because they do throw that fact a lot, right? Well, this generation drinks less than the previous generation. Victory says, yeah, like we said, it's tough here. It's something you struggle with because everything revolves around alcohol. Yeah, it definitely does. You know what? I've had jobs before where we've had company meetings or company gatherings in places with alcohol. So you know what I did as a result? I just decided, you know what? I'm not going to partake in this, right? Well, what did you do? Well, I don't know. I ordered coffee. He says, yeah, what leads you to believe less people are drinking? Oh, no, a statistic that that somebody, you know, had made, right? Some sort of CNN statistic or something that I seen online, one of these shorts, right? I don't really know the exact, what do you call it? A study behind it, or actual data and metric measurements, but You know, if that is so, I mean, you know, I guess that there's some explanation to it. Then Sean Boy says, I agree. Its use is hugely declining in Ireland, as it was on the news. I think the price plays a big role, and the companies asked the government to reduce the alcohol tax, and they didn't. Okay, and more young people here want to be healthier, and people are starting to know it causes cancer. There you go. Joshua says, put yourself in a painting, panning for gold, and we call it niner. I don't understand what you mean by that, Josh. Yeah. You got to elaborate a little bit more on what you mean by that. All right, there's a kick right there by Barlow. Okay, 1-2 shot by Santos. Oh, the picture behind you. Okay. Put yourself in a painting, panning for gold. Oh, okay. So panhandling, and we'll call it a niner. Okay, because you, okay, I think, is it San Francisco maybe? Is that why? Okay. Okay, there's a nice knee right there by Barlow. Victory says you're right. What was that in reference to? Just so I can get the context of what you mean by what is right. Supposedly, only 54 adults of today's are drinking nowadays. Yeah, man. I would imagine that's making a lot of alcohol companies, worried, right? But at some point, people figure out, it's not it's not good. So I mean, the literal poison, right? Just absolute literal poison. Ooh, Drew Dober is in this card. All right, man. That's always something to look forward to. Yeah, I don't really care about the Manon Farot fight, to be honest with you. I don't really care about most of these women's fights, but the Marlon Vera and Aieman Zahabi fight, yeah, I care about that. When did you stop drinking, Kyrie? Oh, man, way long ago, man. Long time ago. I mean, a few times I've, dabbled here and there, but realistically, I don't think I've had a drink in over 10 years, to be honest with you, right? Like, yeah. Put yourself in a painting, fishing, and we call it mini now. Okay, cool. Oh wow, for the strawweight championship between Jandaroba, strawweight championship. Wow, and Mackenzie Dern. How about that? That's a title fight. Oh, there's a good left hand right there. All right, so far just been a kickboxing matchup between them. He says the beard suits you, looks good on you. Thank you, my man. Thank you on that. Oh, what is that? Okay. He says, Sean Boy, you know what's funny? Asians from Shandon, Japan never have beards. I don't know why you can I don't know why. I don't know why. Can you tell me, please? I don't know, man. You know, it's a combination of two things, right? Either they can't genetically grow it like the way, you know, Semites, Europeans, and sub-Saharan Africans can, or, I mean, that is a huge factor of it. But there are some that can grow it, but some choose not to because, you know, they just have a different cultural way of looking at it, right? Like, I guess, you know, they like the men looking smooth or whatever. Maybe that has something to do with that. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. It's a little bad connection here. Joshua says, paint yourself in a picture being abducted by a UFO. We call it fire at the beach. Okay, very interesting. He says, Sean says, you're a dude. He says, Sean, mind your own business. Yeah, I mean, a weird thing to say, Jamie, but, you know, that's why I'm not even acknowledging you because, yeah. Well, I mean, that's sort of a preference, isn't it? You know what I mean? I've had, you know, not had a beard before. You know, in comparison to having a beard, I mean, you know, it's he says I wouldn't let my boyfriend have one. Okay. Did he ask? Well, I get, you know, it's the internet, right? People want to just, you know, come out and say anything for whatever reason. And hey, listen, it's all in you know, in the realm of entertainment. He says his name is Eric. Eric, huh? Hold up. His name is Eric. So, oh, Barlow is knocking. He's gonna knock out Santos right here. Ooh. Says my boyfriend is home from college. Okay. You need God, bro. No disrespect. Says, Sean, keep your face shut. Jamie, find Allah or Jesus. Well, you know what? Jesus is the messenger of Allah. So there you go. Ooh, oh. This is a good fight right now. Paint yourself, surf it. In a way, we call it cowabunga. Eric is over 6 feet tall. Well, I'm 6 feet tall to be exact. So, oh man, he just rocked Barlow right now. This is a good fight right now between Barlow and Santos, man. Oh, wow. They're going... Oh, wow. This is Forrest Griffin. This is a Forrest Griffin, Stephan Bonner type of fight right now. Yeah, some weird things going on in the chat right now, but, you know, absolutely welcome it. Victor says, whose CA was Sean? He's probably 12. Josh says, how much did you put on the fight? Yeah, I don't bet, brother, so, you know, you're going to have to ask, you know, a real gambling site for that. So, after this fight, I'm going to show you what the streets of Vancouver is starting to look like right now. You got a DVD to throw, he said. A DVD? A DVD? I don't understand. What about a DVD? By the way, Paulie Malignaggi is boxing bare knuckle today. So, what is it? Sean Boy says, I remember this Jamie guy. He came in here before. He said, you got a DVD to throw. He says, I hope I won't have to visit you to collect your debt. Interesting. Oh, wow. Okay, now they're swinging back at it right now. He was trolling. Yeah, Sean Eric is on his way. What is his last name? What is Eric's last name? Okay. How much Bitcoin have you farmed this year? I'm not much of a Bitcoin guy, to be quite honest with you. Jamie, you still got that DVD to throw. I don't understand what you guys are talking about with DVDs here, right? Like some real cryptic language going on here, as I would imagine. He says, I'm excited to see the Zahabi fight. I think Faraz is one of the best minds in the sport. Yeah, he is, bro. And you know what? And we're going to put that to the test with Aieman Zahabi fighting Marlon. What is it? What is Semitic language? What is a Semitic language? You mean Semitic language? All right, so the striking numbers right now, 77 out of 151 for Barlow. That's quite a high percentage. Cryptic. Oh, you said cryptic. Yeah. When you guys are talking about DVDs, yeah, I don't understand what you mean by that, right? Back in the days, you know, for any of the trappers out there, when they said DVDs over the phone, they meant that they were like pushing some crack or some coke or something like that. You know, like, hey, oh, there's a knockdown right there by Santos on Barlow. Barlow is down on the ground. We got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the third round right now. Did someone use DVD for crack? No. What they did was they used it as a code when they were talking on the phone. You know, just in case your phone was tapped or whatever, you know, some people would use DVDs as a code word for the product. No, I think he meant throw a DVD like a movie disc at me. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, yeah. Okay, there's Santos right on top. All right, so now Santos has the back of Barlow's right now. Sean says, do you remember when he came in here before and said you got a DVD to throw and just left? Yeah, vaguely, my man. You know, I've done over 100 live streams now, way over 100, close to 1,000. I can't remember all of them. Sorry, I remember him from the phrase, it was a random and weird. Yeah, sorry if I don't remember. You know, I'm you know, it's part of being, you know, a 1,000 video veteran. By the way, I'm closing in on my, you know, 1,000th video. I have 977 videos so far, and yeah, we're getting close, man. We're getting close. So I'm gonna be dropping some videos for sure to you know, get right on that number. And in the meantime, yeah, check out the new videos that I have out right now. So, all right, so 20 seconds left into this fight right now with Santos and Barlow's. Oh, man, swinging wild for the fences on that one. All right, so there it is, man. That is the end of that round. So in the meantime, while we wait for that fight to conclude with the judges' scorecard, let's take a look at Vancouver's drug problem that is going on right now. Here we go. Had to add that in there to... all right, here we go.
It's a high-stakes middleweight showdown later tonight as Reinier Jourdain looks to extend his dominance.
Yes, so all drugs are legal in that area. Like, you could literally do any drug in that area of East Hansing, Vancouver. Okay. All right. Now let's take a look at and see who the winner is of this fight right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the scorecards. All 3 judges see it. 29-28. Your winner by unanimous decision, Jourdain Submits. Huge life moment for Jourdain.
All right. So Santos wins.
He does so after taking huge punishments. Turned it around in round 2.
All right, so there it is, man. Santos wins by decision. All right, so there it is. On to the next fight. Yeah, so we're still in the prelims right now. Next fight is Bruno Silva versus Song. All right. So Silva versus Sung is right now. He says, wow, I had no idea it was that bad. I also didn't know drugs were completely legal. Crazy. Yeah, man. Yeah, hey, listen, that is the politics of Justin Trudeau for you in a nutshell, right? I mean, it's a liberal country. It's a liberal state. It's a liberal part of Canada. On top of that, you know what? It is actually considered literally the best city to live at in the west coast of North America, which also includes America as well. That also includes Seattle and California and Oregon into that list. So there you have it, man. Supposedly the best city in the world, or at least the best city in that hemisphere to live at, and that is the condition that they are living at right now. So very unfortunate indeed, you know, very unfortunate. But all right, man, we await Park to enter the octagon right now. Wow, so Bruno Silva coming off of a loss against Joshua Van. Really tough schedule on his part.
this particular matchup is Park does like to stomp, move forward, try to box it before he mixes in his wrestling. And let me tell you, Bruno Silva don't mind that one bit. You want to come in and you want to exchange punches, he is more than willing to engage.
All right, so there's Bruno right now walking into cage, doing a little bit of a cartwheel there. Leandro says more Brazilians than Canadians on this card. That's true, right? And it is within the close proximity to South America that sort of gets them there a lot quicker than, let's say, the European, or in this case, the Asian talent, right? The talent that's from Asia, which is Sung Park right now. All right, so here we go. The fighters are about to be announced right now. 10-1, South Korean, Young Sung Park. Leandro says, you're right, Kyrie. Hope your picks are spot on. Mine are not. Yeah, I didn't really make picks for this fight, to be quite honest with you. He says, stupid autocorrect. Yeah, it's all good, man. No problem. All right, so here's Bruno Silva being announced right now. All right, so now round number 1 is about to commence. All right, round number 1. Okay, there's a leg kick right there by Park. Overhand right misses. Silva faking the pump jab. Low kick by Silva. Faking the jab again. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Silva. Switching stances by Silva right here. Okay, now Park shoots in for a single leg, gets the single leg takedown, brings Silva right down on the ground, and there is Park right there looking for a Dagestani figure 4 leg, as he has Silva locked up against the fence right now with a body lock position while Silva's trying to get up. Maintaining Silva down. Victory says, do you see the UFC is being accused of buying views for their BJJ events? Yes, I saw that. You know what? I know a lot of people that buy views, that buy subscribers. It's crazy, man. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Like, I don't know. I guess, you know, whatever helps you sleep better at night, but it is YouTube behind the analytics that knows what you are doing, and as a result, you know, paying you or not paying you for what you are worth. So, yeah. But I think they did that. This is sports commentary. Yes, it is. DJ, what exactly do you expect this to be? This is sports commentary, you said. In reference to me talking about these fights, yes. Well, they use it to get sponsors. That's also another thing, right? In Kick and in other stream platforms, if you do have the numbers, it's worth the squeeze in terms of investments from the sponsors, even though there's really nobody behind anything. It's the weirdest thing ever, but with YouTube, it's way harder to do that, right? Which is why I don't do it. I wouldn't do it at all with any other streaming platform, to be honest with you. All right, there's an uppercut right there by Silva. Schaub did it for his comedy special. Is that right? Is that right? Brendan Schaub did that for, oh man, that doesn't surprise me. All right, there's a 1-2 shot. There's a low kick right there by Park. And Korea has certainly made themselves a staple of MMA right now, right? Shouldn't be that surprising considering that Korea has had a huge Taekwondo culture over the years, right? And let me show you my connection with the Korean people right here, right? So when was this? October 11th. Wow. Okay, so that was 1 week ago. It was the anniversary of that, October 11th. How about that? How about that? And October 11th was UFC Rio, from what I understand, right? Wow. Yeah, no, it was last week, October 11th. That was 1 week ago. Amazing. But yeah, man, buying views and buying bot subscribers is the social media influencer version of taking steroids. All right, that's the end of round number 2. Round number 1. Round number 2 coming up. Hold on a second. Excuse me for just a second. I got to mute up and make a phone call, okay? All right, man. So big swing from Silva. He knocks down Park on that one. Okay, now he's looking for front choke right now. Third most knockdowns in UFC's flyweight history. So actually Financial says Schaub will do anything for his comedy special. For real, you know what, man? Listen, Schaub is not a very good comedian, right? The only reason why he has a fan base in comedy is because of his fight career, right? He's one of the boys. He's an MMA guy, so we support him. But we don't look at Brendan Schaub as like a Dave Chappelle or even a Joe Rogan type of comedian, right? The fighter and the kid sound chomp. Yeah, sounds chomo. The fighter and the kid sounds chomo. It does kind of, right? but the kid is a 58-year-old man, right? His co-host Brian. So in a way, it's not really that chomo-ish. If anything, right, I think Brian probably groomed Brendan Schaub from when he was a teenager, right? He's like, yeah, you look like a big, strong kid. You know, I'm going to take you to the top, kid. You know, like one of them type of things. You know what I mean? Like, Brian is one of them type of dudes, you know? Bruce, right, would you rather be Harry Potter or Arnold Schwarzenegger? Oh, man, neither. I would be neither, to be quite honest with you. Why a 58-year-old man calls himself a kid? He's a grandpa. That's what I'm saying, right? Yeah, they can't stand each other anymore. Yeah, what is up with that, Victory? Let me know, what do you think is the reason for their internal conflict that is going on right now? Do you just think that after a while, Brendan Schaub has exposed himself to who he is? Or is it that Brian Callen is an old man, that this is like just immature of him to deal with these kinds of things? What do you think? Who would win in a fight? You versus Harry Potter, no magic? Me, of course. I would kill Harry Potter in a fight. You know what I mean? Like, that's not even a question. With no magic on top of that? Yeah, of course it would be me. J.K. Rowling or Rousey? Rousey. Head movement. Hey, speaking of which, yeah, they got to have some head movement going on here. Ooh, there's some good uppercuts right there by Silva. This is a good fight so far. All right, man, there's an uppercut right there. Ooh, there's a shot right there. Single leg shot by Silva. He gets Park down with a takedown of his own. Park got a takedown earlier. Now it is Silva that got a takedown. Usually when you have two wrestlers, right? Oftentimes you're going to end up having a kickboxing or boxing match. When you have two non-wrestlers, it gets interesting because they end up taking each other down at some point, or maybe one is more dominant than the other in the wrestling exchanges. But right now, I think it's pretty even on the wrestling between these two right now, and this fight is ultimately going to be won through strikes. He says, stop the fight! All right, and now the third round is coming up right now. By the way, in between time, check this out. Amanda Nunes has finally become an American citizen. See, check out Amanda Nunes right there. Yes, yes, I am now an American citizen. Now I want to fight the Skyla Harrison Beach, okay? We fight now, you beach. I am now American citizen. I go nowhere. Amanda Nunes, best fighter in women's division. Best fighter now in America. There it is. Amanda Nunes. And look at that. The happy family. Oh, okay. It's not, you know, better not put the, yeah. You know what I mean? But, okay, here's Amanda Nunes right now. Yes, yes, I think I'm going to pass the test. I think I'm going to pass the test. Next thing you know, after I pass the test, yes, I am now American citizen. Yes, Lady Liberty. Okay, so Victor says, Schaub resents Callen for doing nothing to contribute besides showing up, and Callen is sick of Schaub being Schaub. Huh, well, what exactly does he want Brian Callen to contribute to? Look, I'm going to be honest with you, right? Look, I get this whole, you know, anti-California thing. Everybody's moving out of California. But look, man, if you're Brendan Schaub, it doesn't help you to move out of California. Look, it does not help me to move out of California, right? A lot of my connections and everything that I've established and built is all in California, right? It would not make sense for me to abandon California. Okay? Brandon Schaub, it's the same. Like, look, I understand why Joe Rogan did it. You see, Joe Rogan is a multi-millionaire where his location doesn't matter, right? If you're in a working class environment in the entertainment field, you need to be in California. And Brandon Schaub is not a multi-millionaire like Joe Rogan. He's in the working class bracket of the entertainment field. So he needs to be in California. Victor says, well, they're essentially running a business, man, especially when they were in LA with his studio. And here's the thing, right? If my platform was entirely dependent upon talent, like the way Ariel Helwani does, right? There's a reason why Ariel Helwani is in New York, right? Because there's a lot of fighters that come through New York, a lot of boxing promoters. That's why you see Eddie Hearn pull up there. He does a lot of boxing matchroom shows in New York, so he naturally pulls up there. A lot of fighters train out of New York. Obviously, Matt Serra, Ray Longo, Chris Weidman. Shout out to Chris Weidman and his upcoming boxing match with Silva. But you need to be in those havens. Now, if I was highly dependent on that, I would need to live in LA, not Sacramento. Now, in Sacramento, obviously, there's a reputation of being an MMA town. That helps, right? What would I be if I left Sacramento? Right? What would I be? And then I think it was a bad move. Look, not everybody should move out of California. I understand why other people move out of California. When white people move out of California, it is because they don't want to deal with the taxes. When minorities move out of California, it is because they snitched on somebody. Oh, wow, there it is. Wow. Finishing touches right there. There it is, man. Silva gets a bulldog choke right there. That is awesome, man. That is awesome on the part of Silva. Okay. It was a bulldog rear naked choke, the way that he had him there. So let's take a look at the replay here. So he turns around on him, sinks it right in, and then gets it. Okay, so good. I'm glad that this fight was over, so we could talk more about this up until the next fight. Okay, so for now, let's talk about Brian Callen and Brandon Schaub. I'm going to add this into the timestamp as well. Okay, so in this segment right here, we're going to talk about... Yeah, can you guys still hear me all right? Just wanted to make sure that I'm being heard. Okay, so... Okay, good. Okay, we're good. We're good with the audio. All right. Okay, so Victory here says, Callen does the podcast twice a week. That's it. He's never been involved in anything else. So here's the thing, right? I know Brandon Schaub has his own Monday show that he does every time. He used to do it live, right? I don't know why he doesn't do it live anymore, but I guess, right? You know, if that's what he wants to do, you know, shoot it at night or shoot it in the day and then release it in the afternoon, and that's what he likes to do, okay, no problem. But the fighter and the kid show, I always thought was Brandon Schaub. Now, I get it. Brian Callen is a big part of that mix as well. Why would he not be? You know, considering the fact that Brian Callen brings in a comic relief, right? So this is the best way to put it, right? Obviously, Brandon Schaub, being the badass that he is, right? Former UFC heavyweight, former top 10 at some point, and some can argue if he was to fight today, he would be top 5. right? Based on just his skills alone. But again, it's heavyweight fighting, and with heavyweight fighting comes the heavy blows, the heavy shots, and with the heavy shots comes the unpredictability of things. But on paper, he is absolutely a dominant force in terms of his skills, the fact that he's a BJJ black belt, the fact that he's a former Golden Gloves boxing champion, the fact that he's a former athlete, I think NFL level, Division I, college level at that, on top of it, right? Yeah, very formidable athlete, right? So one can argue he's a badass. So he is the action star between him and Brian Callen. Okay, he's the action star. Brian Callen is the comic relief. Okay, I understand that. So you need two to tango, and it is called The Fighter and the Kid, not the fighter only, right? It's The Fighter and the Kid, meaning that the concept is a comedian, and with the comedian, you have the fighter. Okay, that's what they have going on. But does Brian Callen really need to be there all the time, right? And if so, okay, answer that question for me. Anybody in the chat, especially Marty, since you had brought it up, right? Does he really need to be there all the time? And if so, why? Right? And also, if for whatever reason he's not able to make it like that, is it because maybe Brian has other obligations, right? Let's take a look at the other obligations that Brian Callen has. Did you know Brian Callen is an actor? You guys know that, right? He's an actor for a television TV series. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I saw in one snippet of a clip where Brian Callen was playing a soccer coach. Now, I don't understand the full context behind that, or why he was playing a soccer coach, or what the story was about. Because remember, I don't watch regular network television. You know, that's not my thing. You understand? I don't watch normal network television. That is not my thing whatsoever. So, because of that, I don't understand what the story is, or what is going on, or to what extent. But what I'm saying is that he's a busy guy, right? He has other things going on. Now, look, here's the thing. Brandon is an accomplished fighter, but is he an accomplished entertainer? Okay, that is the question right there, right? Brandon Schaub is an accomplished fighter, but is he an accomplished entertainer? And the answer is no. So what does that mean? That means that Brian Callen has an insane schedule that he has to deal with. Okay, so it's an insane schedule that he has to deal with. So Victor says, I'm not saying how it should be or shouldn't be. Okay, so you're just basically giving the, objective, the objective outcome of, I guess what their, personal conflict is, right? You're just sort of, giving, yeah. By the way, guys, let me know if the next fight is already up right now, because, I kind of wanted to talk about this before the next fight comes up. Victory says, I just know Schaub is always talking about how Callen doesn't help with anything else. Yeah, okay, so here's the thing, though, right? Okay, that's what I mean. Can he really help him with that while he has all these other TV obligations going on, right? Like, I would imagine that would be a lot harder for Brian Callen to kind of, contribute in a way that he would want him to. Like, the contribution factor that he's asking for would probably be a little bit more difficult for him to, to come up with. And your initial question was why they don't like each other anymore. Okay, yeah. Look, You know what I think here? I'm going to leave it with this, okay, before we get back to the fights. Joe Rogan ruined Brendan Schaub's fight career. Can you agree with that? He ruined his fight career, but at the same time, he also gave him a comedy career, okay? And here's the thing about Brendan Schaub, right? We all know he's not the best comedian in the world, right? But why? Why do all the fight people, you know, go to his shows anyway? There's only one reason why. The reason why is because, you know, him being an alumni and him being a former fighter is the only reason why, you know, people support what he does. And once again, I told you guys, I don't think that he's necessarily, you know, the most capable comedian out there, right? I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not one to judge, you know, about comedy. I'm the last guy to judge about comedy, but I know what is funny and what isn't. You know what I mean? Like, I don't necessarily have to know comedy, but I know what funny is and what funny isn't. And the only thing that I can really say about Brendan Schaub is that he's funny looking, right? I'm sure you guys can agree with that, right? He's funny looking, but maybe that's the reason why he's funny or why it works. But intellectually, Brendan Schaub is not funny at all. No, he is not. Brendan Schaub is not funny whatsoever. Is the next fight coming up yet? Hold on a second. I think the next fight is about to start. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. There's already a knockout. Okay. Okay, so we're going to talk about the knockout. Victory says, Schaub's last special, Gringo Poppy, was the most unintentionally funny special that has ever been made. Yeah, I think, you know what that is? It's a person that thinks the inside joke of what they have going on in their life is funny. Look, it's funny, haha. You know, he's a white guy married to a Mexican girl, haha. There's cultural differences there, haha. Like, to other people, they understand why it's funny, but to Brendan Schaub, it's just nothing more than an inside joke. All right, so Aori gets a knockout on Gibson. Right? Yeah, man, that's crazy. I had literally, you know, had just missed that. I guess I got to check out the highlights of that one right here. All right, so here we go. Cody Gibson shakes his head. Obviously not the outcome that he was looking for. It was, yeah, so bad it was good. It was so bad it was good. How did he knock him out? By head kick. All right, there it is, man. Orishi Long gets a 21-second knockout. A 21-second knockout.
He's Chinese and I'm Korean, so I'm going to do my best to interpret this.
He says he's Chinese, I'm Korean, I'm going to do my best to interpret this.
But I know we spoke a lot about this fight.
Okay, he asked him, were you surprised that Cody was that aggressive in the fight? Wow, man, yeah, 21 seconds. Look at this. Okay, so it was a right hand. I'm sorry, it was not a head kick. It was a right hand. So as Cody was trying to go for a leg kick, he walks in like this. You see what I'm saying? So he goes in for, you know, one of those short little leg kicks, right, with the lead leg. Okay, and then as Cody was going for this, Kwon comes in, boom, like that, and so that's how he knocked him out with that one. So that was yeah, that was the result, and that's how he yeah, was able to get the knockout on that one. So yeah, man. Have you ever tried throwing leg kicks like Pereira? Well, I've thrown leg kicks, obviously, but in what way does Pereira throw leg kicks that's different than everybody else? Elaborate for me on that one. All right, man. So now we're getting into the juicier part of the card, which is Drew Dober versus Kyle Prepolec. He actually kicks with the ball of his ankles. He doesn't turn them over at all. So he basically doesn't, you know, he basically doesn't throw a lot of hip motion into it, is what you're saying. Yeah, doesn't use his shin. Oh, okay, got it. Kind of like a soccer, you know, like a pass. You know, when you're like passing a ball with soccer, kind of like that, right? Okay. All right, man, yeah, so this card is, you know, going down the list right now. All right, yeah, so we got Drew Dober up next. Izzy said his ankle is like a sledgehammer and his calf kicks hurt incredibly bad. Okay, yeah, Alex does have a special kind of built in him, right? You know, very, like, I don't know, man, it looks like he's just made out of, like, you know, bones and steel and all of that, you know, but yeah.
Question, is it true that Asian...
Yeah, wow, yeah, that is true, right? He did fight at heavyweight. Wow, man, yeah. All right, man. One more fight till the main card, and Kyle Prepolec taking on Drew Dober. All right, man. So I feel like Dober was on a track to make a good run a couple of years ago. I don't know what happened to him. Yeah, you know what, man? It's just what it is, isn't it? You know, like sometimes some fighters are in 50-50 positions. Some fighters have a capability of being a world champion. How would Drew Dober do against Dustin Poirier right now? Right? Like, I think there's a timing issue as well. I think that, I don't know, man. I feel like if Drew Dober wins tonight, I feel like he could probably beat the likes of Dustin Poirier. But yeah, Drew Dober's definitely fell off a couple of years for sure. Amanda Nunes is now American citizen. Yeah, he's lost his last 3. I think he could probably beat the current Poirier. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. How about this? Okay, Marines have wow. Okay, they have a new show coming out on Netflix in November 10th. But they already have one that took place in the 90s. It's called Boots, and it was, well, nothing. I thought Boots was a documentary. Yeah, it was kind of G-A-Y. Yeah. All right, so... yeah, who's this TikTok comedian that everyone was talking about? TikTok comedian Steve Bridges dies at 41. Who is that dude? Oh, wow. Look at this. This is a protest that's happening here in Sacramento in my home city right now. Let me show you guys this.
Oh, what a beautiful time of year to make it north of the border into Vancouver, British Columbia. The foliage is popping, and the fights inside of Rogers Arena have been pretty nice to look at as well. Through the first 6, and one piece of business on the prelims before our main card.
All right, so that's Sacramento today. What did he say here? Dang, Dober has been in the UFC since 2013. I didn't know he's been around that long. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. You know, real veteran of the sport, right? Just a lot of ups and downs that he's had going on. Yeah. Yeah, what are they protesting? It's the No Kings protest. It's basically an anti-Trump protest along with what do you call it, with you know, people on the other side of that as well. So all right, yeah, so Drew Dober versus Kyle Prepolec coming up right now. Oh, they're still doing that? Yup, yeah, they're still doing that apparently. Yeah, it's still an ongoing thing, yeah. You got to get down it. Well, you know what? So here's what it is, right? I'm in MMA content. Yes, I cover politics as well. But if I go out there and cover this, I won't be able to watch the fights. You know what I mean? It's a very difficult choice to make. Plus, listen, I'm also a 40-year-old man. You know what I mean? So even though I don't have a dog in the fight in either direction of those things, there's still inherent dangers that you ultimately have to deal with as a 40-year-old man in a protest that deals with a lot of youngsters. You know what I mean? So, but either way, I'm happy to be here with you guys nonetheless. If you went down there and got some interviews, it would do some great content. It would, but you know what, man? I'd rather just sit with the boys right now and watch the fights. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah. I'd rather sit with the boys and watch the fights right now. You know what I mean? You know, hey, you want to go out there and get in trouble, and you want to go sit with the boys and, you know, have some fun watching UFC. What do you want to do? You know, and then, yeah, man, I'd be missing out on this Drew Dober fight right now, man. What would I do with my life if I can't see Drew Dober fight? I mean, for crying out loud. Most knockouts in UFC history. Is that right, man? 10 first-round finishes. Black belt in Taekwondo. Yeah. All right, so there's Drew Dober right now, walking into the cage as we await the opponent, Kyle Prepolec. All right, here's Kyle Prepolec walking into the cage right now. All right, here we go. Now he's in the prep point right now. All right, here we go. 27 victories, 15 losses. Yeah, man, he's been around for quite a while. Obviously, not the most perfect record there is, but, you know, obviously, it's, you know, he's a veteran at the sport, so... All right, here we go. All right, so round number 1, Prepolec. Let me read what I don't know anything about this guy. Drew Dober is fighting. Fresh says, have you guys seen, or have you seen the guy who asked the protester, why are you protesting? The protester answers, because Trump is a liar. Interview asks, what about? Protester says, thousands of things. Interview asks, name on. Protester says, let me look it up. Fresh Melanju says they are paid actors or morons. Victory says probably a bit of both. Fresh says, is Victory 111 Miller? Is Victory 111 Miller? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's me. Changed the tags. Got it. Yeah. It is him. Yes. Okay, there's a leg kick right there by Drew Dober. Oh, there's a nice overhand right there, and cross by Drew Dober, throwing some hard shots here. He said, you should work for the CIA. You're changing names like mofo. All right, there's a high kick right there by Prepolec. Yeah, Prepolec is a local Canadian fighter, Miller, if you're wondering who that is. You know, obviously, you know, guys that are a bit of in the lower ranks of the 155 division, so... And we are just 20 minutes away from the main card, so... All right, there's Drew Dober with an overhand right. There's another overhand right by Prepolec. Just a low kick right there by Drew Dober. Okay, there's another low kick right there by Drew Dober. I think he's complaining of a cup shot. There wasn't really any of that. All right, there's a good low kick right there by Drew Dober. Drew Dober's doing pretty good with some low kicks. There's a Superman punch right on the inside, and you know, Prepolec doesn't really have the most Prepolec style, no pun intended there, right? Just very orthodox, seems kind of slow, not really particularly athletic in the way that he throws his strikes. But he is putting Drew Dober in the back seat right now as he is pushing forward. All right, there's a high kick by Drew Dober. Oh, there's a spinning heel kick by Drew Dober, but misses. I think he sort of caught on the forearm of Prepolec with that shot. 30 seconds left in the first round right now. 29, 28, 25, 24, 23. I'd probably give this first round to Drew Dober right now. Oh, there's a Superman punch attempt by Drew Dober. All right, and that is the end of round one. Did you guys look at the weigh-ins at the Farhat, Jasmine? Farhat has twice the wide waist, like it's a man fighting a little girl. Should be over in the first round. Oh yeah, Manon Farhat versus Jasmine. So when is that fight coming up? That fight is not the first one in the main card. That is the third fight in the main card. Okay, so after this we got Kyle Nelson and Matt Prevola. That's a good one. Bantamweight Charles Jourdain. Okay, he's always fun to watch against Davy Grant. There's another fun guy to watch. And then Manon Farhat and Jasmine Javidius. Okay. A lot of fights to look forward to, that's for sure. How about this? Steve Garcia at a 5-round main event. Wow, okay, November 1st. Probably an Apex card, I would imagine. All right, there's another spinning heel kick by Drew Dober. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Drew Dober. All right, there's a body kick right there by Drew Dober. Bit of a step-in hook right there. Victor says, I didn't see it, but I'm sure Kyrie is really looking forward to that fight. The Manon for... Yeah. You know, hopefully there is some action in that. I mean, look, every fight it's different, right? You know, for both men and women's fights, right? Some fights are more exciting, some are not. But the women's fight tends to be less exciting, to be quite honest with you. But it might be the exception to the rule. Again, you never know. All right. Okay, now, wow, okay, Drew Dober's foot is busted up like there's blood coming out of his foot. Wow, what is that? I know, I was joking. Yeah, what is that, man? He's got blood on his foot, man. Maybe he cut something open in his shins, and then his nose is busted up as well. Miller thought your Muslim side was going to say hell no. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of females worth watching, in my opinion. For sure. What was that? Dakota from PFL, right? Worth a while. Obviously, Kayla Harrison. Amanda Nunes is always a fun fight. So, you know, so shout out to her. Congratulations on her American citizenship. I believe she got that citizenship through marriage, but okay, still, a citizenship is a citizenship. A lot of you right-wing dudes are probably going to say, well, she did it the right way, damn it. Well, there it is. So, 2 minutes left in the second round between Drew Dober and Prepolec. Sean O'Malley is a fun girl fight. Well, all right. You know, I mean, if we're being serious here, a person's mannerism does not determine their gender, okay? Now, I understand you may think that he has a bit of a feminine posture to him. Nonetheless, he still fights in the men's division, and it is insufficient in the category that you put him in. Yeah, yes. Did you see the most recent Jon Jones Hebulla video fresh? Yeah. There's a high kick right there by Drew Dober. All right, there's an overhand right by Drew Dober. Says no, only the one where he submits Jon in the old one. Yo, MMA Guru seems to made a real stench about it. So, all right, here's Drew Dober with the takedown. Says, I'll check it out. Oh, wow. Okay, having a bit of a hard time with these single leg takedowns right there. Prepolec actually stuffed that one. Go watch the new one. You'll see why my head's... Go see why the head... Go see why had the stench. He made the stench. Okay, LOL. Go see why he made the stench. We'll react to it after this fight. We'll do that. Yeah? We'll react to it after this fight. In between the rounds, let me go get a drink real quick. Oh, wow. Hold on now. Drew Dober got knocked down right there in that last shot. Wow, look at the shin of Drew Dober. It is busted up right now, man. I don't know why, man. There's blood all over his shins right now. I don't know why. All right. He says, listen to Hebulla's reaction when someone tells him what's going on. All right, man. He's limping from that bleeding side of his left shin. So here we go. Round number 3, third and final round for this one. Okay, there's a high kick right there by Drew Dober. Oh, there's a low kick right there. Okay, so now we got an official timeout right there. All right, that is a bad low kick. It took me 3 times to see what was going on. Was it real or AI? You're talking about the Jon Jones video? All right, yeah, so that's a real ball kick right there by Drew Dober, and Prepolec is down on the ground just screaming in pain and agony. Now, look, Drew Dober is winning this fight, and there's not much time left in the third round right now. This could end in a disqualification. Okay, because right now, all right, it's been 1 minute since the official timeout. He has 4 minutes left, right? Most guys don't take the whole 4 minutes unless, of course, they really are hurt. And that's the thing. I don't know how you can really tell the difference anymore. Yeah, man, that is... did you guys see the Tupac AIs, man? It's kind of freaky. You know, the Tupac AI videos they got out right now. If I was the relatives of Tupac, I would be pissed, right? I mean, it just hits way too close to home. All right, Prepolec is still down on the ground right now, really milking the timeout right now. And then here's Drew Dober clapping it up, sort of encouraging the crowd so that Prepolec can get back in there and not get a disqualification, because quite frankly, Drew Dober is winning this fight. If he gets a disqualification due to the fact that Prepolec has decided he's not going to fight. What is this? What is the referee? Okay, so he wants to take the timeout all the way down to the last minute, and then he's going to make a decision. So right now the timeout has been... Okay, he's now past the halfway mark. The referee is trying to encourage him in a subtle way to get back into the fight. Prepolec is still walking around either legitimately really hurt from that ball kick, because again, some ball kicks are not equal, okay? Some hurt more than others. All right, so he's adjusting his cup right now. It is 3 minutes and 20 minutes into this timeout right now, and nothing has been happening other than Prepolec being encouraged to get back into this fight. He's taking a point away from Drew Dober. Drew Dober is now experiencing a point being taken away from him. What changed in between that? Wow, man. What about Drew Dober? Yeah, Folsom, Brian. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that, my man. All right, round number 3. Okay, they really went in on the time slot there, right? I mean, luckily this is the last. Ooh, there's Drew Dober right now with a high sense of urgency. Drew Dober is looking to finish. There's a single leg attempt, but stuffed by Drew Dober. Oh, Drew Dober is looking to finish right now. Wow, man, yeah, Drew Dober has to finish. If he doesn't, man, he's going to lose a point here. He can't afford to do that. Oh, wow, that's it. It's done. It is done. Drew Dober has finished Prepolec. Okay, so with all that timeout that he took, he's like, you know what? Take all of it, because I'm going to go and finish you, and that's exactly what he did. That is exactly what he did, man. Awesome job by Drew Dober. You know what? The timeout made Drew Dober a lot more fresh. And as he got fresh, he decided, you know what? I'm down on the scorecards. This referee took a point away that could alter my standings on this fight. So what did Drew Dober do in the process? He decided there's a sense of urgency here. I have 4 minutes to do it. After taking away 3 minutes of the timeout, and then Drew Dober finishes him due to a sense of urgency that Drew Dober had to finish this fight. Otherwise, he would have dealt with the handicap regarding points. I'm the only one on who's fresh, okay? Yeah. Well, when I said fresh, I meant that it kept Drew Dober fresh, because even though Prepolec wanted to take all the time out in the world, it was actually in the leverage of Drew Dober. All right, let's listen in.
Third round, you get deducted a point. You go out there and you finish the fight. How aware are you that you knew you needed a finish after those first 2 rounds?
Yeah, I knew we were 1-1, and so I had to win that third round. When the point was taken away, I knew I had to finish. I'm so sorry, Vancouver. I understand how awful that is to see your guy go out like that. But I just want to say thank you, everyone, for giving me the chance. I've been dealing with a lot in this camp, and I had to bring out that dog in the third round. And come next fight, we're bringing out the first.
Drew, do you sense the frustration of these people seeing that after the illegal blow, there was a long break and you were able to explode into the finish that you...
That's not what he said, my boy.
The frustration, but the urgency you showed needs to be commended.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I definitely know how it looks, but I can assure everyone that if you watch me fight again, I'm bringing that out in the first round, and we're not doing it after an illegal blow.
Drew, you're back in the win column. You've been in the UFC for a real long time. How good does that feel for the people watching and all the Drew Dober fans around the world?
Man, I've been dealing with a lot. I've been fighting killers every day of my life, and I try to put on shows for every single one of you in here, and I'm not stopping anytime soon. I'm getting older, wiser, and better, and we're going to do a better one next time around.
All right, so he's saying he's getting older, wiser, and better, and we're going to do a better one this time around. All right, so as we continue on with that, let's get back to the King's protest that is going on in Sacramento. Okay, let's go.
Croden started things off with a victory. These are the odds in the main card coming up. Plenty more reasons for this Canadian crowd to...
Okay, so this is in Sacramento, California, guys. Right down the street from me, literally. See, that's the Capitol right there. Downtown Sacramento. Islam Makhachev sent me what he said, so it must be true. Look at that, they are deep. Alright, so yeah, that's just pretty much it. It's just footage of people there, you know, at the No Kings protest. That's really about it. All right, man, so we're on to the main card now. We are now on to the main card of the evening. He said they should build an insane asylum around these people. It would solve a lot of problems, the protesters. I mean, you know, protesting is an American right, though. I mean, don't you think? Like, it's the right of every American to protest, right? Whether you like it or not. Now, the right wing guys, a lot of people are going to say, well, they don't have the right to protest. I say they do. Everybody has a right to protest, whether you're right, left, or center. So, but yeah, man. All right, man, we're close to the first fight of the evening, or the first, main card fight of the evening. They're just showing the grand opening right now. Says Sean Boy says, hey, I'm back. How are you, my man? Shout out to you, my man. Oh. This is good. You? Oh, very good, my man. Very good. We are now... You're back just in time for the main card, by the way. Who's winning the fight? Who's winning the fight? Well, all right. Let's do a recap then. In that regard, let's do a recap on the prelims going into the main card right now, shall we? Let's do that. Okay, so what do we got here? All right, so we are now in the main card, and we're going to recap the prelims, okay? And we're going to do that in 10 seconds. All right. So here we go, guys. We're going to go through the, oops. Here we go. Oh, where is that thing? Here we go. All right, a second. Let's go with 305. Okay, let's do that. 305. All right. I'm gonna start again. All right, so here we go. We are now in the main cards, but we are going to recap the entire prelims, okay? So, obviously, Drew Dober just defeated Kyle Prepolec. They took a point away from Drew Dober in the third round. The first and second round, you can argue who was winning the fight, but having your point taken away in the third round was detrimental to your potential win. Drew Dober acted with a high sense of urgency and got to finish Kyle in the process. Moving down the card, 21-second knockout against Cody Gibson. Aori versus Cody Gibson. Cody Gibson throws a lazy kick. You can't throw a lazy kick once they are so close to you within range. He goes in there, cocks him with a cross, finishes him. Okay? No, this one's going to be serious, so no Russian newsman on this one. Bruno Silva taking on Song Young Park. Song Young Park wins that one. Danny Barlow versus Santos. Santos wins this one. And Stephanie Luciano gets a submission. Fifth round. Looked like a rear naked choke, but got her with a bulldog choke from behind, right? A rear naked bulldog choke. That was all she wrote. Now, we are on to the main card right now. The main card we got for the first fight, the main card. Kyle Nelson, first fight, taking on Matt Prevola. Second fight, Charles Jourdain. Always a fun fight with Charles Jourdain. Davy Grant. And now we got Manon taking on Jasmine Javidius. And Marlon Vera versus Aieman Zahabi for the co-main event of the evening. Kevin Holland versus Mike Malott, fun fight. D. Ritter versus Allen. This was supposed to be Anthony Hernandez. Unfortunately, Anthony Hernandez is injured. Brendan Allen comes in. Doesn't really have the best chance considering it's not a long camp, but you know what? Long camps don't always win fights. He says, nobody is more serious than Russian newsman. You just wait and see how serious he is. Not even the U.S. dare to give Ukraine tomahawks. That's how serious he is. Awesome. All right, man. So there it is, man. Any predictions for the main cards, guys? Because I'm going with D. Ritter, Kevin Holland, Aieman Zahabi. 50-50 on Manon Farhat. That's I'm going with Jasmine on that one. I'm going with Davy Grant and Matt Prevola. I'm going to go with Matt Prevola. So there it is. That's my official prediction for the main card. He says, are you a Patriot better? What is a Patriot better? Explain to me exactly what that is. Yeah, explain to me what that is, my man. All right, man. First fight coming up soon. Yeah, what is a Patriot better? Explain what that is. You must have had a typo of some sort. So, yeah, you got to explain to me what that typo means, my man. He says only us and living in only U.S. and living in U.S. fighters you picked. Huh, is that what it was? I picked only U.S. fighters? Or I picked against them. I picked D. Ritter. I don't know if that's necessarily, yeah, you know, a hometown pick. I mean, obviously, Brendan Allen is the American fighter between the two, right? So, yeah. All right, man. Getting a little bit of some snacks. Did you pick Vera and Holland? Yeah, I'm going with Aieman, Zahabi, and Kevin Holland on that one. So those are, yeah, two contrasting picks. You know, one is American and one is a Canadian pick. So that's not necessarily American biased, is it? Is it, lad? But yeah, either way, you know, exciting matchups up ahead. I just think that the Manon Farouk fight was probably the one that, you know, sort of ruined the sequences of that card, I think, you know, so. All right, so they're just in a commercial break right now. So yeah, I stand corrected. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, why? You thought I only picked the American fighters? Is that why? Are you doing drugs again? No, man, this ain't got nothing to do with drugs, my man. I'm literally having a snack right now, right? And I don't think that it would be, you know, entirely appropriate for me to be eating in front of people, right? I never understood that concept, right? I never understood the concept of eating in front of people, right? Is it sugar in your snacks? No. I just have cheese, raisin, and almond. He says, so you're a closet eater. If that's what you want to call it, I would say so. Look, put it like this, right? What if I have an audience that is not, you know, necessarily in the best of situations right now? You know, borderline destitution or full-blown destitution. Right, dude, we can still hear you eat snacks. Yeah, that's perfectly fine as long as you don't, you know, I mean, you don't know what I'm doing, honestly. You know what I mean? Like, you think you hear what I'm doing, or you think that I'm confirming what I'm doing, but you know. Of course. Or worse, you guys ever ran across a homie that would, let's say, you know, go out to a restaurant or, you know, go out to a place to eat, and then you're the one who's not, you know what I mean? Like, they would just leave everyone out. He says, yeah, people fast for 5 days and even more. Podcasters should never eat or drink. Okay, sure. But what if your podcasting involves food? You know, like a foodie podcast of some sort. You know what I mean? All right, so Kyle Nelson is walking in to the cage right now. All right, here we go. Joe Martinez. But that's fine because the freaks watching that is seeking that content. It's on. He says it's unprofessional. That's fine because the freaks watching that is. You know what? You say that it's unprofessional, right? But I want you to put it like this, right? A lot of your favorite content creators are the most unprofessional people ever, right? What I did was set a precedence of professionalism to you guys based on what I learned, not just in the military, but in the corporate world, in the college preppy world, and everything in between, right? So I set that precedence for you. I mean, it's kind of like weird that, you know, you get called out for, you know, a precedence that you set and only to, you know, not necessarily, like, I don't know. I mean, it's, yeah, I've never seen Guru eat on the stream. Yeah, but that's MMA Guru. All right, round number 1. Matt Prevola versus Kyle Nelson. There's a leg kick by Matt Prevola. Real early on and real aggressive. Oh, there's a head kick right there by Kyle. I'm sorry, Matt Prevola. Oh, spinning back kick right there by Matt Prevola. Fresh says, imagine if I would start eating in a meeting with people at work. It's insane. Cash says, is it wrong for a man like myself to twerk in the shower while... yeah, it's a very GAY thing, my man, you know? Very weird thing. And by the way, for you to stand corrected, though, I have seen MMA Guru eat on a stream before, right? So it's not, yeah. He says, thank you for letting me know. I didn't let you know anything, my man. You're on your own on that one, Cash Bandit. That was funny, Cash. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're on your own on that one, man. You know, it's not an experience that I know anything about. He says, oh, dude, I was just messing with you. I know. All right, so here's Matt Prevola with the Muay Thai stance as he's walking up towards Kyle right now. Oh, there's Kyle with a counter shot. He knocks Matt down momentarily. Oh, there's another low kick right there by Kyle. Yeah, Prevola's throwing some serious heat on him right now. Yeah, Prevola came like a bat out of hell for this one. All right, 3 minutes for round number 1. All right, so there's Matt right now entering with some jabs. There's a kick by Nelson right there, but then Matt's just like looking at it like, whatever. He connected too, but it wasn't a very hard kick, kind of like, you know, the foot hitting the face. Kyle Nelson with a bit of Sean Strickland bald mustache look going on. Okay, there's another low kick right there by Matt Prevola. Yeah, Prevola is giving him a lot of different looks right now. You know what I mean? Which I think can be very confusing to the orthodox style of Kyle Nelson. Oh, wow, how about this? A bit of some German suplex. He takes him down on the ground, and now he's got his back. Did you see Weidman and Silva are boxing? Yes. Interesting, right? Because, look, that matchup, for as cringy as that matchup is for boxing, and you would imagine it's cringy for us MMA guys, but even more so for hardcore boxing guys, it is still interesting. Let me tell you why. Weidman won those 2 fights in MMA. Silva is a better boxer. Silva has beaten former undisputed, well, not undisputed, but former world champion boxers in the likes of Julio Cesar Chavez. So it's an interesting matchup. But at the same time, it's kind of like we know that Silva is probably more of the favorable one. because there's no wrestling involved, but Chris Weidman knocked him out with something that had nothing to do with wrestling. So it's still an interesting matchup, but cringy because of the age that they are at. Right? That's kind of how they're looking at this matchup for real. Silva's most notable win is against Tito Ortiz. In boxing? Well, what about Cesar Chavez? Oh, wow. Kyle with a knockdown right now. Oh, wow. He's looking to finish him off. Wow, he's looking to finish him. Wow, he just finished him with just 1 second left. Unbelievable, man. He finished him with literally just 1 second left, man. Wow. Wow. That is amazing, man. Wow. Wow. That was amazing, man. Wait, there's some confusion going on here. What is going on here? I'm hungry for fried chicken and watermelon. Yeah, you know what, Gavin, you're just here trying to say some racist stuff for nothing. Yeah, Chavez has nothing on Tito when it comes to boxing. Oh, boy. Oh, wow, the fight is not over. The fight is not over. They thought that the fight was over. Oh, my goodness. Wow, the fight is not over. Wow, they're still going to fight. They're still fighting right now. Wow, round 2. Unbelievable. Kyle Nelson got robbed here with this fight. Oh, there's a head kick right there. Good head kick by Nelson. All right, there's a spinning heel kick right there by Matt. There it is, Matt with a double leg. Now he's got a wizard on him. Yeah, Prepolec has a second chance here. There's Matt maintaining a jab right on Kyle. You got to imagine the type of adrenaline dump that Kyle has really, you know, felt here, right? The adrenaline dump, feeling like he won and then having to do that. All I eat is nothing but eggs all day, fresh. I don't be sitting there, you know, eating Doritos or chips, you know, or anything like that. So, yeah. Yeah, imagine the adrenaline dump Silva felt against Bisping. Right. This is very similar to that, right? Being that Kyle is Anderson Silva in this. Not chocolate eggs. Yeah, I don't eat chocolate eggs, my man. The closest thing that I eat to a chocolate is dark chocolate, which obviously is good for you. So, all right, man. 120 left into the second round right now. You know, it's 4 p.m. in the West Coast, right? The majority of you Americans, okay, and well, why I say Americans is because it's literally only Americans that do this, right? Nowhere else in the world. The minute you wake up, you eat, right? I don't sit and wake up and then eat breakfast, right? Like the first thing is not in my mind is not, oh, I'm going to eat breakfast in the morning. No, I wait till the afternoon, and obviously the afternoon is here. I'm streaming, so it's like, you know, a lot, man, you very judgmental you are. Dark chocolate, are you being racist? Sure. Yeah, I'm sorry for my my friend told me to say that. Okay. Yeah, I eat once per day. What do you eat once per day? Dark chocolate? Okay, there's a body kick right there by Nelson. There's a low kick right now by Nelson. Oh, food. Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. Yeah, yeah. Only eat once a day. You know, that's, yeah, man. That's, like, at most 2, right? You know, look, if you're not an athlete, I don't know, you should not be eating more than twice a day if you're not an athlete, right? Like, I think if you're an athlete, it's one thing if you just only eat once a day, but if you're eating more than twice a day, you know, you better have some kind of, you know, output that you're, you know, putting out there, right? Just, you know, my own personal opinion on things, but yeah. I think a better choice, obviously, you know, instead of just eating all day and whatnot. Marty says, I'm never hungry in the morning. I eat around 3 or 4, then a big meal after. There you go. There you go. Yeah. That's common. That's common for a lot of athletes, right? Especially combat athletes. Yeah, very common. I think the American diet system kind of, do you know that Roblox game called Forsaken? No, I'm not, I don't have a lot of big knowledge on Roblox, my man, so you're going to have to educate me on that. And luckily for you, I like being educated on different things, so I like learning things, so if you want to tell me, sure, please let me know. All right, round number 3. Oh, wow. Kyle just got hurt right now. They're swinging wild at each other right now. Oh, there's another kick right there. High kick by Kyle. He connects with it. Oh, wow. There's a clinch and a knee. There's Kyle right now. He says, I eat my meal whenever I'm in a work meeting like Kyrie. Yeah, sure. As long as you hide your face, I don't see anything wrong with it. In reference to what? As long as you hide your face, I don't see anything wrong with it. You know this new game that came out called Hollow Knight, Silk Song? Yeah, no. He says, I don't like the sound. What sound are you talking about? Oh, I was talking to Fresh. Got it. Okay, okay. Oh, I don't like the sound of people eating. Well, you know what it is? If you don't like the... I think that you have a certain psychological disadvantage, right? Like you are probably one of these people that, you know, gets annoyed by everything. You know, like... All right, so now here's Matt with the, he says, you could start a second Asmar channel. Well, of what kind of sound exactly? Just eating? You have zero table manners. Yeah, man. I mean, what are you talking about in terms of table manners? Like, I don't understand. Like, look, here's the thing, right? I understand, like, there's a certain level of noise that you should not be making. Like, for example, this is the kind of table manners that I don't like, which I'm sure you'll agree with, right? You know, you see somebody that's eating there with a spoon, right? Like, all that sound, like, you know, and then they purposely make that sound. Like, I agree. That I don't like. But, I don't know, like, with just any random person eating or whatever, I think, you know, I think you have a psychological disadvantage in ways that you just get, you know, irritated easily. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's a psychological disadvantage because nobody's going to irritate me easily just because they're, you know, eating in front of me or this and that. And I do get and understand just by my own self-etiquette that I would not do that. But at the same time, I wouldn't be mad if other people are doing that per se. You know what I mean? I guess that's sort of like a libertarian mentality when it comes to table manners and whatnot. But yeah. All right, so now Matt Prevola is right on top of Kyle Nelson right now. Full guard position, stacking up. Okay, now they're sort of scrambled in this position where Kyle Nelson is looking for an ankle pick. Now it is Matt Prevola that has the back of Kyle, and then they switch up scramble with Kyle taking him on a single leg takedown. Just a whole lot of scrambles going on here. Yeah, it won't make me act on anything or raise my pulse. I'm just disgusted by the table matters. I mean, I don't really care what you think about that in that regard. I think it's you know, it's a frivolous matter to be quite honest with you. You know what I mean? Look, here's the thing, right? Here's something you got to understand, Fresh, right? You're not a person that puts yourself out there, right? You know, you're not somebody that has a picture. I don't know what you look like. I don't know you from a can of paint, which is perfectly fine. You have every right to do that. Heck, I'll tell you, even myself, you know, I've gone on burner accounts, you know, saying all types of things in random people's, you know, websites and, you know, chats. I'll gladly admit that, right? So I get it. But at the same time, I think that you're just saying anything just to, you know, create some kind of, you know, either shock value or, you know, or create some kind of world of fantasy that that you can live in, to which you won't face any criticism at all. So whenever you see somebody do anything, like for example, right, they made a big fuss about Obama one time drinking water in the middle of a speech. Now, why on earth would they do that, right? Other than the fact that they just want to look for anything to smear at that person. He says, have you been to Japan? Yes, a few times for layovers and then for an actual visit. They have different table manners. Africa eat with their hands from the same plate and flick the remains from their hands to the plate. Is that nice? I don't really know a lot about the etiquettes of Africa, you know, as in comparison to Japan. But yes, I do completely understand the Japanese you know, style of things. But yeah, you know, this idea that you have, oh, you know, don't eat because, you know, it's not professional or this and that. I think it's a load of bollocks, to be honest with you, Fresh. And let me tell you why I think it's an absolute load of bollocks, because once again, it really doesn't, I don't know, man, it just doesn't matter. Like, you know, the same things that, you know, may matter to you may not matter to me. And yeah, you know, that's kind of how I look at it. All right. Let's find out who won this fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the scorecards. The judges have it 30-27, 29-28, and 29-28. All for your winner by unanimous decision, Kyle, the Monster Nelson.
All right, so Kyle wins.
Here with Kyle Nelson. Kyle,
Typical libtard.
into the first
I mean,
round, it seemed like the fight was
all right, sure, yeah.
go to your corner, and they say it's still going. What were you thinking in that moment?
First things first, I gotta thank my fiance, Claudia, my coach, Callen and Adrian. I wanna send this fight out to my sons, Corbin, Griffin, and Knox, and my daughter on the way, Saoirse. I mean, I thought
And what talking points are those exactly, Fresh?
kids need their fathers and 50-50 custody should be the standard. I thought I won the fight at the end of the first. I got up, I was walking over to kind of shake my opponent's hand, and then somebody's yelling, it's not over, it's not over.
Because if I'm not fasting for Ramadan,
It's not over now.
I could really care less.
The rest of the fight was a little
You know what I mean?
bit recovering from that,
The retarded ones. They what do you mean the retarded ones?
work up here. You were able to use wrestling, take out offensively and defensively, and your striking was on point tonight. This was the fight that you expected, but up at 155, how good did it feel without going through the massive weight cuts you were doing down at 145?
yeah, I mean, 9-day difference.
Oh yeah, man. So Kyle had to move up on this one. Usually fought at 145. A lot of weight to cut, but
Strong, durable guy.
some good head kicks right there.
So it's he's not a small lightweight. I feel like I held my own against him, so obviously, but yeah, so I feel great about the fight.
How good does it feel to fight and win here in Canada?
It's the dream.
Yeah, win in his own home country.
You know what it is, Canada. Canada's here to take over tonight. We got
All right, man. So
Aieman. We got
Kyle,
card. You guys are the
shouting out everyone.
Well, congratulations on a massive victory. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Kyle Nelson.
And that's a big statement in the lightweight division in his return to the octagon. Again, more than a year on the sidelines for Kyle Nelson as he grew into that lightweight frame. And what a moment for him and his wife, Claudia, expecting their 4th child. A girl on the way. Safe to say she'll be tough with 3 older brothers, and she'll be protected for sure. We've got a stacked schedule.
All right, man. So more on the stack schedule. Obviously, Kyle gets the victory and on to the next one.
LFA Plus later this fall. Wow FC brings the action of Victoria facing rising talent Hebulla Toporia's home country of Spain.
How much did you have to cut before the fight? So it depends on the weight. If I was 155, I remember, man, I was walking around like 160. I was pretty disciplined with a lot of running that I did at that time. If I was fighting at 170, 180 the most, you know, never really got over 200. It was only after I stopped fighting where, you know, I got close to 200. And even now, I don't really gain much weight. I walk around like maybe, you know, anywhere from 198 to 207 the most that I'll get, right? Fresh Melon Juice says, Is it possible that Moicano makes more money on his Brazilian YouTube channel than fighting right now? I wouldn't say, yeah, I would say he probably makes more on it, but it depends, right? You see, fighting is something that you get like a year's worth of salary sometimes, depending on the kind of level that you're at, right? And then YouTube is sort of like this monthly thing, right? So Bobo says my pee was, and earlier it made me feel lightheaded. I'm sorry to hear that, Bobo. All right, so they are talking about Duke Rufus right now, right? The yeah, they are remembering Duke Rufus right now, giving him a bit of a tribute. Obviously, he was the trainer of Anthony Pettis, also the trainer of Sergio Pettis, Bellator champion, UFC champion, was also the coach of Pat Barry. So he coached a lot of really good guys, right? And, well, the one thing that you can take out of this is understanding that life is precious, life is unpredictable, and you never know when you're going to go. So how you're living right now, live it to the fullest, and also live it to serve God and to serve everyone around you. So there it is. He says, don't you have to maintain a certain weight in the military? When you're going into basic training, I don't know how it is now, but this is how it was back then, right? If you're going into basic training, they go by that. But once you're in the fleet, everything is just really about body fat composition, right? You just make sure that you have, you know, enough muscles to outweigh the fat, right? In other words, if you are fit enough. But I don't know why. Initially, they want you to, you know, be in a certain weight, which is why everybody ends up coming out looking skinny in basic training. And then afterwards, the only requirement is that of having a low body fat percentage of somewhat. So yeah, they should do that with the police. Yeah, especially with the police, right? Now, I understand the severity of what the military has to do, but it seems that the police have this very lackadaisical type of culture, only because they look at it like, well, the majority of their work is paperwork for most of the part. Obviously, as a policeman, you got to go chase people down. You got to be at the right shape in order to kick doors down, in order to do missions, in order to rescue people, yes. But ultimately, the majority median of their day is consisted of paperwork. And they sort of just embrace this culture of sedentary lifestyle as a result of it. Fresh says, did you guys read about this dude, Derek Moneyberg? Oh, yes. Some rich Jew that Jake Shields gave a black belt after 3 years. 3 months between the brown and the black. Well, I'm surprised that he's even Jewish in the first place. Obviously, we know about Jake Shields and whatnot. He says, yeah, Gordon Ryan trained with him too. They talked about it on Rogan. Gordon said he's legit, but I think he might be influenced by all the money he's getting from him. That's always a case, right? Money is always a factor when it comes to martial arts instructors and even gang members, right? You'd be surprised the type of people that gang members accept into their circle just based on the fact that these people have money. Like, for example, Shaquille O'Neal has had relationship with Crip members in LA, right? Why is that? Why would they accept somebody like him who's an outsider? Well, it's because he had the money to mingle with those people. Conor McGregor hung out with the Irish mob. Now, why would the Irish mob want to hang out with somebody who is a well-known superstar that only does nothing but capture attention for your organization? Well, it's really that simple. It's because he has the money to fund the organization, and you kind of look the other way as a result of it. Victory says, people are saying Moneyberg funded Ryan's new gym. Gordon Ryan's new gym. That could be. That could be, yeah. He must give him a lot of money. Yes, black belt, who gave him? We have to check this moment. Islam Makhachev, yeah. Who gave this guy black belt? There is a video of Strickland calling Moneyberg out in person. Look, that's a stupid thing of Sean Strickland to do that, right? Do you know how many black belts I could go out there and beat up in not just in MMA settings, but also in grappling settings, or not even just street fighting settings, but in jiu-jitsu settings, right? There's a lot of black belts out there that I could legitimately beat up. It doesn't mean that they're not black belts. You understand? So what is Sean Strickland going to do, right? He goes up to Moneyberg, challenges him to a fight, beats his ass. What exactly does that prove? Other than the fact that we know Sean Strickland could beat up Moneyberg, which we already know, right? What exactly does that prove? It proves absolutely nothing. It doesn't prove that he's not a black belt. It doesn't prove any of that. And this is the thing that is so funny about, like, the debate is whether he's a black belt or not. And that is not predicated on whether he can beat up anybody or not beat up anybody in particular. So, I don't know. It's a weird call out for Sean Strickland. And the thing with Sean Strickland is he's just a guy, he's a nut checker. Okay? What do I mean by a nut checker, right? He's, like, you ever met guys in high school that, like, walk up to you out of nowhere, like, hey, boom! Out of nowhere, they just boom right in your, you know, your lower section. Like, boom! Like that. Out of nowhere. That's Sean Strickland. He's a nut checker. That's what he likes to do. He likes to see if your nuts are tough enough to take this, right? Which in reality, nobody's nuts is tough enough to take that. Really, that's why we all wear cups, right? It's not something that you can train. It's just something that naturally everybody is, yeah. Victory says he wasn't necessarily trying to fight him. He was basically calling him a fraud. Okay, then that makes sense. Yeah, then do that, right? If you want to call him a fraud and have a debate on whether he deserves to be a black belt or not, you know, then by all means, that's perfectly fine. We can have that discussion. What we can't do is, well, you know what? You fight him anyway. I'm not one of these guys that's prude about street fights or anything like that. To me, I have a very libertarian attitude about that. You know, if you want to fight somebody, go ahead and do it. It's a mutual combat situation, right? Hopefully you just live in a mutual combat state that allows that. But my issue is, you know, if you're going to fight him to try to prove that he's not a black belt, it's not going to be indicative of anything, right? So, Fresh Melon Juice says, I'm sure Strickland was offered money as well. Some people are men and some people take money. You think Sean Strickland is this moral, you know, ground of superiority to everybody else when it comes to not taking money? Why? Because he calls out Khamzat Chimaev for being friends with Ramzan Kadyrov, right? Because he can talk about the Saudis or talk about the Chechens in ways that doesn't affect him as an American citizen, right? Like, this is like, come on, man. Listen, you got Strickland messed up, homeboy. Like, Strickland ain't all roses and, you know, and gardens. Victory says, yeah, never understood the ball tapping. I put that on the same level as gay humor. There you go. There you go. And guess what? Guess what group of guys? Okay, the race whisperer is about to strike right now, okay? Because you don't know which group I'm going to go after, you know, at some point, right? But here it is. What group of people, okay, make GAY jokes with each other when they're not even GAY? There it is. Yes. Okay, and if you don't know what I'm saying yes to, read what Victory just said right now, because he said it, I didn't. Okay? Those are the group of guys that love to play that role, even though they're not really that. Dulceldorf says yes. Yes, Strickland is the best. Yeah, you're absolutely delusional. What group of people invented almost everything? What group of people? Well, I can't deny that. What do you want me to tell you? That yes, it was mostly white people that invented things? Yeah, duh. What do you want me to do? Like, deny that? Deny that because I made a joke about people who like to pretend they are GAY? I mean, think about that, right? Like, of course that's the truth. But it's also true that the same people who invented almost anything, there's a group of them, not all, maybe their sons, maybe their nephews, who needs a good butt whooping a few times to remind them that they are a man. But yeah, that is a group of people that literally make up jokes on being that, okay, but not actually being this. He says, you should go spar Strickland, 2 birds. You don't like him and it would get you views. There you go. There you go. I would, you know what? Fitness Anonymous actually submitted Sean Strickland in Orange County. For those of you that don't know who Fitness Anonymous is, he's a guy who does, well, Fitness Anonymous stuff. He wears a mask, but I know who he is in real life. So Sam Rowley says, this dude is weird. Who's weird? Are you talking about me or are you talking about Sean Strickland? Fresh Melon Juice says he's sensitive. I mean, listen, weird is a subjective term, right? I don't know. I mean, look, you really don't matter. I'm going to be honest with you, my man. Like, you really don't matter. You don't have a profile pic. We don't know what you look like. And quite frankly, I don't care. And the only reason why you say what you say is because you feel comfortable being anonymous. Look, I'm going to be honest with you about this, right? While round 1 with Jourdain and Grant are going on right now, okay? So we got Jourdain and Grant going on right now. Let's see, this is... 3 hours. Versus Grant. Kiwi asks, is it okay to be G? It depends who you ask. I mean, yeah. Not my thing, though. Maybe it's your thing, but yeah. Oh, wow. There's a Superman punch right there. Yeah. So this is what I was saying, right? Look, this is what I was saying. You like to say things because you feel safe without people knowing who you are. If you're, oh, there's a nice flying knee right there. If you're a 300-pound fat ass, okay, who couldn't fight out of his, who couldn't fight his way out of a brown paper bag. If you were a person who couldn't run for a mile, not even a mile, maybe even a half a mile without getting winded, if you were a person that was fat, unathletic, if you were a person that was broke, and you were all of these things that put you in, oh, flying knee by Jourdain! Oh, wow, flying knee by Jourdain. He's trying to stay in this fight right now. Oh, wow. Jumping knee out of nowhere, and then he goes right into a guillotine choke. That's it. He's done. Wow. Amazing. Amazing job by Charles Jourdain. Amazing by Charles Jourdain. Wow. Wow. Let me finish what I was saying after I just reacted to that flying knee, okay? So check this out. All right. There's a flying knee right there. Okay, so yes, that's right, Victor. Okay, yes, what he's trying to say is we don't know you from a can of paint, so he doesn't care. There you go. Fresh Mellinger says, fat people and broke people have no value to Kyrie. You heard it here first. Well, you know what? It's not that you don't have value, okay? I'll put it like this, right? I've been in a few, you know, traffic violations where I had to go to court to basically win these cases, right? By the way, there isn't a traffic court case that I have not won. So anytime that I got a ticket from the police, I went to court and beat it every time. And you've heard me, guys, a few times where I took a few driving live streams where I had to drive to the courthouse to drop off some papers, and you guys, you know, have seen that, right? Look, what I'm trying to say with that is, if, let's say, during these traffic violations or whatever, right, there was, you know, witnesses or whatever, right, or potential witnesses. If I look at a person with a beat-up car, I'm going to speed right past you because I'm thinking to myself, you know what, there's no way in hell you're going to spend your time, go out there and snitch on me. Like, why would you? First of all, you're broke, you got nothing going on, and you're going to go out there and you're going to snitch on me to the cops for speeding? Like, how pathetic is your life? What tickets did you get out of running a stop sign, running a red light, going over 100 miles per hour, you know, these things, you know, typical stuff. Kyrie, do you realize you're broke to people who are winning the game of this world? Do you? Yeah, but you know what? Here's the thing, right? That is true. That is true. To the people who are winning the game of this world. Well, what exactly does it mean to win in this world, right? A lot of people have a different interpretation of that. In my opinion, I think that I'm in that position, right? I'm not out there trying to be Elon Musk. I'm not out there trying to be Mark Zuckerberg. I'm not out there trying to be Bill Gates. But for whatever that I have going on, it is good enough for me, and to me, that is winning. And for you, he says you're a consumer and a modern slave. Well, so are you, in all true to God honesty, and a consumer to what degree? Because here's the thing, right? If I'm such a consumer, do you see me with Jordan sneaker habits? I don't have that. Do I have brand clothes addiction? No, I do not. I buy clothes that are needed, and then that's it. And you see the way that I dress, I could probably, well, I could probably go out of my way and dress better, but I don't. I dress for what is appropriate for me. I own maybe about like 2 or 3 suits, and then, you know, every year I would change it, or I would donate it, or put it away, or never wear it again, and then I would rotate in between weeks of what, you know, I'm going to wear. That to me is winning. Being able to go anywhere I want. Like right now, if I wanted to hop on my car right now and drive 600 miles down to Santa Monica Beach, I can go do that. That's winning, right? So, you know, once again, that's what it is. That's what it comes down to. Look, so what I'm trying to say is that if you can't put yourself out there, I'm not saying that your opinion doesn't matter, but it matters less. That's just what it is. That's just really what it comes down to, right? So, you know, Uncrown says, do a backflip. How about no? How about no, well, let's not do a backflip. But all right, nice try in trying to make me do what you want to do anyway. But, all right, so yeah. Yeah, that's just how I look at, you know, the world, my man. You know what I mean? But I understand how you look at the world. You look at it like everybody is, you're a consumer, you're a slave. Well, here's the thing, man. What did you drink this morning? What did you eat this morning? What was the last thing that you ordered on Uber Eats? That makes you a consumer. So do you think that you're somehow better than me because maybe you may, like, let's be honest about this, right? Maybe you have less than me. I don't know. Once again, I don't know you from a can of paint. So maybe you have less than me, right? Does it make you feel better that while you have less than me, you can call me a consumer to, you know, the modern days of plantation slavery that we are all experiencing, which, by the way, you yourself are not exempt from, right? So no, but I'm aware of reality. You pretend to be a king. Pretending to be a king is saying that I'm in the next throne for King Charles or anything like that. Look, I think you're mistaken grandiose illusions of leadership to a person that has, you know, I don't know, I guess either a high sense of confidence or a person that is just speaking facts on the reality of what they have and don't have, right? You're aware. What makes you more aware? Because you don't consume? What exactly does that mean? Like, because you don't go out on vacations, because you don't, like, what makes you more aware? Like, but this is what I mean, right? Like, you say you're you know, this old, but then at the same time you say that you're a CIA agent, which is fine. It's perfectly fine, right? You can be anything you want to be. But the reality is you do that so that you can escape, you know, criticism, while also having the luxury to criticize others that are putting themselves out there. He says you look down on people, fat and poor. Well, that's not necessarily the case. What I'm saying is that if you are these things, like, I don't know if you understand this, right? When you say you look down on poor people, I don't think that's the case, right? Like, if you're a person, okay, I'm gonna just say this with unadulterated honesty, right? If you're a person who's around people of that life, you know, people who are into gangs, people who are into the underworld and things of that nature, you're gonna run across some people who are destitute, who are poor, people who don't have the advantages of life. So the idea that a person who is engaged in that world in some kind of way looks down on poor people is not a reality. What I think it is that there's an element of insecurity that you may have that you project upon other people, and to say, aha, you are this, you have this going on, so therefore you must be a person who's not aware, right? You must be a person who's not aware. I have a buddy, whenever you're cornered, no, I do not do that. I don't do that. What? I do that when that gets brought up. And quite frankly, I don't really care one way or the other, right? Because I know the truth. See, that's what I think it is. I think the problem is you may have a problem with people who speak the truth on what they got going on or not. He's like, you're like a Ben Shapiro. Well, I understand that, right? Like, to a certain extent, yes and no. But at the same time, like, if you and I disagreed with, let's say, a political topic, right? I don't bring that up. That's what he does. He brings it up whenever you bring up Israel or, you know, political topics on George Floyd or political topics on BLM. He's the one that brings that up, okay? I bring this up when you're the one that's trying to bring that up. When you're the one that's trying to bring up, well, you know, this, that, and the other, right? You're this, that, and the other. You're the one that's bringing all of these things up, forcing me to have to defend that position or forcing me to have to speak on that position, while also forcing me to speak on the truth of that particular position in which you are bringing up the subject of either monetary or living standards, right? So when you bring up the notion, and again, I don't want you to think that, you know, that this is, he said he's going to follow in Charlie's footsteps. Oh, you're talking about Ben Shapiro? Yeah, I don't want you to get this twisted, right? You're the one that's bringing up the fact that, you know, I'm a consumer. What makes me a consumer when I don't have, you know, expensive habits, right? Like, I don't have this, you know, obsession with Louis Vuitton that you see what other people in the urban, you know, community do. I don't have this obsession with Jordans that you see in certain demographics of people, even people outside of those demographics, right? I don't have these particular obsessions. But the idea that you call me a person that's only interested in the materialistic things in the world, I think, look, here's the thing. I'm just going to be honest about this, right? You know, I don't go out there and Brad, you said you have a Ruka t-shirt on. Right, well, what about it? We are all consumers. Look, well, think about this, right? Why would I not have this shirt on? It's an MMA brand. It's an MMA brand that used to be a surfing brand, right? Which, by the way, goes into, you know, the cultural setting of where I am from, which is California, right? He says, okay, but the Ruka shirt, okay, I understand that, but it's not necessarily, how do I say this? It's not necessarily out of the norm. You know what I mean? To, like, I don't know, man. Like, it's not anything that people of a certain class can't afford is what I'm saying. So you're a consumer, otherwise you'd put on any shirt. A plain, if you're talking about like plain t-shirts, sure, why not? Shirts that have no indication of any brand or anything like that, sure, yeah. They have you, you're their bitch. Okay, well, I guess, yeah, sure. You know, I mean, look, man, you know who you remind me of? You remind me of my buddy in New Jersey, right? He's very similar to you. You know what I mean? I remember one time, right? I went to Universal Studios, right? I obviously posted a picture on it on my social media. Guess what he wrote on it? He wrote, what do most normal people write when they see a buddy of theirs that's at a theme park? They'll write, have fun. I hope you enjoy your day. Or some will comment, yeah, I've been on that ride too. Or I want to go on that ride. Or I want to... Guess what he writes to me? Right? My Universal Studios trip, he says, you know, you spend a lot of money funding the, you know, the JEWs. I said, how do you figure that? Right? I understand Universal Studios, Universal Records, Universal brand is owned by Jewish people. I understand that. But at the same time, who am I really contributing to? Right? I want you to think about that. Because there are people that work in Universal Studios, okay, who make minimum wage. There are people who work in hotels by Universal Studios who were given a tip because they were carrying my bags or anything like that. And you know what's crazy is that when you give them a tip, it doesn't necessarily go to the hotels. Yes, you pay for the hotels, but when you give them a tip, you're giving them personally. So you understand what I mean? Like, it's not necessarily the owners of this particular place that I'm contributing to. And here's the thing. It's consumerism. It's America by the end of the day. If you have something that I like, of course I'm going to buy it whether you're an enemy or not. And in Islam, Listen, here's something you got to understand in Islam, right? War and trading, okay, war and trading are two completely different things. What I'm saying by that is I'm allowed to trade with my enemy as long as it's not a product that is harming, you know, the people that are on my side. You understand? So if they have a product that I like, whether that's an entertainment factor or whether that's a product factor, I'm going to go consume it. Fresh Melon Juice says, did you guys see Manon having a black Israelite and a rabbi on his podcast? Very funny. Okay, very interesting. I got to check that out. Victory says, what is crazy is most don't chase possessions for themselves. They want them so other people can see they have them. Very true. I didn't. I'm going to have to check that out. Yes, thank you for that that input, Fresh. All right, so now we're on the Farut matchup right now. All right, here we go. Round one. Okay, so round one, Manon, Farut, and Javidius. Okay, so here we go, round number one. After this round, Fresh, stay tuned. I'm going to explain why I had to bring all of that up, okay? Because it's really important. So once this first round is over, I'm going to explain to you everything that I had just talked about right now. So oh! Oh, wow. Farut just finished her. Wow. Wow. Wow, man. Devastating knockout. Okay, so let's see here. I have to leave, guys. See you later, unless Russian newsman told you it was man versus little girl. Okay, so before you leave, I wanted to tell you this, Fresh, okay? The reason why I brought that up, that issue of class and everything else in between earlier, right? The reason why I brought that up is as it follows, okay? You mentioned how unprofessional it was for somebody to be eating on stream or this and that. And the reason why I thought that that was a ridiculous notion is because here you are sort of setting up this this standard of professional corporatism, okay, when it's literally a world that I have really more experience in than you do. At least from just, you know, from what I know you of a can of paint, right? He says, I'm kidding. I'm listening to Muslim man. I understand. Yeah, no. I understand. I'm just saying, bro, listen. Look, it's all fun and banter. Remember, I don't take this personal. You are who you are. behind the screen. I am who I am behind the screen. I know who I am behind the screen. You know who you are behind the screen. You're the one that has to live with that, right? So I don't take none of this personal. Trust me. You are allowed to be who you want to be. At the same time, I'm allowed to be who I want to be in how I present myself to the world and defend it as such, and also show proof of that reality, if any. You know, that's just really what it comes down to. But yeah, no, man, it's all good. It's all love and banter by the end of the day. It makes the content a lot more interesting, and of course, you know, the back and forth banter is always welcome, as always. You know what I mean? Listen, bro, I'm different than other Muslims, as you notice, right? You know what I mean? I'm sure there's a lot of Muslims that are like this as well, but they don't present it the way that I present it in this particular matter. All right, here we go. Manon gets that that win over Jasmine. And yeah, I see what you were saying, Fresh, right? You know, just the build of her in comparison to Jasmine, it is literally like a Superman versus a little girl. So you're right about that. All right, so yeah, we got 3 fights left. All right, now it's just nothing but top 3 fights from here, so
She said she didn't have to make a bunch of changes. I don't know. You're the girl that. What's good on her after the very
all right, man. All right, so on to the top 3 fights of the night, which consist of Marlon Vera taking on Aieman Zahabi. Very much excited for that fight. He says, I'm just a simple man without an influx of worldly possessions. Yeah, man, look, like I said, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm picking Zahabi. Of course, man. Of course I'm picking Zahabi. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But, you know, when you say certain things, obviously it's going to bring about a conversation, right? Look, notice how I'm speaking on this in a very pragmatic manner and in a non-aggressive or a non-aggressive, non-confrontational manner, because you've seen me in this live stream get confrontational before. This is not one of them. And he says, I don't want to be famous. Yeah, look, that's perfectly fine. Look, me, I'm the complete opposite. I do want to be, and I'm not gonna, you know, be shy about that. And the reason why is because, look, I've lived, you know, a good portion of my life in covert means, right? In means of living, you know, privately, living in a way where, you know, no one knows what you are up to or what you do. And I'm still sort of in that, but now it's a little bit different when you put yourself in a public, you know, sphere of things, right? So the game is a little bit different, but you can still maintain a certain level of privacy, just not a certain level of anonymity, right? So, because look, here's the thing, right? What comes with that? What comes with being famous? Obviously, there's notoriety that comes with that. There's money that comes with that. So why? Well, okay, I can understand why a lot of people would not want to do that, but you also must understand it's a lucrative, business option. So he says, beat up Strickland. That will get you. There you go, right? You know what I mean? Or haram in your language. It's not haram to be well known, right? It's haram to be well known if you are a members only star. You understand? Like, it's not haram to be known as somebody that talks about sports, right? In fact, that is the most halal thing you can probably do as a job. In fact, this right here is probably the most halal thing that I've ever done as a job in comparison to anything else, right? That also includes the military. That's a straight up haram job. I don't care what anybody says. You know what I mean? You are perpetuating and helping a government that is helping another government destroy your people, right? So that's haram in and of itself, right? Finance mortgaging, that's haram because you're charging interest and working with interest. Car dealerships, that's haram. So haram in so many levels. Number one, especially if you're in a used car dealership, right? Like, I wasn't working for, let's say, Toyota or Honda or anything like that. I was on my own, literally selling cars, you know what I mean, that were used cars, and then, buying them to reselling them and things of that nature. There's a lot of haram that goes into that, especially when the finance companies get involved. Because not everybody can pay it out cash out front, right? So, Fresh Melon Juice says it's one thing to do a job, but you want to be famous. That should be a byproduct, not in your case. Okay, yes, selling lemons. Yes, that is a part of what happens in that. So there's a lot of haram that goes into that. And then you got to make quota. You got to make the money. So then you have to, do underlining things. That is haram. What else is haram? Working at a grocery shop, that's not halal. That's haram. Not that I've had experience with that, but let's say if you were a waiter, at a restaurant that serves pork and alcohol, that's haram, right? So YouTube talking and talking to people online, that is the least haram that you can do. Because you know what? I'm not out here, making a fool of myself. I'm not out here disgracing people such as myself or anyone that I know or anything like that. Unless, of course, I'm being provoked into, some kind of conflict. But yeah. He says, Quran. What do you mean, Quran? You mean like it? What if, like Quran? Like what do you mean Quran? Like teaching Quran or selling the Quran itself? Obviously, teaching Quran is a halal, job. It's a halal thing to do. What else? Even working in what do you call it, in a sports corporate environment, right? That's haram in and of itself. Because if you work for an NBA team, okay, like the Sacramento Kings, for example, obviously they're part of the NBA. They push a lot of agendas. The NBA pushes a lot of agendas, so that's haram. Even though the sport in and of itself, being involved in a sport like that isn't haram, the company of the NBA is haram, to begin with. So, yeah, man, it's, look, this is the best way to put it, right? The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, and this is something a lot of Christians can also take to heart, right? He said, this world, for the believers, this world is a prisoner, and for the disbelievers, it is paradise. I want you to remember that, right? The Prophet Muhammad said, and Christians and Jewish people who are watching this right now, or people of other religions, pay attention to this. This world is a prisoner for the believers, and paradise for the disbelievers. I need you to understand that. Elaborate on that, of what I just said. This world is a prison for the believers and paradise for the disbelievers. Okay? Sex are haram? No. Yes, certain sects in Islam are haram. Yes, I would say that's, yeah, like for example, people who are Ahmadiyas, they're a certain sect of Muslim. There's the Sufis, right? If you are an Orthodox Sunni, you don't necessarily value or take into consideration any Ahmadiyya type of type of ideologies, or even Shia ideologies for that matter. So yes, certain sects are haram as well. And the Prophet Muhammad said, peace be upon him, that the end days won't come. When the end day comes, there's going to be 72 sects of religions, right? So, there's a lot of sects of religions right now in Christianity, in Judaism, and Islam as well. So, all right, man. So, just waiting on this Aieman Zahabi card. I'm sorry, Aieman Zahabi fight right now against Marlon Chito Vera. Wow. Look at Brandon Allen right there. New haircut, by the way, I noticed. I know he usually goes with the longer hair, but, I don't know. I think having shorter hair is better for fighting. Let me know what you guys think about that. All right, man. How about that, man? Garcia and Onama. And next week is Tom Aspinall and Cyril Gane, man. I'm excited for that one. Did they have the countdown series already for that one? Let me know, guys, if they already have the countdown for that one. All right, here we go. Aieman Zahabi versus Marlon Chito Vera. I haven't seen a countdown yet. Okay. Yeah, usually they put it down for Saturday or Sunday. Sometimes Sunday, sometimes as early as Saturday, depending on yeah, I guess if they want to have an early release to just, really get it cracking right away.
And it would just be a nice notch on my belt to secure that I belong and I am undeniable.
Aieman Zahabi looks like a combination of his brother and Ariel Helwani, but he sounds 100% like Faraz. Doesn't he? Doesn't he sound exactly like Faraz? Oh, wow, yeah. He did finish Dominic Cruz as well. Marlon Chito Vera. Says, I think Tom is going to walk right through Cyril. We'll see if he can do it as dominantly as Jon Jones did. Yeah, you know what? Look, I think I see why you say that. I see why a lot of fans also say that. But in the mind of Tom Aspinall, he's saying to himself, you know what, man, I'm not Jon Jones. It's a different fight. That was a different day. That was a different circumstance. And for all we know, Cyril Gane could be a much improved version of that of which he fought Jon Jones, or he may have just been discombobulated that day due to the pressure and fact that he was fighting Jon Jones. So it's going to be a different fight, and I don't think Tom is going to put that pressure on himself. If he finishes him in the second round, if he doesn't finish him at all and has to go through 5 rounds, Tom is going to do that. My official prediction, 5-round decision for Tom Aspinall. That's my official prediction for this one. And what this is going to bring out after the fact, mark my words. Okay, mark my words. What's going to come out of this is a couple of things. People are going to say, well, Tom has now proven that he can last 5 rounds. But it also shows a lot of flaws in his game because he couldn't do what Jon Jones did. That's what a lot of people are going to say. Faraz was training for Rot for this fight. Okay, well, there you go. That is a good sign. Victory says you're absolutely right, but the comparison is going to be made, especially after the BS that went on with those two fighting. Yes. Wow, hot take. I say there's a snowball change in hell. It goes 5-round takes. Yeah, I'm going to go with 5 rounds. I'm going to go with a 5-round decision on this one. Because, look, you have to remember, this is a new and improved version of Cyril Gane, but also a new and improved version of Tom Aspinall. By the way, a Tom Aspinall that is being pressured into doing something better than Jon Jones, which sometimes could have been a once-in-a-lifetime performance. All right. There is a chance, though. There is a chance that he could win this one. Cyril Gane. Gavin says, yo, I'm back. Shout out to you, Gavin. I like your stream a lot, so I came back. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Well, you missed out on some pretty interesting conversations earlier, but luckily for you, I do timestamp my timestamp my videos, so yeah. All right, so here's Aieman Zahabi in the cage. Marlon Chito Vera in the cage. Here we go. Just a quick question. What do you talk about in your stream? MMA, politics, we're covering a fight right now, so a little bit of everything. Says, yeah, timestamp when you talk about cans of paint. Yes. All right, so Aieman Zahabi, ranked number 9. The home country favorite. Yeah, don't forget to hit the like button and the subscribe button as well, my man. Marlon Chito Vera, there we go. All right, round number 1. All right, here we go. Aieman Zahabi circling around Marlon Chito Vera. Oh, wow, they're actually cheering for Chito. That's interesting. All right, there it is. Nice leg kick by Aieman Zahabi. Good circling of Marlon Vera. Okay, there's a front kick right there by Chito Vera. Yeah, man, after that Aldo win, Zahabi says that he's been recognized more as a result of that. And, man, listen, only a handful of people can beat Jose Aldo. Well, okay, now Mario Batista beat him, but I guess what does that mean nowadays, right? Still a hard win. I mean, even till the end, Jose Aldo was a top-level operator all the way till the end of his career. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Zahabi. Says, do you have any, do you know any video games? You know what? If you want to, I'll play some video games after this event is done. How about that? We'll do some GTA missions, by the way. So, yeah, you know, if you want to stick around and do the sure. Yeah, I got GTA. I play UFC games, boxing games. That's about all I really play. You know, I'm not a big fan of Call of Duty, only because Call of Duty. Kyrie, he says Kyrie loves banging sticks. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. You know, I don't think you know what you said, but yeah, I concur with that. I love banging sticks, so you know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. Okay, we'll leave it at that. All right. So, there's a high kick right there by Marlon Chito Vera. Okay, now Marlon Chito Vera switched stances. Marlon Chito Vera is circling around, getting backed up by Aieman Zahabi. Aieman Zahabi faking a lot of his shots right here, doing a lot of this. Also, are you familiar with Hollow Knight? No. Care to elaborate for me on what exactly that is? Oh, there's Zahabi right now. By the way, guys, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. There is a low kick right there by Marlon Cheeto Vera. There's another low kick right there by Zahabi. Fires back at him in the red shorts. Marlon Cheeto Vera with the yellow shorts. You should play. It's really, really challenging. Not really, really challenging game, but it's a really good game. Okay, what is it about? Yeah, Zahabi's doing a very good job with these Philly shells that he's throwing at Marlon Cheeto Vera. Oh, that's a nice hook right there by Aieman Zahabi. Marlon tries to throw a kick. Zahabi catches it. Now he's throwing a flurry at Marlon Cheeto Vera right now. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to give round 1 to Zahabi. Yeah, Zahabi takes round 1 for me. All right, man, a little commercial break going on right now. By the way, guys, don't be shy to throw some super chats my way as well. Yeah, throw some super chats my way while we accumulate into the main event of the evening. You play as a forgotten vessel made from a pale king, and your main missions is to get to the final boss. Or Smith haven't played much. Okay. Haven't you been saying Tank versus Paul is a real fight? Well, is it? Or is it just an exhibition fight? What is the official word on that? All right, round number 2. Aieman Zahabi, 1-0 so far in the first round. Here's round number 2. It's an exhibition. Okay. All right, man. Now, Zahabi is spamming him with some kicks right now. So complete BS, but people are going to watch it. Oh, yeah. Okay, well. And it is Tank Davis's last fight. Like, this is it for Tank Davis right here. Yeah, Zahabi's doing a very good job of circling right around Marlon Cheeto Vera right now. Yeah, until he catches another case. Yeah, man, yeah. Well, you know what, man? Hopefully, you know, now that Tank Davis is now a Muslim brother, hopefully he stays in the mosque and in the gyms rather than in the clubs and hanging out with a bunch of filthy harems. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I would hope for my fellow Muslim brother. But, you know, unfortunately, I don't think Tank has a lot of good Muslims on his side. And this is sort of what Khabib was hinting at towards Khamzat, if you guys remember. right? What did... Oh, no! Oh, no! Aieman Zahabi just got rocked. Oh, no. Get up, Aieman. And now, okay, he recovered from that shot. Wow, man, that was a close call, dude. Talk about how you said Tank was going to catch another case. Man, listen, Zahabi was about to catch an ass whooping on that one, but he recovered from it. That's why you got to be careful with Cheeto Vera, man. He's a very dangerous man. You know, he can literally finish you at any time, so you got to be careful. What did he get hit with? A cross. So it was a... No, you know what? It was just a jab. Like they were exchanging, and then it was a jab, like a double exchange, right? Like this is Aieman's hand, this is Vera's hand. It was like this, but it was Vera that got the better of that shot. Yeah, it was Vera that got the betterment of that shot. Oh, there's a body by Marlon Chito Vera as he's backing up Aieman Zahabi. Yeah, he's stalking Aieman Zahabi right now, whereas before it was Aieman who was stalking him, even while Aieman was circling right around him. I liked and subscribed to your channel. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Hopefully you can get other people to come and subscribe to the channel as well. Islam converts another illiterate. Well done. Well, look, man. Islam doesn't just convert illiterate people. I mean, there's people of all types of professions, people of different educational backgrounds that come to Islam. And it just so happens that Tank Davis just happens to be a person that was born of illiterate status. So, you know, there it is. But nice try, Fresh. You know, you can't pinpoint the whole entire Islamic religion on a new convert, and especially a new convert like Tank Davis out of all people. You know what I mean? It's not a fair judgment of standard to go by. All right, now there's Zahabi right now swinging away at Marlon Chito Vera. Right now he's looking to convert Marlon Chito Vera right now. There it is. Now he's got a flurry on him. He's like, yeah, convert or die. Convert or die, infidel. We got Joe Rogan, Fresh, LOL. What do you mean, Joe Rogan? What Joe Rogan converted? Or what does that mean? What is the context behind that? All right, there's a body kick right there by Marlon Chito Vera. 10 seconds left in the second round. They're both swinging away right now in this bantamweight fight. Yeah, it is a dangerous chess match right there. Shout out to Fitzgerald for that comment. Oh, look at that. They're both looking at each other. Oh, I love it. They had a little face-off like this at each other face-to-face right before at the end of the round. Yeah, man, he's going to a church. He's Christian. Oh, yeah, I know Marlon Chito Vera is, yeah, that's why I made reference to that. Look, man, I'm not going to make reference to, like, you know, let's say if Khamzat was fighting Michael Bisping, like, oh, yeah, you know, you're going to convert Michael Bisping, like this and that. Michael Bisping doesn't care about religion. He has no religion. His family has no religion. And as a result of that, I don't know, man. I don't want to, But put it like this, right? Chito Vera, yes, he's a devout Christian. That's why it was kind of funny, you know, to say that, right? Because I know that that would never happen. Obviously, he's dedicated to what he's dedicated to and what he believes, and that's that. Fresh says he's talking about Rogan, not Vera. Oh, okay. We got Rogan. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Joe Rogan. All right. Yeah, you guys got that. So yeah, Joe Rogan is definitely on team Christianity for sure. Yes. Even though he's sort of forsaken Christianity over the years, but hey, just like Islam, right? There's the right to conversion, and there's a right to repentance, and that's sort of what Joe is practicing in the current moment of time right now. Speaking of repentance, Zahabi is looking to make Marlon Chito Vera pay for hurting him earlier in the second round. So now here it is in the third round. One can argue that this is a 1-1 fight right now, right? One for Zahabi and one for Marlon Chito Vera. You could argue round 2 is for Vera. You could argue round 1 was for Zahabi, or you could argue that Zahabi won both rounds. Either way, it's a very close fight that we got right now in the third to the last matchup of the night. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Aieman Zahabi. All right, 1-2 shot by Marlon Chito Vera. There's a body kick right there by Aieman Zahabi. Ooh, spinning back fist by Aieman Zahabi. Nice attempt. And then here's Marlon Chito Vera sort of taunting him like a bullfighter. Like, hey, you missed me. You missed me. Woo, 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 woo. You missed me. All right, man, yeah, you know, sort of exposing a little bit of my goofy side to me right now. This is what happens when you stream for so long. This is why, look, guys, this is why I stream a lot of my long-form streams with, like, no video, because I don't like you guys seeing me do goofy stuff behind the scenes, like emulating Marlon Chito Vera going, like, that sounds fun. Victor says, have you seen the studies done on Shroud of Turin? No. Explain what that is. Give me some information on that, Victor. All right, so we got 2:47 left into this third round right now. Only Wesley Huff's information. Got it. All right, Zahabi answering with a front kick. Now there's a low kick. Oh, nice uppercut by Zahabi on the way in. Man, nice clashing of the swords between these two right now. 155, 153, 150. Oh, there's a nice front kick right there by Marlon Chito Vera. There is a body kick by Marlon Chito Vera. Marlon Chito Vera. Marlon Chito Vera. All right, man, yeah, a little over 60 seconds left right now. 60-second warning. I mixed it up. It was another dude on Rogan. What was his name? Let me know. 46 seconds left into the third round right now. Man, I wish Anthony Hernandez was fighting tonight. I really wished he was fighting tonight, man. I'm a little bummed that he's not, but you know what? It is what it is. He'll get his turn. Oh, wow, man, Zahabi gets rocked in that one in the last exchanges. Now they are going wild with these final exchanges right now. Yes. All right, so Aieman Zahabi, I noticed Aieman Zahabi was trying to slap his hands afterwards. Marlon Chito Vera was having none of it. So both of them are being halted up in the sky right now. So we now find out who won this one right here. Okay, so now they finally embrace while both of their corners are holding each other up. a little bit easier to hold up a 135er over your shoulder than, let's say, if you were to do that to Derek Lewis, right? Unless you're a big guy yourself who squats like 400 pounds or something. It says wrong again. It was on Tucker. Jeremiah Johnston. Oh, okay, okay. All right, man. All right, so 4 hours and 57 minutes into this live stream, we're going to find out who is the winner. All right, so who is the winner by decision? 29-28 Zahabi. Ooh. Sorry about that. Oh, Aieman Zahabi is the winner of this one right here. Yeah, so Aieman Zahabi is the winner by unanimous decision. Split decision, I'm sorry. This was a split decision.
But I just like, you know what? Let's recover, make some space, win the next exchange, win the next 15 seconds, come back stronger, and I finish round 2 stronger than he did. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, he did get rocked in round number 2, but he did say that he finished round 2, which, by the way, may have swayed the judges a little bit. He says from the fabric, the negative images of it from the x-ray and the blood stains. Okay, there was an atheist that it was going to make a documentary proving that it wasn't legit. He ended up finding out it was real. Oh, okay. All right, man, so Aieman Zahabi wins that one. We are on to the co-main event and the main event of the evening right now, which is Mike Malott, the country hometown favorite, which is taking on Kevin Holland, the veteran, the guy who just fights every weekend, every day, every week. Whenever he could fight, he could go fight in a parking lot after this fight. He could go fight a bunch of perpetrators that are robbing purses and whatnot, right? Taking on Kevin Holland, and of course in the main event, you have D. Ritter taking on Brendan Allen. Here we are. Let's get ready for the main event and the co-main event of the evening, the final stretch of the evening right here. Let's get it.
Kickboxing heavyweight champion. He's been heavyweight champion for over 10 years. He brings
All right, man. All right, Kevin Holland. Here we go. Main event and co-main event of the evening, guys. Oh, there's Bilal Muhammad right there behind Kevin Holland. And then there's Mike Malott, the Team Alpha Male staple member. Malott with 1L. Okay, gotta change that one right there. What is this, man? This stupid Hollywood, Halloween theme that they have going on. Look, man, how do you guys feel about Halloween? I think Halloween is dumb. What do you guys think? You guys think Halloween is awesome or what? I think it's dumb. And yet they want to create like some kind of Halloween theme with all these knockouts. Like, oh, these knockouts are scary. Yeah, it's scary, but it's not like horror movie scary where people are getting cut up. Fright Pass. They call it Fright Pass. Man, get out of here. This stupid Halloween theme. I hate Halloween. Straight up, man. No lie about it. I hate Halloween. You know what I mean? Like, it's a demonic holiday. It has no place for people that are believers, and it's very weird. But all right, man. On to the main event, co-main event slot right now. Victory says, yeah, completely agree. Yeah, I figured you would, bro, because you know what? You as a Christian man, I hope you do understand like the demonic spirit that comes with Halloween. It is just, yeah, man, it's not my thing, bro. Not my thing. Not my thing at all. All right. All right, so here we go. Mike Malott and Kevin Holland right now. Kevin Holland, the quintessential gatekeeper of the 170 division. All right, guys. Yeah, he has a win over Hernandez. He says, I hate all the decorations. My neighbor has bloody dummies hanging from the trees. You know what, man? You know what? I should show you my neighbor's yard, right? I mean, well, I don't know, man. Maybe I shouldn't because I'm not trying to promote it or be a part of it, nor am I trying to promote them in any kind of way. But yeah, kind of crazy. It becomes normalized. Yeah, and then people sort of like make excuses like, oh, well, it's for the kids or this and that. Yeah, but who's teaching these kids this holiday? It is you, the adults, right? It's just, yeah. You know, I'm not too fond of it, as you would imagine, but, you know, it is what it is. Fresh Mellinger says, who invented it and when was it invented? You know what? I don't know if Sean Boy is still here, our Irish, you know, our fellow resident Irishman here. It came from Ireland. Look it up. Look it up. I think that it came from Ireland. You know what? Let's look this up right now. because it's a Celtic holiday. Okay, so Halloween originated from the ancient Celtic festival of Samhain, which marked the end of summer and the harvest, beginning of the dark and cold winter. The Celts believed that on the night of October 31st, the boundary between the worlds of the living and the dead become blurred, and the ghosts of the dead return to earth. Later, the Catholic Church, of course, designated November 1st as All Saints' Day, and the evening of 31st known as All Hallows' Eve, which is shortened for Halloween. So it's All Hallows' Eve. Okay, so that is the quintessential reality behind it. Ancient Celtic festival of Simon celebrated around 200 years ago. Yes, according to Fresh. Here, timing: the festival took place in the night of October 31st and marked the transition of beliefs. The Celts believed that the dead could return to earth. Bonfire and was lit to help guide the dead and ward off evil spirits. There you go. All right. 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 Right. Okay. So. All right, and that one was clipped right there. Yes, it's older than Islam. Correct, correct. It is older than Islam. Correct. You are absolutely right about that. All right, hold on a second. All right, so as Kevin Holland walks out, can we all agree that MMA Guru wears a diaper on his live streams? Because how is it that he never goes to the bathroom? Thank goodness I got a bathroom right next to my studio. I don't know how this dude does it, man. You know what I mean? Like, MMA Guru wears an adult diaper for sure. For sure, he has to have been wearing an adult diaper. And then he just cleans himself up afterwards, like, whatever. But yeah. All right, here's Kevin Holland. Yeah, Kevin Holland is definitely hard to deal with when he's locked in, for sure. I got Holland Malott as relatively inexperienced. Yeah. I like Holland at 172. Yeah. Yeah, when he fought Kamzat, that was a 185 fight, I believe, right? That was not a 170 fight because, yeah, he was obviously missing weight in that one. Says, yeah, the insane. Maybe he is using pro gambler tricks and P in increments. Using the pro gambler tricks and let it dry in between. Yeah, I suppose, man. That's MMA Guru's business there. All right, man, at 32 years old, how super experienced is Kevin Holland in comparison to the 33-year-old Mike Malott here? Mike Malott looks like one of those good old Catholic schoolboys, doesn't he? Doesn't he kind of strike you as one of them type of dudes? Like, he looks like, yeah, he's one of them guys. like a good old Catholic boy of some sort. Proper Mike Malott. That's an interesting nickname for him. I mean, he is rather proper, you know, sort of say, right? So all right, Fort Worth, Texas. Holland has like 40 some odd fights. Yeah, man. Yeah, a lot, bro. He's an active dude. You know, he's got that marathon type of body style. He looks like a bully in a high school movie. He looks like a bully in a high school movie. Are you talking about Mike Malott? Yeah, he kind of does, right? Like, you know, obviously to a group of grown men and pro fighters, you know, he looks like just any other regular dude, because, you know, it's a world full of bullies and, you know, and tough guys. But if you put him around a bunch of high school kids, yeah, he obviously looks like, you know, a Debo-like figure. Yeah, like the rich bully. Got it, got it. Okay, so kind of like a Cobra Kai character in a way, right? Like an early 80s Cobra Kai character, not necessarily like the new age ones, because, you know, they kind of made the kids look like, well, you know, rather modern, right? You know what I mean? And you know how we feel about modern kids, and especially if you're a guy my age, you think that people younger than you are like, you know, a bunch of soft wussies or something, you know what I mean? Like, but yeah. All right, so here's Mike Malott right now squaring off against Kevin Holland. There's a few leg kicks that they sort of threw at each other to open up for the first minute of this first round. There's a double jab by Mike Malott. There's a low kick by Kevin Holland. He tries for the high kick right there. 357, 354, 355, 352. And Holland looks like a crackhead. A crackhead. I mean, what makes him look like a crackhead? Because I don't know if you've ever really seen what a crackhead looks like, but to me, when I look at Kevin Holland, he looks like a professional athlete that's, you know, chiseled out of stone. You know what I mean? Like, I don't exactly know where you see crackheads, but crackheads don't look like, you know, UFC super athletes like Kevin Holland. Oh, man, right now, Mike Malott was making him look like less of a super athlete right there with that 1-2 shot right there. There's a low kick. As he goes for that low kick, he's ankle picks him, and then Kevin Holland hits him. Now he's down on the ground. He's right on top of Mike Malott right now after knocking him down. Full guard position right on top. Mike Malott is trying to escape, his hips up. Mike Malott looking like he's going for an arm bar. Kevin Holland sort of disengages from the full guard position, and now he's punching the feet of Mike Malott. Now Mike Malott reverses Kevin Holland. There it is. Now he's on top of Kevin Holland. Wow, man, good scrambling exchanges. Now it is Mike Malott on top of Kevin Holland right now. Kevin Holland tries to sweep him for... Man, they're going back and forth. Now he's grounding, pounding him right on top. Now he's got a body lock position right behind Kevin Holland. And he body locks Kevin Holland. He takes him down, and Kevin Holland reverses. Great scrambling exchanges that's going on right now. Fresh Melon Juice says, I've seen Dave Chappelle. Crackheads are legit in a fight week mode every day. I see what you're saying. Right. Like when they're cutting weight, yeah, they do sort of look like that. Okay. But obviously, after the weigh-ins, right, they eat up, they get filled up a little bit, and so, yeah. All right, there's a front kick right there by Kevin Holland. Okay, there's a low kick right there. Kevin Holland complains. Dan Mergliotta, the referee, calls for a timeout. He said, yeah, right in the balls. All right, so not a lot of time that Kevin Holland took there. Now he's right back on it. Fresh Melon Juice says, zero fat and hyperactive. zero fat and hyperactive. Yeah. Okay, then yeah, I think it's just, you know what? A lot of fighters are built like Kevin Holland, right? Like most fighters are not buff people, even though there are guys out there like Michael Chandler who are super buff. Guys like Mike Tyson in his prime days. Victory says, I lost respect for Holland after the 45-70 thing. I'm a big Rampage fan. I'm not a big Rampage fan anymore, but Holland acted like a complete douche on that podcast. Remind me again what he did. I remember seeing that. I don't know to the extent of what the context was behind that. Remind me about the Kevin Holland Rampage situation right now. Okay, so there's a knee by Mike Malott right now, and it's a low blow again. Mike Malott is protesting, saying that he hit him in the midsection, sort of a Usyk versus Daniel Dubois Part 1 situation going on right now. Yeah, so give me some elaboration on that, Marty, if you can, please. Like, what was their beef about and what was going on there? Cody says, yo, my man, I went to LA Dodgers game front row seats last night. It was so sick in person seeing Otani. Okay, that was okay, not low. Yeah, you don't think that was low? Yeah, he's kind of playing an Usyk right now in the first fight. I know that's controversial to say because Usyk eventually ended up beating Daniel Dubois, but you know, he's sort of playing into that right now. I saw the replay. It looked a little legit, and I can see why Mike Malott may have biasly, you know, picked towards his side in that particular instance. Man, but shout out to you, Cody, for you know, for that Dodgers game last night, man. You know, that's awesome, man. Dude, I love LA, man. Shout out to LA, bro. Holland was pissed at Rampage for the comment he made online. So he was just being disrespectful to Rampage on the podcast. That's just the gist of it. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. You know, Holland, you know, comes across as, you know, somewhat of a disrespectful person. What is Kevin Holland doing right now? Man, he's really milking the timeout right now. Very similar to the earlier fight. All right, so he's still got time, man. And you can see the lip movement of Kevin Holland right now while the camera is zoomed in on him. He's saying, my balls. My balls. And then he's standing up right now, trying to get up. All right, so the timeout clock has officially hit 3 minutes right now. DQ Holland, damn it. Well, it could be Mike Malott that could get DQ'd for this. Right? Or at least rule it a no contest of some sort, but... DC said that Kevin Holland's not trying to find a way out. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it is quite early in the fight to really determine anything. But if Kevin Holland is taking all of this time, remember, he's doing this to build himself up. Watch him explode. And then here's Mike Malott just sort of shadow boxing on the side right now, circling around as he's waiting for Kevin Holland. We are at the time clock. 3:30. 3:47, 3:50. He said 1 minute and 5 seconds. Okay, so Dan Murgliato only warns him. He only warns him and doesn't take a point away like the last fight that where the point was taken away. Yeah, wow, man. Kevin Holland is taking the whole 5 minutes right now. I hope Holland will lose now. You know what? You say that, but you don't know what this man is feeling. All right, one final chance. It's past 5 minutes now. All right, so they're going to continue. That was over 5 minutes, by the way. All right, now he signals to Mike Malott, hey, man, watch the balls, and then they sort of slap hands. Now they're back squared up again right now with a minute left into the first round. Holland is still favoring his crotch right now. I don't know if he's playing possum. Watch for him to play possum and lure Mike Malott into a shot. Watch. Right? Like he's sort of acting, you know what, nothing's going on. Now he's circling around Mike Malott. 35 seconds left in the first round. Yeah, he chose to fight. That's right. So you got to go get it. But, you know, that happened to me too in, you know, in an accidental foul. And then, you know, obviously I chose to fight, ended up, you know, getting TKO'd, but later got reversed into a no contest because it was, you know, an illegal blow. But that happens too sometimes, you know. So, all right, that's the end of the first round. Victory says, I never got a nut shot that actually hurt when I was wearing a cup. Not saying it can't happen. I've just never experienced it. Yeah, Holland is playing the Aljo role right now. Yeah, man, you know what? It depends, right? It depends on who kicks you, how hard they kick you, or what was going on within the momentum of that fight for it to feel or, yeah, experience whatever it is that you were experiencing at that time. But even Kevin Holland, he is still complaining about this shot right now. So the corner of Holland is telling him, hey, listen, I know that you're in pain right now, but let's finish this, you know, straight away. They want a fast finish, but you know what? That's easier said than done, right? I mean, let's see, man. Okay, here comes a doctor. Okay, looks like an Indian doctor from Vancouver. There's a lot of Indian doctors in Canada. He says he's going to have to call it. Wow, man, a lot of weird things that are happening right now. Wow, man. All right, so the fight continues. There we go, round number 2. The fight continues. All right, man, a lot of drama going on in between the fight. Yeah, it looks like Holland only trained 1-round sessions. Well, what do you mean by that, man? What do you mean by 1-round sessions? Yo, what's up? Republicanism says, yeah, how you doing, man? Yeah, Stalin. Are you watching the fights right now, Vance? Let me know. Yeah, so he's saying 1-2 down the middle. I guess they see Mike Malott. No, sorry. Okay. Well, I hope you're having a good Saturday either way. So shout outs to you, my man. You know what I mean? Hope you're having a good day either way. We are enjoying these fights. There's some interesting things going on right now. Is that JD Vance? Of course, man. You don't know, bro? You don't know? I mean, of course it's JD Vance. You know what I mean? It's a Marine Corps connection. You know, me and JD are the same age, which is strange, right? And at the same time, I kind of like that there's a guy who's my age that could potentially be running the world. You know what I mean? Like, I think that we had enough of these old balls. I mean, no disrespect to Trump, obviously, but, you know, JD Vance seems more of a measured man than Donald Trump, right? Like, I could see JD Vance as a guy to sort of carry on the MAGA tradition, but it would be under his own leadership and his own interpretation of the world and how he sees fit and how he's going to, you know, operate. So, says JD Vance 2028. Yeah. Yeah, because even though him and Trump are allies, I think he's a different guy than Trump. You know what I mean? Different temperament, different life experience, obviously. So, you know, I think that he'll have a different approach to things, hopefully. Hopefully, because I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not, you know, too thrilled about Trump's performance right now. You know what I mean? Like, there's some things that I like, and then there's some things that I don't like. But I think, yeah, I think as an objective observer of American politics, you kind of have to, you know, really stand on those realities. All right, there's a leg kick right there by Kevin Holland. All right, so I think Kevin Holland is finding a little pep in his step right now, which means that he's totally not as affected by this as he was. J.D. Vance will be a better president than Kamala Harris could ever be. He grew up in a dirt environment and turned it into a vice president. Respect him. Yeah, man, yeah. I hear that, bro. I hear that, right? You know, that's... Look, I like all of those things about him, right? You know, he comes from the dirt. He's a former Marine. On top of that, you know, the dude has a different temperament. Yeah, man. Ooh, oh no! Kevin Holland just got rocked. Oh no! Mike Malott looking to finish Kevin Holland in the second round right now. Probably the most controversial Kevin Holland fight that I've ever seen. Right now, obviously, the Khamzat fight, there's no controversy in that. He got taken down and finished in the first round. But when it comes to this, it's a little different. There's a lot of foul going on, and then on top of that, he took a lot of time, so yeah. He says, how dare you say that about Kamala? He says, I'll say what I want about Kamala. She is a Riri. She is a Riri? What is a Riri? Explain that slang or what that means. What a Riri exactly is. All right, so now that is the end of round number 2. Now we are headed to the third and final round of the co-main event of the evening. Look at Mike Malott busted up in the nose right now. Google it. I'm not writing it down. Okay. Running? Oh, gotcha. Okay, got it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. The real lyrics. The real lyrics to the song. Gotcha. All right, so that's what Riri is. Okay, you're a little cray-cray, but you a little Riri too at the same time. Sorry, but I'm speaking my mind. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good, man. You know, you're allowed to say anything here as long as it doesn't violate YouTube policies. So, all right. So Kevin Holland at number 15 in the welterweight limit. And Mike Malott is looking to get a number in his name. And he draws up Kevin Holland. All right, there's a body kick by Republicanism. Who is your favorite viewer? Man, you know, Allah. Allah is my favorite viewer because, you know, Allah watches all. There it is, right? That is the most politically correct answer I could make. You know, even though that may not come politically correct to libtards, as you would imagine. You know what I mean? But yeah, it is God that is my favorite viewer, I would say. Yeah. You know what? No one's ever asked a content creator that ever, I don't think, right? Like, who's your favorite viewer? Right? I would imagine some would say their mom or their relative or maybe their spouse or something like that. You know, in my case, I say Allah. You know, God is my favorite, you know, viewer because obviously Allah views and sees all things, right? So, all right. So here's round number 3 with Kevin Holland and Mike Malott. Says, okay, you right? You like that answer, right? It's a politically correct answer, right? Republicanism was really hoping you'd pick him, had to ask for a mod, now seeking your approval. Republicanism was hoping had to ask for a mod, now he's seeking your Yeah, I think he likes that. Look, man, look. Here's what it is, right? JD Vance would make a better president than Donald Trump right now. Okay? I think that's what he likes, is that he sees that I see that. Right? I think that he sees that I see that. And obviously with a name like Republicanism, Vance 2028, yeah. You know, look, I'll tell you what I like about Vance, right? He reminds me of like an old school Reaganite. You know what I mean? And you know, if there's anything that I love about Reagan is that he made California great, right? He made people proud to be from California. So, you know, I think JD Vance can, you know, can advance those same type of positions. Wow, speaking of advancing positions, there's a double leg by Mike Malott. Takes him down to the ground, and then as soon as he got down, Holland was trying to go for some elbows on the bottom, but here's Mike Malott right now, stat guard position. Now he's got his back. He's looking for... Okay, now he's right in the full guard position again. Gavin says, no, I'm posed to be your favorite viewer. You have betrayed your own kind. Gavin, your own kind? What exactly kind are we? Wait a minute. You like explain to me what kind we are, like, you know, because I'm involved in a lot of categories, Gavin. So what kind exactly are you? You know, are you Arab? Are you Muslim? Are you a Crip? Are you a Blood? Are you a Norteño, Soreño? Humans. Okay, makes sense. Humans. All right, then we are that kind. He says he would not. JD Vance will be even more controlled than Trump. You think so? Okay. Let's have a debate on that. Why do you think he would be a lot more controlled? Because I think that JD Vance, you know what, he's actually criticized Trump before he was his VP, right? So as a result of that, I think JD Vance would probably be a much different president than Trump. Oh, look, here's an arm triangle choke that Mike Malott is trying to get on Kevin Holland. He's got it. He's got it. Oh, but he escapes. Great escape by Kevin Holland, the Travis Lutter BJJ black belt. Fresh would know better than anyone. Marky Haynes says norteños, humans. Okay. Marky, that's right. You are from the Oakland, right? Fresh Melon Juice says, because Trump doesn't rely on donors as much as... Ah, okay, okay. Then I may have stand corrected on that. All right, so now here's the end of the third round, but I want to elaborate more on that in just a second. Okay, so that's the end of the fight right there. It goes to the distance. All right. Okay, so, yeah, Oakland, Dirty 30s. Got it. Okay. What did I miss up there? Okay, so I said, JD Vance says, I don't need anyone's approval. I live my life with the knowledge that I'm important in my own way, and I have my place and make it better in my own ways. Okay, okay. Oh man, okay. Yeah, he redacted that, retracted that, that comment right there. Okay, because Trump doesn't rely on donors as much as JD Vance. Okay, so how rich do you think Trump is, right? And how sustainable is that in terms of spending money on campaigns? There's a reason why I'm bringing that up, right? Simply because I think there is a part of Trump that does take money. For example, the Saudis, right? He says, when are you going to play games? Right after this, we'll do like some GTA missions and whatnot, and, you know, and we'll get it cracking that way. You know, as a matter of fact, let me set up my camera here just so I can pan it over on that side. Okay, that's going to be where the TV is at. Okay, so perfect. All right, so that's going to be the perfect setting right there. Yeah, so I'm going to play some games. All right, so here we are. We're going to find out who the winner is of this fight. Okay, so Mike Malott wins by decision. Yup. The biggest win of Mike Malott's career right now against Kevin Holland. And you know what? That fight was a lot longer than what it had expected it to be, because obviously it was supposed to be just 15 minutes in total, right, being inside the cage, but it was a little bit more than that. Fresh says, I don't think money is the bigger problem. I think it's power. And do you and your family and want to live or die? Okay. Republicanism says, JD Vance is a much smarter and charismatic person than anyone else. He will do greater than anyone from the Democratic Party of the United States. He is smarter and he knows how to talk and read the room. Yeah, that's the thing about Marines, right? Marines are very good at reading the room, right? Because, look, let me explain something to you, right? Even if you didn't have the past trauma that people who grow up in trailer parks or in dirt poor places like JD Vance has lived at, even if you didn't live in those places, the Marine Corps basic training in and of itself is constantly pushing your mind to be aware of alertness, right? Like every second, the drill instructors are yelling at you, hey, do this, do that, do this, do that. Oh, you're not doing this enough. You're not doing enough. Oh, this and that. Quarter deck, go to quarter deck. Okay, you know, get your shit squared away, this and that, right? Your mind is constantly trying to mitigate chaos and, you know, chaos and anxiety, right? So I think that it does serve him well in terms of being able to read the room, you know? Fresh Melon Juice says, I think Rubio is way smarter than JD Vance. Okay, very interesting take. Why do you think that? Why is Rubio much smarter than JD Vance? Now, is he much smarter than him, or does he have a different type of level of experience than JD Vance, right? Mark Haney says, no kings, get rid of Newsom, LOL. So was that protest, was that about Newsom or was that about Trump or a little bit of both? Because they both are sort of playing in that, yeah, can you play Forsaken Illness? No, we're going to play GTA. Republicanism says, also, This man served in the United States Marine Corps. There is absolutely no way it would be justified to challenge his loyalty to the United States of America. Well, there you go, man. But you also got to remember, right, there are other Marines out there that have nefarious intentions, right? There are Marines out there that are white nationalist neo-Nazis. There are U.S. Marines out there that are undercover ISIS or undercover Al-Qaeda operatives or undercover Islamic Jihad, members from Palestine or Yemen or, or a person that has ties to Iran or maybe even a person that has ties to Israel. I met, in basic training of 2004, I met a man who was former NYPD, but while he was also former NYPD, he was also former Israeli IDF. Now, why would you go from IDF to NYPD and then go back down to Marine Corps? It's kind of a weird, but you know what? To be fair, he was a reservist, right? He wanted to do reserves because he wanted to continue being a police officer, but he also wanted to be a Marine as well. And then he spoke Hebrew, so they gave him, certain positions in the Marine Corps as a result of that. So yeah, the idea that all Marines are loyal to the United States, it's not always the case. What I will say is he has proven that, because after he did his service, what did he do? He jumped right into politics, got in the Republican side of things, right? Became a very well-known entity in the Republican side of things, and then here he is now. Fresh Melanju says, J.D. Vance has one job, the easiest one. Rubio has several jobs, the hardest ones. Is that right? What makes you say that a senator or a Congress has a harder job than a vice president? What constitutes that? He says it's just a song. Oh, okay. Mark Haney says that No Kings is an anti-Trump rally that I stole, and the curse Newsom with it now. Yeah, man, he's banning Glocks and all that, man. You know what I mean? He's going after all the YNs with them switches, right? That's definitely what he's going after right now. Gavin says, are you able to ban people on stream for never watching your stream again? You know what? That's a weird question, right? Are you able to ban people on your stream for never watching your stream again? That doesn't make any sense, right? Because then if they don't watch my stream again, then I wouldn't really need to ban them. And if I want more viewers, I think the last thing I would want is for them to not watch it, right? But further elaborate more on that so I could, get the full meaning of it while we watch the preview to this fight. So Republicanism says, while Marco Rubio is more experienced in the political world, more people will want to see a man that came from the Rust Belt and dirt cheap family full of drugs and turned his life around to do this. Yes, so J.D. Vance definitely has a lot of that going on, right? He has, look, you know what J.D. Vance has going on? He has the combination of Obama and Ronald Reagan all rolled into one. When you say, think about it like this, right? He's got the charisma of Obama in a sense where, he's a very, very elaborate and articulate speaker, J.D. Vance, right? I think far more superior than Trump, in my opinion. Now, you could argue with this if you want, but, it's a subjective by its nature. So, I sued Kamala Harris in the 2011 federal court and won and changed the state laws and definitions of assault fires. Wow, man. Wow, man, that's crazy, Mark. That's a crazy story right there. Fresh Melanju says, Rubio, Secretary of State, Acting Administrator, U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, Acting Archivist of the United States, Acting National Security Advisor, J.D. Vance, Vice President and cheerleader. Vice President and cheerleader. I'm sure he does more than that, right? But you know what? It does make sense that the Vice President doesn't do much. In fact, look, I think the 8 years that Biden was Vice President, I think really ruined him. Because think about this, right? What causes dementia? Dementia is caused when you are idle, when you're not performing your brain to its full capacity. So you would imagine he was living like a prince the whole entire time was while Obama was doing all the work, right? So it literally fried his brain. So I could see how being a vice president doesn't really require a lot of brain effort on your part. So have you watched the Ronald Reagan movie? No, I haven't. Where is it and where could I watch it? Sandra says, what's up? Let me know what part of the world you are from, Clifton. Haney says, Google Mark Haney, bullet button, click the top search on that's me. Okay, Mark Haney, bullet button. Hold on a second. Bullet button. Okay, let's see here. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, Mark Aaron Haney. Oh, snap. This is you, bro. Hold up. This is you. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Okay, let's watch this. CBS News. Okay. Let me read this to you. Okay. 48. Hold on a second. Let me put this on the screen right here. By the way, Mark, I just put you in my timeline right now, okay? I just literally put you in my timeline right now, and you're going to see this. It is 5 hours and 48 minutes into this live stream, okay? Matter of fact, let me put just a little bit more seconds into it. 5 hours, 48 minutes, and 38 seconds into this, right? Okay, so let's get to this right here, right? Mark Haney. What did he here say? Republican or Democrat? Am I a Republican? I'm neither. I'm a Muslim. That's the best way to put it. Neither. Okay, so are you saying neither as well, Fresh, or are you speaking for me or speaking for yourself? Mark Haney says, sup, cuz? All right, man. Pin his comment. Pin his comment? Whose comment? Prime Video, it's, okay, it's $3.99. Okay, got it. Okay, I'll check it out. Okay, so before we get to the main event, right here, okay? California gun laws are so complicated, even police departments don't know how to interpret them. Case in point, the story of Mark Haney. In 2009, Haney was headed to the fire range when a Pleasanton police officer pulled him over for a cracked window shield, but it quickly got even worse. He said that in the case I had said that they were rifles. The one they decided to demonize was my AR-15, says Haney. It was a military-style semi-automatic rifle that, despite the state's strict assault weapon ban, is extremely popular at the range and legal in California. But Pleasanton police weren't so sure. There were multiple cops on the scene, all making phone calls, talking, books on top of hoods, on the back of the cars. Everyone got their paperwork out, said Haney. The cop decided the gun was illegal and Haney was hauled off to the Santa Rita jail in Dublin. Not to be mistaken with Dublin in Ireland. There is a Dublin in the Bay Area of Northern California. He says, I felt threatened, says Haney. I have a family to provide for. Something as simple as this can ruin my career as a family provider. How could Haney be arrested for purchasing a legal gun from a licensed store? It comes down to a little device called a bullet button, and disconnects between California law and that state's firearms regulations, which are written to interpret the law. Now, under the California's assault weapons law, military-style guns that have detached magazines is a combination with other features that are illegal. But under the state's firearms regulation, a bullet button makes a magazine fix and therefore legal. Because with a button, you would need a tool to release the magazine, and the name implies a bullet that can activate the button and quickly detach the magazine. Now, according to State Department of Justice's own regulation, a bullet is considered a tool. So which is legal or illegal? CBS 5 tried to get answers from Attorney General Kamala Harris, and keep in mind, this is an article from 2011, 2012, and this case was happening and ongoing from 2009, okay? So, confused, so are we. So are the regulations are to be written to comply with the order and have to be written to comply with the regulations, asked her response. Well, again, I understand that this is complicated. It's a complicated question, but obviously we want to make sure that whatever we do is foolproof so we don't have loopholes like this crop up again. So why couldn't the State Department simply just plug the loopholes by fixing its regulations? The regulatory process is fairly and could be a long proactive, says Gledhill. Okay, so Mark Haney, meanwhile, playing it safe. 2000 family were none, but he's letting go of the incident. The Alameda County District Attorney did not file charges against him. Police paid him back his bail. He is suing the DOJ, claiming that the law is unconstitutional and vague. I felt my responsibility as a person in this community to stop it from happening to people, he said. Lawsuit 2010. Following the lawsuit, Mr. Haney, the Pleasant Police, was taking steps to better educate officers regarding the prohibition of assault rifles, and the litigation was promptly resolved between the parties with no admission of liability of any of them. Meanwhile, lawmakers are pushing for answers too, after seeing our first story of Senator Leland Yee introduce a bill to ban bullet button. Along with Senator Darrell Steinberg, he sent a letter to Kamala Harris giving her an ultimatum. Either you fix the regulations or the legislators will do it for you. And that was from 2012. All right, perfect timing. Here we are. Here we are. Brendan Allen. Yes, Mark is my hero. Shout out to Mark. This was when she began the Office of Idiocy. Mark Haney says, I sued her and bought a badass house. Man, shout outs to you. Are you playing GTA 5 for me? Yes, I will be doing that. Mark Haney says the NRA gave me a lawyer and provided me everything I needed. Shout outs to you on that. Mark Haney says this was when she was the district attorney. That's for you, Mark. That's for you. That's for you. I had to stand up for you on that one, man. I had to stand up on you for that one. All right, so here we go. Into the main event. She tried to lock me up federal for 15 years. Wow, bro. Wow. Bro, listen. I'm glad that I saved that right there. I'm going to make a video on this. Okay, I'm going to make a video on this. All good, brother. One patriot to another. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, bro. Yeah, man. Mark is a hero, bro. And you're a G2 on top of that, man. You know what I mean? Now I'm kind of curious to see what you look like, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you know, now you know what I look like. I want to see what you look like. So if I ever see you in the Bay Area, I'd like, hey, what's up, man? You know, dap up and all of that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, man. All right, here we go. Round number one. Round number one. Here we go. All right. Here we go. D. Ritter shooting in for a takedown straight away. All right, so here we go. Now we got Brendan Allen in the clinch position right now, and D. Ritter has a wizard right underneath Brendan Allen right now. And as the main event started, it has gotten dark in California right now. Usually this would be the time when the early cards would start. Okay, so there's D. Ritter right now. He takes down Brendan Allen from that judo hip toss. Mark is an American warrior who stood up to Kamala and stuck it to the man. Yeah, bro. You know what, bro? Listen, I am honored that someone like you is a fan of my page. Like, that is awesome to me, bro. Like, that is awesome to me. You, my friend, you just elevated my ego to a whole different level right now. Nope, American Warrior. There it is, man. American Warrior. My bad to the chat. Wasn't trying to hijack nothing. Just experience fit to the topic of conversation. Sorry. No, bro. Listen. listen, you did me a favor. You know what I mean? I was like, man, you know what? Now people are like, man, you know what? Kyrie is tied in with that Mark Haney guy. You better watch out. His new nickname is K.O. Milica. K.O. Milica. You know what, man? Listen, my nickname for you is KHK. Okay, that's your nickname. KHK Mark Haney. You know what KHK means, right? You know how in the gang world, everything ends with a K, right? The name of your ops and then the K, right? It's either like BK or CK. I don't want to say, because, you know, I'm not trying to disrespect nobody, but it's Hawaiian for warrior. Got it. Okay. Okay, I got you. Yeah. But, you know, that's what you are. You are a KHK. You are a Kamala Harris unaliver. You know what I mean? Because you dang near really put her career, you know, out of business, bro. You know, and as a result of that, yeah, I would even go as far as to say you probably helped, you know, Trump on the NRA side. Because, look, think about this, right? Think about how many NRA guys know who you are, right? I'm sure a lot of NRA guys know who you are. And they're like, wow, man, listen, Mark Haney, you know, that's the dude. You know what I mean? Like, they don't know you from a can of paint, but they know that you had this conflict going on with Kamala Harris. And, dude, that is awesome, bro. That is awesome. Man, you had her on lock. Just like D. Ritter right now got Brendan Allen on lock. It's pronounced Koamilika. Okay, Koamilika. Got it. So Koamilika means Hawaiian for American warrior. Ah, okay. Or as they say in Kickboxer, right? If you remember in Kickboxer, they used to call Van Dam Natsuko, right? Which is translated as American warrior, but yeah, you know, obviously that was obviously, you know, directed towards Americans, because usually if you're a foreigner in Thailand, they would call you like a farang of some sort. Okay, so here's D. Ritter right now looking to choke out Brendan Allen. He's been putting Brendan Allen, you know, on the ground right now. He's got a body lock right behind him. He's back in a full mount position once again. Brendan Allen looks very overwhelmed with a 3 minutes of ground control time right now on the part of D. Ritter. Yes, says Kamala McEmbarrassment was so cooked when the election started. Yeah, facts. Facts, for real. Oh, wow, man. Yeah, he's throwing some elbow shots at him right now. All right, so now he's looking for a finish right now. Oh, wow, he's got a hold of the arm. But Brendan Allen escapes. All right, and I think survives to fight another round. All right, Bilal Muhammad in the corner of Brendan Allen. Round one, RDR, yeah, I would say so. Very clear domination in that one. 4 minutes of ground control time. He took Brendan Allen down and kept him there, even almost submitted him, but then Brendan Allen was able to escape in the end. Karab says, hey, just wanted to remind you that you are so loved. Man, thank you for that, man. Thank you for that. I'm glad to have heard that, and a very beautiful and positive message on your part. Shout out to you on that. All right, here we go. Round number 2. D. Ritter looking like, how do I say this? A much more advanced version of Luke Rockhold. In fact, looks like a prime Luke Rockhold, wouldn't you say? Oh, there's a spinning back fist right there by Brendan Allen. All right, so now D. Ritter is maintaining a clinch position on Brendan Allen right now, hooked up against the fence. Wow, man. Mark freaking Haney pulls up on my live stream. That's crazy, man. I mean, obviously, I've known who you are, but now I know who you are, and it's like, wow, that is awesome, man. That is so awesome. Republicanism. Once I said in the chat regarding Charlie, but it applies to everyone and everything. Nobody remembers what you did. They will always remember the way that you treated them. Remember that. Charlie treated the Americans with the utmost respect. Justice for Charlie. Okay. All right, man. So he's making Brendan Allen carry all that weight on him right now. All right, so now big moment for Allen. He reverses these positions right now, and now he is right on top of D. Ritter right now. Republicanism says respect applies to everyone. They will never remember what you did, but how you treated them. Yeah, you know what? I've heard this phrase a lot, and you know what? As I got older, my man, I started to really resonate with this idea, right? Like it is true. It remains to be true as time goes on and as time progresses. So guys, remember when I said earlier in the stream that if D. Ritter struggles in any kind of way in this fight, it will only enhance the advantage for Imavov. Mark Haney says, want to know something crazy on that day? I had an M1 SOCOM 2 in the truck, 1,000 rounds of green tips and 760 rounds of 308s in the battle packs and 5 30-round magazines. I got everything back. Wow, man. Yeah, that's California law for you, man. You know, they didn't want you having all of that. You know what I mean? Fresh Melon Juice says, yeah, Kamzat's not losing to these guys. No, he's not. Boom. Mark Haney says, yup, yeah. Yeah, Kamzat is definitely not losing to either Brendan Allen or D. Ritter right now. But you know what? Hey, listen, D. Ritter made one mistake, and here is Brendan Allen right now on top of him as a result of that. Mark Haney says, I got to go to Pleasanton Police Department and pack my ish and walk out of there with all of it. And you know what? You probably walked out of there like looking at everybody like, you know what I mean? Like grilling everybody as you're walking out the room. You know what I mean? Like, Kamzat will eat these fools up, in my opinion. Facts, facts. Republicanism says, I dare Kambula to tell Mark she is going to take his guns. Yeah, I think she learned that lesson already as an attorney general, and I think that she'll understand it even more as a person, a position of power. But yeah, man. Let's just say that, thank goodness, Kamala was not president. I mean, look, you can argue that Trump is not doing the best job right now, but yeah, for real, you know, she's a bit of a Riri. You know what I mean? Like, straight up, man. Dude, that is awesome, man. I really love your story, Mark, man. That is awesome. And you won, too, on top of, you know, getting some compensation for it. So that's a plus. All right, so round 2. There's Robbie Lawler in the corner of D. Ritter right now. Okay, Bilal Muhammad is giving instructions to Brendan Allen, saying, you know, watch your head position. Okay, so let's see. Bro, I got a second lawsuit and won against the Pleasanton Police Department because they disassembled my gun and removed my parts out of my AR-15 and attempted to make me walk out of the police station with the illegal firearms. Wow. Okay, you should put up a poll that Trump says or Harris. You should put up a poll up that says Trump or Harris. Yeah, okay. I called my lawyer from within a police station, and he came with the long, short story. I won the second lawsuit. Okay. All right, so here we go. Round number 3. Bilal says, Allahu Akbar. Okay, okay. He didn't say Allahu Akbar, did he? You know what I mean? But, yeah, he seems to make fun of Kamzat for saying it, like, as if, you know, we don't say it in prayer or something, you know what I mean? But, yeah. All right, so now here is D. Ritter, once again, on the back of Brendan Allen. Sorry, I was going to mistake him for the boxer David Allen there for a second. Allahu Akbar only means Allahu Akbar only means praise God, correct? Yeah, it means God is great. So yeah, that's really what it means. I think the aggressive way people say it matters. I think okay. I've had people complain about me yelling Allahu Akbar while I was at the gym, you know, lifting like heavy weights and all that, right? You know, like, I mean, you know, I get a little excited, and, you know, some people call out their gangs, they call out their sets or this and that. You know, I've done that too, but, you know, calling, you know, Allahu Akbar, I think is, you know, something that is sort of offensive to some people. All right, so now Brendan Allen is right on top again. So it seems to be that we get into this pattern of positions, right? The minute that Brendan Allen is on the bottom, all of a sudden he reverses and gets right on top of D. Ritter. He sees something there. So there's some reversals here. This is already his second reversal of David Allen on D. Ritter. Now, what does he do with this reversal and the second chance that he has? That remains to be seen. He says, excuse my ignorance. No, it's all good, man. It's all good. You know, saying praise God or God is great is basically the same meaning. So, yeah, you know, no ignorance on your part, brother. All right, so now Brendan Allen is right on side control right now. Now he's got the back of D. Ritter. D. Ritter's cut up, I believe, either from the eyes or the nose or something. All right, so now Brendan Allen is maintaining this back position. All right, man, so here's Brendan Allen banging away right now. Fresh says it's like Mandarin. Same word can have many meanings depending on how you say it. Yes, yes, yes. A lot of languages are like that. Arabic is also very similar to that, obviously. But yeah. Yeah, just like in American English as well, right? We have slangs, so there's a lot of different meanings for those slangs. So, you know, it's sort of, yeah, in that same, you know, in that same realm of reality, I suppose. All right, man. So yeah, with a dominant performance by De Ridder, we would think that he would be maintaining this, but now it is Brendan Allen who is actually getting a lot of ground control on the top position right now. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. De Ridder is looking to get a triangle here. All right, so now we're getting into the fourth round. All right, so we're getting into the championship rounds on this one. Mark Haney says, I'm agnostic that leans Christian. Okay, but respect the Muslim faith. It's people's sincerity to their faith. Some of the most genuine people and consistent people with their faith. Yes, yes, I would say so. Yes, yes, I would absolutely agree with that, Mark. And thank you for your sentiments towards the Muslim people. You are right about that, right? We do take very serious when it comes to the matters of religion, right? But you also got to understand, not necessarily that I completely agree with it all the time, but there is an element that vanguards Islam sometimes to the point of extremism, right? Like, for example, do I agree with Charlie Hebdo for making cartoons about the Prophet Muhammad? No, of course not. But do I think that they should be unalive? No, of course not. But unfortunately, there are people out there that will ride for these types of causes, and as a result, you know, cause you know, serious turmoil in the world as a result of it. You know, but that is the yeah, that is both the negative and positive side of things, but only the reality that I present to you guys as you know, as real as it gets, with no you know, with no filtered censorship of any kind, at least to a certain limit. All right, here's Brendan Allen now shooting in for a takedown. It is as if he knew that in the fourth round, De Ridder was sort of out of it. He takes him down, and then De Ridder is in a guillotine position as Brendan Allen just took him down. Mark Haney says, man, the extremes of any groups is ridiculous. You don't have to be Muslim to be extremist for your beliefs. For sure. For sure. That is absolutely a reality in, you know, in all cases of religion. And those exceptions are not the rule. Yes. Yes, that is definitely true. Yes. All right, so here's De Ridder right now looking to submit him with a guillotine, but it is Brendan Allen who is now maintaining. Man, listen, at this point of the fight, it seems that Brendan Allen may have a new resurgence here. You know what, Mark, that's a good question, right? Who would I give this fight to right now? At first, earlier of the fight, I was going to give it to De Ridder, but right now, Brendan Allen is doing a very good job of maintaining top controlled position while reversing every chance that he gets for De Ridder to bring him down like this. A little better. Here we go. Oh, let's turn on this one right here. Okay. Yeah, so pretty even fight so far, and we are literally in the second half of this fight right now, like closing in at the end of this second half as we speak. I want to see Khamzat at the White House, bro. Yeah, you know what? I think Khamzat is right now, the Hidden Extremes ones are the most dangerous. The hidden extreme are the ones that are most dangerous. Yes, I agree. Yes, there's a lot of sleeper cell elements out there that you have to watch out for. But yes, now going back to what Mark said, I think that Khamzat is the front runner of the White House card. He says that will never happen. I want to see the best fights, therefore the best fighters. Yeah. But yeah, I think Khamzat is the front runner of the White House card right now. It seems that way. He doesn't have an opponent lined up, and he could very well wait until July. So they will never have Khamzat at the White House. Why not? It is Donald Trump that gave him, gave him a visa, right? He's the reason. Look, the Khamzat and the Dricus du Plessis fight happened in Chicago because of Donald Trump. So I don't know about that. Like the idea that he can't go to the White House. And you know what? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. It would create diplomatic relationships, right? Putin, obviously, being tied in with Ramzan Kadyrov. You know what I mean? So Mark Haney says, I hope you're right. Well, here's the thing, right? I think I'm going to lean towards the idea that I am right? Because, look, this is not the Biden administration or the Kamala Harris administration, right? Which an administration that you know a thing or two about, Mark, right? Because it's an administration that you literally fought yourself. It's not those administrations. It's the same guy. It is the same. Yeah, I hope he can fight at the White House. Haha, no shit, Melon, he says. Yeah. Yeah, people are not racist, but they don't want to be their neighbors. Yeah, people are not racist, but they don't want to be their neighbors. Is that in reference to Muslims in particular, or who would not want to be their neighbors? Speaking of neighbors, man, Brendan Allen is neighboring into a win column in this one right now. Man, he's been on top of D-Ritter. Bro, this is going to be hard to, it's going to be hard to score. All right, man, and that is the end of the 4th round. We are now heading into the 5th round. Wow, so the referee was warning D. Ritter to get back into his seat. Otherwise, he was going to call the fight off. Wow. Any race that brings you down your value or calmness. Huh. Okay. I don't know. I don't understand what you mean by that. You know, you got to excuse Fresh sometimes. He likes to come here and say some random racist things, but at the same time, he also drops some. What is this? Oh my goodness! He calls off the fight. Brendan Allen won! Brendan Allen won! I can't believe it! Brendan Allen won! Oh my goodness! Brendan Allen won! Oh my goodness, he could not continue. Brendan Allen won! Nets! Nets! Oh my goodness, he won! He won! I can't believe it! I can't believe it! He won! He won! How did he win? How did he win? He did not want to answer. Oh my God, he was too exhausted. Wow. Brendan Allen with the upset. I can't believe it. I told you guys I was going for Brendan Allen in this one. Wow, man. Brendan Allen literally just crashed the party on this one, man. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it, man. Unbelievable. 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 Did he bitch out? Yeah, he did not want to answer for the 5th round. Wow. Wow, he quit, man. I can't believe it. He quit. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff, guys. Unbelievable stuff. Wow. You know what? Brendan Allen versus Khamzat. Here we go. All right, let's hear it out.
At the end of round number 4, DeRitter could not continue. Therefore, we declare your winner by TKO, Brendan
All right, let's hear what Brendan Allen has to say here. Wow, man. No way. Not a good fight. Yeah, it was a good fight, bro. I don't care what you say. That was a good fight. That was a good fight. This was insane.
Well, first off, DC, the MMA community, the kickboxing community, we lost a huge legend. So if we could just take a minute of silence for Duke Rufus and his family.
Yeah. Shout outs to Duke Rufus on that one.
That's awesome, Brendan. I know you spent some time with Coach Rufus.
All right, yeah. No. Just we're reacting to it, so it's perfectly fine as long as you don't like overplay it, I suppose. You know.
It was good. Hey, I represented Canada because half my blood is Canadian.
He said he represented Canada because half his blood is Canadian.
To be here and represent you guys, but I'm still a Louisiana boy at heart.
He says he's still a Louisiana boy at heart. Okay.
Exactly what I said I would do. I'm a different monster. Thank you to my team, but wouldn't be here without them. BA, last year you ran into some problems that I had to take a hard look at myself. Right? For as bad as it might have been.
Yeah, good for him. Congrats. Yeah, man. Yeah, big ups to homie on that one, bro. Like he, wow, man. Wow. Wow.
That happened for you over the course of these last couple victories. My team.
Yeah, absolutely love this sport, bro. I love it, bro. Yeah, big win for him. For real. So many variables. That's what I'm talking about, bro. You know what? Like, Victory says, check out the Jon Jones video before you start gaming. Got it. All right.
I told you I'm a different monster. When my head's clear and we're on, I'm the best in the world. Chimaev, you want a good grappler?
He says, Chimaev, you want a good grappler? He's calling out Chimaev right now.
Trick is what you have.
Let's see. Okay.
Let's not run it back, baby. Were you surprised? Take a look at your work here. That grappler, speaking of it, were you surprised that he took you down? Because look
Okay, let's go to MMA Guru's video right now, okay? Let's go to that one right now.
how much difficulty he was having getting up after the rounds to go back to his corner. I felt him in the first. It took me a second to get going, like, oh shit, he's really in a fight, you know? I felt it at his best, his strongest, I could feel it straining. I knew once I got on top and I
Look
felt
at this
it,
dude. He's got all these dudes with him.
hey, but Monster, you bet on the wrong horse. Well, that was a phenomenal performance, some great call-outs. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Brendan Allen.
Massive win for Brendan Allen, who enters the fray. Of course, willing to step up and take on the new champ, Khamzat Chimaev. He said Dricus du Plessis' name. Sean Strickland, he has history
All
with.
right,
They
let's
fought
see
in
here.
the
Okay, here we go. The Jon Jones video. Hold on a second. Okay, let's
probable in his future.
let's lower this one right here real quick. Okay. So let's get to the Jon Jones video real quick. Okay, let's get to the Jon Jones video.
I'm gonna have to cover this, okay, with my webcam, and I'm gonna have to make sure that this doesn't get around my webcam because otherwise YouTube will take it down.
Mark Haney says, man, this sport is such a nostalgia for me. Gathering around the early UFC, watching Gracie take everyone out to today. Fortunate to see the sport evolve. Man, it's beautiful, isn't it? It's beautiful.
I just tried to upload this video without doing it, and that did not go well, okay? Just as a test run, that did not go well. So I promise you, YouTube administrators, I'm going to keep it covered. Let's just say...
it's probably not going to show it on Guru's video. Okay, gotcha.
Society. The degeneracy does not end where we thought it did in the first place. He is extremely excited by this man in Hebulla.
Yeah, very haram, Habibi.
As the visuals of a toddler boy, and it is weird, so I'm going to have to discuss that at the start. But the second part of this video is a different situation that's crazy. There's my boy O'Malley. Me and O'Malley are best buds, but also best buds with O'Malley is this guy Schmidt. You may remember him as a cult hero from the YouTube channel of the MMA Guru, which you're watching right now. This guy is part of the lore. Schmidt references here and there. We all remember the original meltdown of Schmidt. When I tell you the situation that's unfolded, this came out of nowhere. Schmitty is being manipulated by a woman. Schmitty is being manipulated by a crazy woman. Okay, this is what I've got from this situation. I'm going to play you the clip in a second. He's being manipulated by a woman, and in her last attempts to manipulate him, that fucking worked, by the way, she compared him to me. And she was going along saying things like, I love the MMA Guru, but you're way better than MMA Guru, Schmitty. This is the extent she was going to manipulate.
Okay, let's fast forward this a little bit with MMA Guru. Hold on. Remember when it was called NHB with Keith Hackney punching opponents to the balls? Yes. Tank Abbott trying to throw dudes out in the cage. That one sumo dude who got his teeth knocked out. Good times. Yes. When the Gracies did choose the smallest Gracie to prove the power of Gracie BJJ. Reminds me when God chooses the Jew. Oh my God. Come on. Really? Come on, Fresh. All right.
The mind of Schmidt to where he has now had a massive falling out.
All right.
He's like, maybe put Hebulla in the crowd just to distract him and get his thoughts wandering elsewhere. This is genuinely concerning, though. He is bricked up, as the youth would say. While Hebulla...
So he's saying that he was bricked up while all of this was going on.
Who has the look of a toddler boy. Smothering and even the thing is saying here, look at him wailing around. He even gets punched in that position too, and he's giggling. Oh, dude, this is so strange. On top of the videos of him being tossed around in the pool over there, whenever Jones goes to a slightly more lawless place than the US, this is the Diddy of MMA. This is straight up the Diddy of MMA. Check his hard drives immediately. Hebulla notices it, by the way. Hebulla's a noticer, I hear these days. Hebulla notices it. I'm going to try and keep it outdoors. And he is in full control of the situation. I've never seen him get out of their Pierre like this.
He says, I would fart in Kamala's hand and eat it like a sandwich. Oh, my God. Come on, bro. The Diddy of MMA, LOL. God wants to show his mighty power.
I'm getting out of it. I'm getting out of it right now. That's disgusting. Please tell me I'm still covering. Okay, we're good. I just tried to get this for YouTube, but YouTube knows what it is. Okay? Oh, my God. Right, we'll move on from the Jones stuff. And now, check his hard drives. But this guy's a danger to society. That's all I'm going to say. All right? Now we'll get on to Schmitty's being manipulated by women that are using me to manipulate his emotions. Okay? Now, to give you a backstory.
All right, so there it is, man. The Jon Jones and the Hebulla thing going on. All right, so let's get to the gaming side of things, okay? Let's get to the gaming side of things while we what do you call it? While we sort of go over all the stuff that went on tonight. Just saying I would. Okay. All right. So all right, let's do a little recap for tonight, okay? Wow, man. David Allen. Beautiful moment, man. Beautiful moment for David Allen on this one. All right, so let's get to the recap of this. Mark Haney says, Jones is no doubt gifted. You know what I'm saying? Youth is wasted on the young. I feel like the way Jones is talent and destructive lifestyle. Facts. All right, so tonight, Brandon Allen wins by retirement, right? He could not continue D. Ritter. I don't know what was going on with him. Maybe he got tired. Maybe he got hurt in between. But Brandon Allen came and spoiled the party. Mike Malott. A lot of controversies going on here. A lot of timeouts because of some low blows. They gave Mike Malott a warning instead of a point taken away. Split decision. Aieman Zahabi versus Marlon Vera. This could have gone either way. Shoutouts to Aieman Zahabi. I told you guys, Faraz Zahabi is a technician, and not only that, he is an absolute monster when it comes to game planning. It showed tonight. Beat a former contender, former title challenger, and now he is right up there. Manon Farut finishes Jasmine Javidius. Very easy win in the first round. Knees and punches. Submission guillotine choke by Charles Jourdain against Davy Grant. Kyle Nelson gets a decision win over Matt Pravola. Drew Dober gets a finish over Kyle Prepolec. Very easy win by Aori against Cody Gibson. 21-second knockout. Right hand, straight right, and then finishes it off with a hammer fist. Bruno Silva gets a rear naked choke. Sort of resembles a bulldog choke, but a rear naked choke nonetheless. Santos gets a decision win over Barlos. Stephanie Luciano gets a rear naked choke over Oliveria. How about this? This fight was going 50-50 as well, right? Azamat had a chance to win this fight, right? But Yousri, being a former Glory kickboxer, by the way, a guy who's beaten Alex Pereira, gets a TKO finish in the third round. First fight of the evening, Melissa Croden taking on Lisboa. Top position, TKO punches by Croden, and that was all she wrote. And what else do we have here? I would waffle stomp Kamala, then eat the leftover parts from her. Damn. Marlon Vera reminds me of Brandon Vera. Brandon was a badass. Yeah, man, Brandon Vera was, man, he was awesome, bro. You know what? For his prime, right? Obviously, he was one of the guys that first said that he wanted to fight both for 2 championships, right? I think before Randy Couture, maybe around when Randy Couture was doing it, but yeah. Let's see here. Okay, let's go to the post-fight show right here, and let's see what they got going on here. Yeah, Paulie Malignaggi fought today. Where we might have to go check that out. So let's see. Yeah, so going into this fight, Brandon Allen was number 9. D. Ritter was number 4. I wonder where he's going to be placed Tuesday. Mark Haney says, Vance, you're in a good place to learn. Bellegru finished Alex. I did not know that. Yeah, he did. I have like absolutely no clue about how MMA works or what happens. I respect the investment of your time though. Man, shout outs to you, my man. You know what? This is a good sign when you got people that are not totally tapped into MMA, but, you know, love what you do anyway. Shout outs to you on that, my man. Shout outs to you. So, yeah, man. The 185 division just got interesting. Honestly, this was supposed to be Anthony Hernandez's fight, right? My homie, right? He was supposed to be the one. You know what? He would have beaten D. Ritter. Can we agree with that? If my boy Hernandez fought tonight, he would have beaten D. Ritter. Can you guys agree with me on this? He would have absolutely beaten D. Ritter. You want to know why? You want to know why? You want to know why he would have beaten D. Ritter? Because what is Anthony Hernandez's game? It is stamina. What did D. Ritter lack tonight? Stamina. So that is the preface of where I'm sort of holding out on this. So yeah, man. Wow. Yeah, Kyrie is an MMA fighter, the second best MMA podcast fighter just after Guru. There you go, man. I'll take that, man. Even though I don't like MMA Guru politically, I don't like some of his stance, I don't like how he views the world, I respect him, right? Because he gives guys like us a platform. So I give him that respect, but, you know, as a person, I don't necessarily respect him as a person. I don't have to, but as a content creator and as somebody who is an important figure in MMA, I give him that respect. And that is what you guys love me for, is emotional intelligence. You know what I mean? It's emotional intelligence that you guys love me for. And so he said, who, sorry? Oh, just, you know, MMA talk. You know what I mean? Yeah, just regular MMA talk. Yup, I agree. Stamina. Yeah. Yeah, Anthony Hernandez. He's a guy that I fought on the same card with this guy, and he's now in the UFC. So, you know, he was supposed to fight tonight, but he got injured, and as a result, the guy who had replaced him ended up winning. So, yeah. But yeah, man, great night of fights so far. All right, so yeah, let's get to the gaming portion side of things real quick. He says, who is the MMA GOAT of all time? Man, there's a lot right now. Jon Jones is right up there. George St. Pierre, Khabib, a whole wide range of people. Anderson Silva. Fresh says, did you see the PFL Africa tonight? No, obviously. Francis working on that, or was it all BS from his side pretending to care about them? Pantoja, he says, Pantoja, you said that he's the GOAT right now. Pantoja, I can see that, yeah. Oh, don't get me started, Miller. Yeah, please don't get him started with Pantoja, please. You know, more insane matchmaking on that regard. Yeah, RDR looked rough on the scale Friday. Wonder if it was a factor. It was definitely a factor, bro. Yeah, it was definitely a factor. Definitely. Hey, guys, I appreciate everyone's time. Kier, thank you for your efforts tonight and providing a stream for the community. God bless you, and everyone stay safe. Yeah, man, stay safe for you as well, man. 4th weight cut this year, too. Who is that? Are you talking about D. Ritter? Yeah, he says, I'm out. Deuces. Shout out to you, my man. Deuces to you as well. Okay, I got this on mute right now because I can't have the music playing in the background. So, yeah. All right, man. So how about the Aieman Zahabi and the Marlon Chito Vera fight, man? Mark, an American warrior. Yeah, shout out to you, Mark. Survive 5 stars, and I will promote this channel till the day I die. Okay, you want me to Survive 5 stars, you got it. All right. Say no more. Say no more. We're going to do that. Okay, we're going to do that. Yep. All right, so now they're asking Brendan Allen how he feels about that win. All right, we're going to do that challenge. We're going to try to survive 5 stars, okay? All right, so let's go. Sub to Kyrie Buelk here right now, or else. All right, let's get this thing cracking right now. Okay, I'm going to survive 5 stars, okay? That's the challenge.
Hello, this is Pegasus Lifestyle Management. How can I help? Great. So it's available for pickup at our nearest location, sir.
No, I have not yet. Not Hodge, no. What the heck? Why is it all the way out here? Okay, fine. That's fine. What a weird place to, like, go for my tank. South Africa in a radio program. When are you planning on it? When am I planning on it? You know, man, sometime in the near future. You know, yeah, definitely sometime in the near future, my man. Okay, I'm gonna bring out the tank on this one. I had to drive far just to get a tank, bro. What the F? When are you planning it? Okay, so the challenge is surviving 5 stars, right? Man, they make me drive so far just to look for my tank. You know what? Change something. Okay, let's go. 5 stars. We're going to get into a 5-star right now. How many stars do you have right now? Oh, none. I don't have any stars right now. Hold on. Let's get it cracking first. Let's do this. Okay, we're gonna get to the 5 stars right now. I gotta kill enough people to do so. The only thing is, I don't want to kill innocent people just to get 5 stars, though. I want to get, like, a legitimate target. That's the only thing. So who do I go after that will get me 5 stars straight away? Let's see here. I will get 5 stars, though. Watch. Okay, there's 1 star so far. You know what we could do? We could... There's a cop. Now, we got 5 stars now. You see this? We got 5 stars now. Hey, we got 5 stars. You heard me? All right, confirmed. Confirmed, we got 5 stars. Confirmed, we got 5 stars. And now we're going to escape the 5 stars, okay? Look. 5 stars. Right there. Now watch this. Now we're going to escape the 5 stars. Look at that. We're escaping the 5 stars, boys. There it is. Escape the 5 stars, my man. Da 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 da. Dun dun da dun 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 doo 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 doo. All right, where's the tank? Look at that, and the tank is left unscathed. Attaboy. Yeah. Attaboy. That's right, man. That's right. So I guess we got a deal then, you know, JD Vance, right? We got a deal, right? Look at that, and the tank is unharmed. Left unharmed, look at that. All right, now let's go unalive some players. We got. What's the woke BS about making James Bond a black woman? Is that a real or is that noise? They've been talking about it for a long time, but you know what? They always go with, you know, just the regular white English James Bond, I suppose, right? He says, snippet then. I got you, man. Kyrie, did you know Republicanism? What was that? Oh, deleted by. What was that about? Is 98 years old. He scammed you. He's 98 years old. What makes you think he's 98 years old, dude? All right, now let's go find some players to bang on. Let's see, where is the majority of the occupation? Okay, right here. Let's go here. Yup. Oh, snap. I may have blown that up for... Okay.
I'm guessing you don't want a back rub. How can I help? No problem. I'll get him off your back.
I tell the truth even when I lie, he says. We found enemy contact. Enemy contact right on bike. Oh no. That's what I don't like about these tanks, man. You blow up too many things around it, it just, you know, doesn't respond too well. Okay, we gotta get out of this thing. Now we gotta blow something up. He says, Kyrie, what happened to MMA? The fight was just over. Got him. got me there. All right, he got me there. Oh, how did he do that? Oh, no. Okay, not looking good for me right now. Oh, no. Oh, man, he's looking to bomb me out the water right now.
Hi. What service field? Okay, I can deal with it. There. You'll have a minute.
Where is this dude?
Sorry, I didn't see it. Whatever.
Yeah, D. Ritter did quit in some kind of way, yes. Do you guys think Ilya broke up with his wife after the Full Send podcast? Maybe some Yes, I think that. I think a lot of people don't give that much credit, but yeah, I think there's a lot of things that could point in that direction and say, hey, you know what? Yeah, this has something to do with it, undoubtedly. Uh-oh. Take care, Republicanism. Internet is good and bad. How can we give free dirt on the modern age? Young growing up, it's insane. No more restarts, I guess. Yeah. Facts, man. Yeah, man. Shout out to Drew Dober for that win as well, man.
If it isn't my creepy silent friend, how can I help? I can get it scrambled for a minute.
He says maybe you can use the rail gun. I'm trying to get one more kill, and then I'm gonna do a little side mission. Damn it. Got him.
Why, hello, how you doing? How can I help? I can do it, but not for long. You'll have a minute.
Got him. Do you have the Colin McRae rally game? No, I don't have that one. All right, so let's see what's going on in the press conference right now. Let's see if there's any press conferences going on right now. It will teach you to escape the police way better than OJ. Really? Is that right? Okay. That's interesting. Well, let's see here. So what is the press conference? Let's check out the UFC press conference right now. Let's see, who did they have earlier? They had Mike Malott on. Who else did they have? Just Mike Malott. That was it. Nobody else was on other than Mike Malott. Okay, so yeah, Mike Malott was the only one in so far. Yeah, the French dude versus Kamzat will be nice. Let me ask you something, man. Do you think that there's a place where perhaps maybe Brendan Allen gets the title shot here? What do you think, man? Is that possible? Could they give this one to Brendan Allen instead? No, never. Why? Not marketable enough? Not really the type of guy that you want to, you know, I guess just put out there like that, right? Not really. Yeah, I see what you're saying, though. Yeah. Yeah, quitting without an injury should be a purse deduction and back to the prelims. I mean, Look, bro, he didn't even have an injury, really. Right? And he quit just like that. It's kind of, I don't know, it's rather insane, to be quite honest with you. Yeah, he was not dominant enough. Who, Brandon Allen? Yeah. He had to struggle a little bit, right? So it wouldn't be fair to say that, hey, you know what? Like, he deserves the title shot after, you know, after that. Yeah. It wouldn't make sense, really.
You need something, huh? One of your rides? Let me know. I'll get there as soon as I can.
Cleaning up the LSPD is a laborious effort. Glad you're willing to assist. Kyle, this taco van is moving proud, making ample payments to the LSPD. Sending their location. Well, their location as of a few seconds ago. They stay in motion. This taco van has been lining the pockets of the LSPD's dirtiest for months now. And in the morning, sending you their last known location. Stop them from enriching corrupt cops. Also, their bidding is distinctly subpar.
Stupid ass cop. Oh, I keep falling. Truck up out of here. Fuck out of here, bitch. Oh, wow, man. Look at this truck. Got loads of guns in here. I mean, drugs and all that. Yeah, MMA is a sport where there's a good chance that you are the hero is actually a villain. Huh. Yeah, that's a very good point right there, user. Let me know what part of the world you are from. Are you a user that hasn't that has been here before, or let me know your status, my man. Oh, we got company. There you have it.
Nicely done. Those dirty cops will have to get their payouts and their tacos somewhere else. Send me your pay now.
Hi, what do you need? Sure thing. Limo en route.
All right, so YouTube doesn't show Ja anymore. I don't know why. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, it was Ja. Okay, it's me, Kyrie. Gotcha. Okay. Fresh Melon Juice says, yeah, I can see that user hanging with the Nelp boys and meeting women. He truly is walking in Connor's footsteps. Fresh Melon Juice says, hey, Ja, how you doing? Okay, user says, not definite in all cases, but it's something to consider when we make these guys our heroes. Facts. When you say it is me, Kyrie, it reminds me of Allo, Allo, it's me, Lerek. Okay. So, all right. Let's see here. All right, so I'm just waiting on, I guess, Brendan Allen to come on the press conference. Yeah, just to hear from the winners and all of that. But, yeah, I guess they're just waiting on Brendan Allen right now. Let's see. Josh says, you hear the news of it? Yeah, they're completely... gone from each other right now, right? So it's, yeah, it's not even like an issue right now. Matter of fact, hey, you know what? Paulie Malignaggi fought today, did he not? Let's check out how Paulie did today versus Little John. He was fighting Little John today, so... Let's see if we can find the footage to this fight. Let's see here. Today. Don't give me any results, by the way. Little John, Robin Hood's buddy? I think so, yeah. At least, you know, he's an English guy, so there has to be something to that. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, here we go. The full fight. We got the full fight right here. All right, let's react to this fight real quick. Oh, man. Yeah, this is a scam. This is not the fight we were looking for here. Hold on a second here. This is not it. Okay, looks like we may have to just, you know, fall into the highlights. Whatever. Yeah, let's just do that. Little John. Now you know how it feels to be scammed. Yeah, man, it's not a scam at all. I mean, it's me and every single one of these products. Okay, here we go. BKB. Here we go. Okay, so they went the distance. All right, we know that much. Okay, let's see here. All right. Yeah, Paulie's got the Philly shell going on. Oh, wait, there's not much highlights in that. Okay, let's go right here. All right, so they basically went the distance on that one. Okay, so yeah, Paulie has 0 power in his hands, correct? Yeah, he had a hand injury previously, so yeah, man. Wow, he said Amir Khan was his toughest boxing match. Okay, very interesting. Yeah, this fight was supposed to happen 3 months ago, but, you know, yeah, oh, wow, here he is, slamming Conor McGregor at Carl Froch's thing.
I got history with him, Carl, but he's not going to do anything. I mean, he's going to just tease fights, and he's been a punching bag since we sparred. I mean, if we really honestly look at the guy's career, I give him credit. I do give the guy credit. I'll give him credit for this reason. He's the only guy that can constantly get his ass kicked and then give it a rest and then come back and talk as if he's been winning. And convince the crowd, convince the public like he's a winner and generate interest in the next fight. He has been
Okay, we got Brendan Allen on right now. Let's hear what he has to say.
I know if I get him down again, I don't get him off. Like I said, I told that other no way he could keep that pressure that he was trying so hard, squeezing so hard in the first. There's no way that he could keep that for more than 2 rounds, let alone 5. Well, I stayed smart, stayed composed. Like I said before, I speak grappling fluently, so that's fine. You can have that round, 25 minutes, no problem. I'll move a little bit, try to see where it's going and how the movements are, and just keep calculating, keep logging, the data that's occurring.
So he was logging into data the whole time. Ilya has a big picture of a tiger on his chest, but it turns out it's actually a cheetah. Still very similar to that of McGregor, though, don't you think? It's, very Conor McGregor-esque like. He used Fluffy style today.
It's up there for sure.
But honestly, Malott, I think Malott would probably lose to anyone in the top 15. But respect to him for this one, though.
There was a lot of things that just randomly happened. New Orleans was so great and so amazing that I never thought I'd be able to come close to how that made me feel. All my family, all my friends, my hometown for the first time in 10 years, the UFC came there. All these things, right? Like, I never thought I could top. Coming here to Canada, short notice, top 5 guy in the world before, undefeated in the promotion, talking about title shot, all these different things that we already know. I get here, and they tell me that, like, it was my 6-year anniversary to the day, today, that I made my UFC debut.
So it's been a 6 years since he's made his UFC debut.
And I thought that was very special. It kind of meant a lot to me. And, man, I've been in the biggest promotion in the world for 6 years. And competing at the highest level, that's special. That's crazy. So that was number one. Then I got here to the arena for weigh-ins yesterday, and I see my name out there. But then I look right underneath it, and it's all in. Like, the thing on the signs out there was like all in. I was like, oh crap, this is another one. Like,
it started hitting him when he realized that he was headlining this card right here.
The ceremonials, and the law got the word that Duke had passed away, and that really hit home. And it really, I kind of felt that one a lot, because we were in that room every day training for years. For years we were there for camps and learning from him and around him, and seeing his daughter.
Yeah, he's talking about Duke Rufus right now.
It really hits home. No matter what happens in that room, he still got all of us. We had such a great room. If we went over the guys that were in that room at that time, I think everyone could be like, damn, that was a great room. And we had such a great camaraderie between each other. We had such great times, great moments. And it was because of Duke brought us all together and taught us a lot.
Yeah, so he's talking about the impact that Duke Rufus had on him.
Last thing, you made a great call out post-fight, dropped 3 options. I guess let's start at the top for like a title fight.
Okay, so who are his options?
Between Bob and Fluffy. What's the argument for you to maybe go ahead of him if it was title shot?
I mean, if anyone wants to sit down and break down the tape and actually know the unified rules of MMA, we can sit down and have a conversation and point these out. And they can say, like, oh, the numbers are he hit you 20 times, but we can watch that same fight, and I guarantee you, when they show the different angles, you'll see that it didn't hit me or hit my guard, like freeze me. So that's not a strike. It just freezes me. It's not a strike.
Let's see, Fresh says, why do you think Aljo opened up his family problems to DC to the public? I don't get it at all. You know what it is? You know what it is that when DC got him in there, DC made him feel so comfortable that he ended up opening up. That's really what it is, and that's what great interviewers do. Remember, DC, as much as he's a great former fighter, he's an even better journalist, right? And he got that out of Aljo to do that. You know what I mean? He was able to get that out of Aljo. That takes talent. You know who's good at that? DJ Vlad is very good at that. Unfortunately, he's gotten a lot of people arrested because of that. Adam 22 is very good at that. That's also the same reason why he got a lot of people arrested. So, yeah. Yeah.
He was super close to that. Super still talked about because of Alex. Yeah, a lot of guys. They were all good. Marvin Vettori. When I fought him, that's probably the best version of Marvin Vettori we've seen in a very long time. He was very hungry, and
I went out there and only.
But Aljo is a man. It's weird. Yeah, it is. I know it's weird, especially in the society that we live in right now, where like, you know, opening up your feelings is like not, you know, it's like stigmatized. But you know, what can you do? You know.
I don't like to get into it with nobody because I have a weird temper sometimes where I just don't want to talk anymore. So I'm at the point in my life. I just come here. I get the job done. I give my best. I put on the best performance I can for the fans, for everyone here, for the promotion. I step up, and I'm trying to be the face. I'm trying to grow and be the best I can be. You know, this division stacked is steady, growing even more stacked, and I'm still here at the top, and I'm still trying to reach that belt.
Well, the Drickus one feels like it makes a lot of sense. And you mentioned the trash talking and stuff. He's taken every opportunity to conclude you down at high.
Everyone I'm up though.
Yeah.
Man, I can't believe it. This is what's great about the sport, right? We were expecting that D. Ritter would be the guy to fight Khamzat, and then all of a sudden, here's Brendan Allen out of nowhere. Khabib would say, nobody cares, shut up and train. Yeah, yeah. And that is why Khabib is not a journalist like Daniel Cormier, right? I mean, just because you're a great fighter, it doesn't necessarily translate to being a good journalist. And yeah, that's the reality of it.
But outside of that, Tuco, B, and anyone that needs it as a team, I'm just going to go home and be a dad and a husband, heal up, mentally recoup myself, and enjoy the hunting season, enjoy the holidays, enjoy seeing my new baby girl, and then we'll get back next year and see what's next.
Brandon over here. Did it feel a little bit of redemption just because earlier this year in February, kind of interesting, just about 3 hours away in Seattle, you lost that fight to Anthony Hernandez. I know you were disappointed.
Yeah, that's right. Seattle isn't too far away from, it's not too far away from Vancouver.
Take that into account as well, that like, you know, similar situation, you're an underdog, you come in here and you get the win, sort of some redemption there.
I mean, I wasn't surprised. My team wasn't surprised. Yeah, I don't really care what anyone else thinks. I knew in my heart that if I go out and perform, there's no way he's going to touch me and beat me. It's not going to be close. He may have his moments, and my team told me, like, we're not scared to face adversity. It's a fight. If we face adversity, no problem. But 25 minutes is a very long time. And despite all the adversity, I had to, you know, train and cut, work my butt off to get here. 25 minutes. I had 25 minutes to go out there and be special. And, you know, he and everyone else was telling me, oh, we got the best in the world. Like, just go be you. Just go be you. And, again, I wasn't surprised at all. There's no way that he was going to beat me.
Do you feel like he overlooked you at all in this fight?
Yeah, RDR's knees will not test Khamzat too bad. Yeah, that's how the game goes, right? Like, look, just because he lost tonight, it doesn't mean that he wouldn't be able to give Khamzat a hard fight, right? You know what I mean? But it is also the reason why he's not going to fight Khamzat is because he did not win tonight, and that's just, you know, realistically how it goes. You know, is the French dude Muslim or Christian or maybe nothing? I think Muslim, right? Oh, you're talking about Imavov? Yeah, yeah. He's Chechnyan, but, you know, grew up in France. Yes, yes. That is who he is, yes, in a nutshell.
I'll always be there to help him and anything he needs, just as he was for me. But my heart, everything in me in the business realm, the personal realm, is set in Chicago, and
okay.
Man, like, they gave up everything. They left like time with their families. They reorganized their schedules on literally a day's notice. One day, I gave them a heads up, but then it was for sure on one day. I drove the next day. They already had everything set. B had everything set. Horacio had everything set. Max cleared his schedule. Tuco flew all the way from Florida. That's his family and his friends and his life to come and help me. That was it. They came to help me. So I can't be more thankful for that.
Yeah, shout outs to Allen for giving props to all of his team members, right? Because what a lot of people don't understand is how much time and effort these coaches and these staff members really put into a fighter. I know it's an individual sport, but by the end of the day, it is still very much a very serious team effort. So
I think I have a great outlook for that fight if that's what happens now or whenever. But I also have the best minds and the best guys to help me prepare. And no matter what, I'll be ready. Full camp for sure. I'm ready for anyone in the world.
Yeah, Brandon Allen is saying he's ready for anyone in the world right now.
What's up, Brendan? How are you? It's been a minute.
Hi, buddy.
What do you have to say to the guys who are responsible for the rankings? We saw Derrida scrape by...
His name in Arabic means the helper of the faith, Nasruddin. Yes, Nasruddin Imavov was born in Dagestan. Yes, that is correct.
After convincingly and handedly destroying the number 4 guy, I would expect that, but it seems like there's some intoxication amongst those responsible for the ranking. So just tell me where you think you should be on
There's
Tuesday.
somebody here on this ranking panel, isn't there? No? Alright. That guy in the back, dude.
Yeah, that's crazy. Brandon Allen has a Canadian background, and originally the 2 main event guys that were going to headline this card, that would be...
number 4 here in a couple minutes. So, yeah, to me, I'm number 4 in the world. I beat number 4, I'm number 4. They did that shit to me when I fought Andre Bernice. No, not again.
Also, that's a nice watch that you're wearing now. What is that?
My boy Maj gave to me. Special moment. I've never been gifted anything like this in my life. And
oh wow, they got him a watch right there. He says multiple sources, including interviews and profiles, describe him as a practicing Muslim who represents his Dagestani roots. There you go, man. There you go, Imavov. Yeah. Look, you got to understand something about France. You know, they are a deep Muslim country. So, all right, there's David Allen right there. He just did his interview right now. I want to see if they have any of the... no, I guess not. I was hoping they were going to have one of the promoters, right? Or the matchmaker sort of get up there and talk, but obviously that was not the case. Speaking of which, look, they had a Q&A the other day during this fight week. I want to check out what that is. I want to check out what they had going on with the Q&A here. Okay, so there's Aieman Zahabi with his, yeah, they had a Q&A going on. When was this? Yesterday. There's Joshua Van. There's Javier Mendez. Where is that Q&A at? Okay, I think it was on the live section. Okay. What was that Q&A that they had going on for that one? Hold on a second here. They didn't have a Q&A for that one? No, I guess not. Okay. Well, let's hear what Aieman Zahabi had to say about it an hour ago.
Introducing Samurai Origin.
Okay, let's hear what Aieman Zahabi had to say.
Taste that move here. Only 2 of you tonight?
Friends.
Hopefully you guys get paid bonus, man. Extra money for this.
For the loyal ones.
The loyal ones, the true ones.
Their platform here after
Yeah.
a big win. How good do you feel?
Oh, I feel like $1 million bucks, you know. I feel like I live to my words, you know. I said I would leave it all out there. And at this high level, that's what it takes every time. And I'm starving to keep going. I'm starving. I'm hungry. I want to know what all these guys have. And I feel like I showed it to the fans tonight that I wasn't going to go down easy. I'm hard to kill.
Yeah, how hurt were you in that second round?
I was more like disoriented, not like KO'd. Like with Aldo was worse. This one wasn't as bad, and I feel like I finished the round stronger than he did. Round 2, I feel like I came back. I had time. I found a way to recover, make space, catch my breath, and then I put it on him at the end of round 2, and I carried that momentum into round 3.
How confident when they were reading the split decision where you that third scorecard was going to go your way?
Well, I knew I thought I'd won round 1. And then I was pretty sure.
He said Imavov should have a long camp with Islam Khabib before he fights Khamzat. They sound like hi, brother. It is. Yeah, it sounds like, yeah, he does sound like his brother,
Yeah,
for sure.
I knew that they probably would give him round 2 because of the biggest shot. But even round 2, man, the way I finished strong, I thought it was great, and carried that momentum, and I thought I won round 3. I didn't feel like he hit me enough or hard enough in round 3 to win that round. I feel like I hit it with bigger shots and more often in the third.
You called out Sean O'Malley.
Yeah.
And he just responded with a little video. Here, I'll show it to you.
Okay.
Here. Can you see?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, he called out Sean O'Malley.
It's actually really dark.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's all good. I can hear it.
I don't think he says anything. He's reacting to you saying it, and like, is it like, oh, who me? Type of reaction.
I mean, yeah, that's good. You know, I mean, it seems like we're setting it up, boys. It seems like we're setting it up. If he didn't want it, he wouldn't have made a video.
Yeah. How do you feel you win that fight? Like, are you very obviously confident in that matchup?
Yeah, I'm confident in any matchup. You know, listen, I'm in the top 10 now. If I'm not willing to fight anybody in the top 10, what am I doing here? You know, so I want to fight the ball. He's number 1. And I feel like the way things are going with Marab, he's clearing out the division. And, like, not to sound negative, you know, Sean O'Malley is a great fighter and all that, but he fought Marab twice. So I don't think he's up next for the belt. I feel like there's going to be maybe Umar or Batista, Jan. You know, there's some guys who are going to get the title fight before maybe Sean O'Malley because he lost to Marab 2 times, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. So I feel like I have the opportunity to fight somebody like number 1. So I want to take it.
Do you have a perfect timeline for that fight when it could happen?
I gotta get my nose checked and my face checked out to see what happened after this fight. Yeah, but I guess you know, March, June, you know, because he's fighting in December 6th, I think, or December 14th. I don't know what Sean is fighting. He's fighting Song Yadong, right?
Hasn't been announced yet.
Oh, okay. Well, I see it on Twitter. I don't know if it's a rumor or whatever.
No, that's not official.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought it was official, but yeah, let him take this fight. If he is fighting, if he's not fighting, whatever. I mean, I'll wait. And I know Ramadan is gonna be in February, so I'm not gonna be fighting during Ramadan. But after that, I'm ready.
Hey, Brandon.
Yep.
Congrats.
He says, the trainer comes on, post this bullshit guy, give up.
You guys kind of stick toe to toe face after the action, almost like a Lawler McDonald moment without the sheer carnage.
Yeah.
What was kind of going through your mind at that point?
Yeah, I wanted to touch gloves and be like, you know, good job. I'll see you in the next round, kind of like I've done with all my other opponents. But you know, for me, I don't have hate in my heart for any of my opponents. For me, it's just business. You know, I consider myself more like a hitman. Like, I don't need to hate you to want to kill you. You know, I go out there and I'm going to do my job. I know what my mission is to go out there and fight and leave everything behind.
He said, I'm like a hitman. I'm just out there to kill you. I'm not doing anything else. Wow, man, that's powerful on Zahabi right there.
And I felt like he wanted to intimidate me with like hate and like he's a tough gangster guy, but you're not gonna intimidate me, man. I fight in a cage for a living. You know, I fight in the octagon for a living. There's no intimidation here. You know, I'm here to fight you, man. I got ready for 2.5 months to come in here and fight you. There's no intimidating me. So I wanted to let him know that I ain't no pushover. You know what I mean? I'm from Montreal. You know, we've seen violence before.
And then we talked during media day a lot about the age that you're at, because it's not a common age for, you know, guys in the lower weight classes to get those title shots, but you don't have the mileage. That having been said, does it feel like there is kind of a timetable here that you need to adhere to, like 26, 27, that kind of needs to be the point where you are fighting for a title?
Nah, I feel like those are your limitations, man. They're not my limitations, you know? You know,
that's a good point. He says those are your limitations, not mine. Very good point by Zahabi on that one.
Well, God is great. You know, our enemies plan, but God is the best of planners. You know, if he
Ooh, he dropped some Quran verses on y'all.
And if he doesn't want me to have it, I won't have it, man. That's the truth. You know, my theme for this training camp was.
I'm in Sacramento in the video game version.
You do that every training camp, don't you? Kind of have like a theme?
Yeah, I like to have a theme, you know, because it lets me stick to my guns and it keeps things in perspective for me every time. And I feel like I have to kind of take charge of my story, you know, because I don't like the story that's, you know, that's been spoken about me, especially it's always about my age. And how can I be a prospect at 37? I'm not saying I'm a prospect, man. I'm here doing work. For me, it's my job, you know, like when anybody ever does something spectacular in sports, they're just doing work. You know, it looks spectacular at the moment because of the years of training. They were able to do something that is very low probability, but to them, they were just doing work. They were focused on, you know, what they do.
Well, you're not a prospect at this point. You're a contender, so.
Thank you. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Just one more, Aieman.
Yeah.
how proud were you of Manon tonight and her win? She was in here doing her post-fight during your fight.
Yeah, that's right. Her and Manon fight in the same team.
So locked in on your fight and celebrating in the back. How good of a night was it just for the team in that regard?
I'm so happy for her. Let me tell you something. I've been training at TriStar since I'm 13 years old, and I've seen so many UFC fighters come and go, and so many prospects come and go, and she is at the top in terms of dedication and discipline. She has, like, let me tell you something, talent can only take you so far, but willing to endure the pain of training camp, like a real, like really like sticking to your guns. Like, there's nothing that I did in training camp that she didn't do. Doing everything. She stuck to Feroz's word, to her coach's words, and she has a mindset coach of her own, and her mind is very, very strong, and she's very devoted to being good. I was shocked at how many people thought her career might be over after losing to Shevchenko. Like, people don't understand Shevchenko is going to go down as one of the greatest women fighters of all time. And to lose to her is not an embarrassment. You know what I mean? So I have very high hopes for Manon. She's very disciplined, dedicated. Hopefully, I would love her if she ever comes back to Montreal. We're there for her. We love her. I'm so proud of the work she put in. And win or lose tonight, I was going to be proud of her. Oh, amazing. Good. I'm happy to hear that. I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys.
All right, there you have it. There's Aieman Zahabi in that one. So, all right, so that is the end of Aieman Zahabi. I'm now going to give you guys a tour of my city in the video game world. Farah Hanoun's long interviews are the best. She's very good. Yeah, MMA Junkie reporter, I can hear it. Facts, yup. MMA Junkie, that's correct. It's the capital of Sacramento right here. Yup. Capital of California, Sacramento. Look, see, even says Sacramento right there. And you guys have seen me drive through this bridge right here before. I don't know why this isn't gold, though. They should make this gold, this bridge. But yeah. All right, so there it is, man. Beautiful evening. Obviously, there was no, I really wanted to hear from Dana White, right? That would have been the, yeah, that would have been an awesome thing to hear from Dana White, but obviously that's not the case. All right, guys, so listen, that is all that I have for this one right now. Thank you for all of those that have tapped in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. Much love.